weekly tu kita orang target at least top 5 lah supaya dapat bonus poin yang tinggi. So overall saya tak berapa okey lah. Sedih sedikit.
Tak kecewa pun sebab kita orang memang dah expect untuk week 1 punya SEA ni kita orang akan training. So upcoming week tu baru kita orang buat.
So itu tak ada prediction tapi kita orang akan buat yang terbaik lah untuk Malaysia.
Kami akan berusaha untuk perform lebih baik berbanding performance kami waktu week 1. So insyaAllah semua dipermudahkan.
Liga ni panjang lagi, masih ada 2 minggu. Mungkin dalam 2 minggu ni kita lebih lagi daripada apa yang kita expect ke. So good dah lah.
Kita harapkan agar pasukan dari Malaysia mungkin engage dalam fight dengan lebih kemas kerana boleh dikatakan itu adalah antara perkara yang pasukan dari Malaysia struggle untuk minggu yang pertama. Dan dengan apa yang terjadi pada minggu yang pertama membuatkan saya rasa sangat-sangat tak sabar untuk melihatkan apakah aksi yang akan ditunjukkan oleh kesemua pasukan Asia Tenggara ini pada minggu yang kedua. So jangan lupa untuk saksikan PUBG Mobile Professional League SEA Championship musim luruh 2022 pada minggu yang kedua ini. Malaysia boleh!
ต้นเกมที่กอตตันนี่ตายไปก่อนนี่ก็ไม่ใช่ต่อที่ทีมอื่นหรอกนะอ่อนเองครับก็เลยตายก็ไม่อยากจะโม้รถหน่อยนะครับแต่ทีมผมก็คว้าไก่แรกของทัวร์นี้มาได้และอีก3 เกมที่เหลือก็ไม่ได้เอาเลยครับต้นเกมที่กอตตันนี่ตายไปก่อนนี่ก็ไม่ใช่ต่อที่ทีมอื่นหรอกนะอ่อนเองครับก็เลยตายอินฟินขอแต้มเป็นแบบฟินๆแล้วนะครับ
Memang sekarang kami lagi di bawah, tapi jangan lupa comeback PMPL ID kami kemarin. Buat tim-tim yang di atas, jangan senang dulu. Kami siap datang senggol posisi kalian.
Untuk kita, para tim Indonesia yang lagi berjuang, semangat dan jangan menyerah. Mari kita berjuang sama-sama untuk memberikan hasil yang terbaik bagi Indonesia.
Perjuangan kami masih panjang. Kami akan terus memberikan hasil yang terbaik. Support kalian semua masyarakat Indonesia akan terus bersama kami.
Buat para fans, tetap tenang. Liga masih panjang. Perubahan gaya bermain pasti akan kami lakukan. Kami pastikan kalian tidak akan kecewa dengan performa kami ke depannya. Dukung terus kami. #IndoPride.
Untuk tim yang main dekat week 2 nanti, korang hati-hati. Kita orang akan bantai semua. InsyaAllah kita akan buat yang terbaik untuk Malaysia.
Có vẻ như là các đội tuyển cũng như các fan hâm mộ của Thái Lan đang khá hài lòng với kết quả của họ ở tuần thi đấu vừa rồi. Nhưng mà đừng ngủ quên trên chiến thắng nhé. Bởi vì chắc chắn tuần thi đấu tiếp theo các team Việt Nam sẽ quay trở lại cực kỳ mạnh mẽ và sẽ đem đến chiến thuật cũng như lối chơi mà khiến các bạn bất ngờ ấy.
Dear PUBG mobile players, welcome to the new version. In this video, let's take a look at the game's new and improved social system. In the new version, we've fully upgraded the gifting system. An even greater array of awesome gifts are now available. First, we've added popularity rankings and clout value. This measures an individual's generosity by how many gifts they send to other players. As a player's clout ranking increases, they'll unlock prestigious rank perks. Go see which of your friends is the most generous. In this update, we've added Guardian Gifts. Guardian Gifts last for a period of time. Once sent, the players form a Guardian relationship to reflect the significant connection between the players. There will be a dedicated ranking for Guardian duration. The gift wall is another new feature. After players receive gifts, the gift wall will display the progress of gifts received. When a player gets all the gifts of a particular theme, this will unlock a themed medal. Furthermore, in the new version, the player who sends the most gifts becomes a gift sponsor. A ton of new gifts have been added to the shop, including those with special effects. Go and buy a gift for your best friend. In this update, we have revamped the Synergy system. We have created a new Synergy Anniversary gift. During special anniversaries, players that have built connections will receive rewards via in-game mail. What's more, players that have built connections can obtain Synergy ranking rewards. We have added a Synergy recruitment system to help players post recruitment information and add friends. Go and recruit some friends. In this update, the number of friends a player can add has increased from 200 to 300. Friends can now be pinned to the list. In order to make it easier for players to use team reservations, we have lowered the threshold for making a friend reservation. The synergy requirement has dropped from 50 to 5 points. In the new version, reservation info will still be displayed in the chat window. Players can send more kinds of invite messages and view the real-time status of reservations. At the same time, the in-game display for reservation requests is now clearer. Don't miss a reservation invitation from a friend. For Team Up Reservation Chat, we have added a quick chat feature to send Team Up reservations. This will allow players teaming up in the lobby to quickly send common messages. Try it for yourself. These are all the major improvements to the social systems in this update. There is more content for players to explore in the game. If you want to learn more, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Have you gotten your hands on the new weapons in Noosa yet? Let's start with the tactical crossbow and firebolts. Firebolts are a new type of bolt that can only be used with the tactical crossbow. Ordinary crossbows can only be used to ambush one enemy at a time, while the tactical crossbow and firebolts can set certain buildings on fire for blazing tactics. This is especially useful against enemies who are hiding inside. Next up is our highlight, the NS2000 shotgun. It uses 12-gauge shells when hip firing and shoots single-round slugs when aiming down sights. If you encounter an enemy at close range, don't bother aiming down the sight. Just take them down with one shot. Even if you're fighting alone in an urban area, you can easily wipe out all enemies by yourself at the tap of a button. You can also aim down sights and use the single-shot mechanics to easily eliminate enemies at a distance. Noosa is a small map, so the play zone shrinks really quickly. Not only is it important to offer exhilarating gunfights, exploring the map has to be fun too. That's why we've prepared the quad for you. Climbing slopes is a piece of cake with the quad. Now, you don't have to avoid rocks anymore. Ignore the terrain and charge right up to enemies whenever you see them. They won't have the time to react after hearing you. The quad is fast and doesn't flip over easily. It doesn't matter even if it flips over, as it can recover quickly. Call your friends and try it now. Zip lines in the elevator can both be used to help move about. So what are the interesting ways to use them? Zip lines usually appear at places of high elevation, such as the roofs of buildings or at the top of a mountain, allowing players to quickly travel between them. Players can quickly search for supplies and escape the blue zone. When being pursued by enemies, a zipline can be used to quickly get away. It's even possible to drop from a zipline halfway through to catch enemies by surprise. Furthermore, ziplines can be destroyed. Players can use the zipline to quickly reach the other side, then destroy it to prevent enemies from giving chase. Damaged ziplines also make good locations for ambush, as enemies may try and repair them. The elevator can be found in the tallest building of Telepack Town. The elevator can be used to quickly go between different floors. In actual battle, players can use the elevator to quickly get to the roof and to intercept enemies that come up from the lower levels. It's even possible to hide in the elevator and wait for unsuspecting enemies to enter to score a surprise elimination. Ziplines in the elevator are sure to help players out in battle and create all kinds of unexpected situations. So play PUBG Mobile and try it out.
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! Along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious. When the player is aiming down sights, the markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. Two paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
It's here! The long-awaited new Nusa map is finally here. With a size of only 1 by 1 kilometer, Nusa is currently the smallest map in PUBG Mobile. It may be small, but it definitely offers a massive amount of content. Not only are there new firearms, what's more, there's also the highly interactive tactical crossbow. Setting huts on fire, repairing zip lines are not a problem. Speaking of map interactivity, Nusa is simply full of surprises. An elevator that lets you go to different levels of a building, a pool that restores your health, fast-moving zip lines, and crates in the wilderness can all better assist you in drawing up tactics to defeat enemies. Even if you get careless and get defeated, there's no need to let it get you down. Nusa's Super Recall will allow you to respawn once more. The small, fastest-paced map lets you rank up faster. Alright, I'll leave it to you to explore the rest of the content for yourself. Hope everyone ranks up and gets that chicken dinner. The new map officially launches on September 13th. Stay tuned.
GT Neo 3, Neo Speed Awakens.
Assalamualaikum, welcome back ladies and gents. You guys are tuning into the 2022 PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall, which is brought to you by Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. I'm Chu and this is going to be the amazing Cloud as well. We will be your casters for today. But before that, formalities aside, we're going to also thank our sponsors here. It's going to be official smartphone partner Realme with GT Neo 3. Your Neo Speeds awakens with the latest chipset Dimensity 8100 5G. Definitely will just going to be your best experience playing PUBG Mobile. So thank you so much for our official live stream partner TikTok. Hashtag be the one for our TikTok challenge and follow our official PUBG Mobile pages, which are going to be PUBG Mobile MY official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, PUBG Mobile official PH, and not forgetting definitely our official food delivery partner GrabFood with 50% off with the code of PUBGM. Put it on caps letter, by the way. For new users, you get 50% off for all your orders or anything else, you know. And also this will be terms and conditions apply, which means maybe some shops are and some shops not. But we're back here again on the desk here, speaking of our final day of week number 2. We're going to wrap things up and see who will get them extra points for the league cloud.
Oh my goodness, it's so exciting to be like part of the last day because this is the final run and it's going to be exciting to see that who will be on top again. Will we again see like Thailand 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Will it be a superb comeback from the Thai team that's on page number 2 that is Vampire Esports, or will another team overtake the throne, the number 1 spot? That will be something that we'll be seeing throughout the day.
I'm expecting to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Thai, but right now currently seating Vampires one of furthest away from the rest of the Thai, but TEM Entertainment really shines when it comes to week number 2 if you compare with week number 1, no chicken. But week number 2, they really ramped it up with getting themselves quite a number of numbers of chicken, not just that, with their overall ranking as well. Now, speaking of the other teams, you talked about the Malaysian example, still stuck down there, not having a bit of a, a dodge towards a more higher play. We talked about them since week 1. Week 2 feels like it's decreasing performance. But before we getting more into the topics, let's just roll back towards our schedule and format.
Yeah, in case you're not up to date, which you guys should, so the tournament will happen from this moment up until the 16th, which is going to be next week. So the top 16 will move on to the grand finals, which will happen from the 21st to 23rd this month as well. It will be 6 matches to be played every day, and the top 5 from there will move on to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship League, or in other words, the PMGC. So keep your eye on first the top 16 and then the top 5, which you will see later on, that will be playing in the bigger stage, going up against bigger teams, and of course all the best teams in the world, including the Chinese region as well, that we got a little bit of a preview during the PMRC.
But back about our overview of the points, definitely it's going to be the first place. This is by round of the match itself, okay? The first place with the chicken dinner takeaway 15 points, the second 12. This is going to be the same old format. 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 1, and 0 for 13 to 16. Elimination points still is going to be 1 point for each, but the total prize pool will be a lion's share of $200,000 for the win for this guy. So this is just one step ahead for them to get into a bigger prize pool for the next tier of challenge. But we do have the bonus point system as well.
Yeah, the format is really important for us to know, because today is the last day of week number 2. Week number 3 will be a grind for a lot of these teams. So we have the weekly bonus points that's awarded every week for weekly rankings, and then we'll have the league bonus points that's awarded for overall league stage rankings, which will be calculated later on. And then the total bonus, which is the total weekly bonus points, including the league bonus points, will be the initial points during the grand finals later on. So that's very important. Points starts from number 20 to number 1, depending on their placement.
These are the groups that participating this time as well. It's going to be 5 groups of 4 teams each. Which A group we have the Xaviers, 4 Rivals, Buriram, TEM Entertainment. Group B we have Infinity, BN United, Alter Ego, and Yoodo Alliance. Group C, Ego Esports, FaZe, NFT, Sam9, and Group D, GIDS, DBD, Box Gaming, Vampire Esport, whilst Group E, Geek Fam, Boom, Bacon Time, and ShineLikeDiamond SLD. So far, each of the group do have each flag differently, except for Group A, we have double Thai teams in there. Except for Indonesian team, they have only 4 representatives.
Yes, the current ranking right now. So speaking about the Thai teams, they are still on top. We have the Infinity and TEM Entertainment. And then we have Geek Fam representing Malaysia at number 3. Then it comes to another Thai team, which is Bacon Time, 152 points. And we have the rise of the Xavier as compared to last week's performance. This week's performance, not too bad. They are currently number 5. GIDS representing Indonesia as well, number 6, followed by another Thai team, FaZe Clan at number 7. Now, we do look at the overall score. It is closer as compared to last week. That means that number 1 spot can be anyone by the end of the day.
It's very different when compared with last week. The only 2 Thai teams that haven't made it for the first page is going to be Buriram and Vampires. I'm not surprised if this team really rank it up or go for a huge amount of kill volume when it comes to the match later on, because they want to match up like how they did for last week when they came in a very last minute. But this is going to be the team to focus for the highlights. We have Bacon Time, Geek Fam, and Infinity. And Infinity, as always, they have been a monster, and this week as well. Same goes for Bacon Time, but for Geek Fam, last week was really quiet. This time they're coming out very strong.
Yeah, Geek Fam last week, like what you mentioned, was quiet. In fact, for overall Malaysian teams, they were they were quiet. They had their moments, but then again, it didn't really sustain. But this week, Geek Fam sustained, and they are challenging for that #1 spot. That's why they are one of our highlight teams for today. Not to mention as well, of course, the Infinity. Last week, they were pretty good, but this week they were even better. Last week had a lot of highlight plays. Again this week as well. I mean, these guys are just unstoppable at this moment.
For Baker's Infinity, on the other hand, well, they have been consistent. I'm not surprised if it ended up just like how last week, but so far the overall ranking boards when it comes to leagues points, definitely the tie is still at #1 and maybe at this point, maybe in top 4, top 5. But back to us for our overall as well. I do want to see more on the side of the Vietnamese team. Example here, the Xaviers. Now, the Xaviers really changed a lot when it comes to last week as well. But back about Geek Fam yesterday, we did had an interview with Yuha. He did mention they do know last week's performance, they kind of didn't deliver the performance, and they changed a bit of the stuff there, changed in terms of their strategy, and it really works when it comes to week 2.
Well, we are heading into Sanhok, the one and only Sanhok that will be played today as usual. And these are the teams to focus: GIDS, FaZe Clan, The Infinity, and Geek Fam. All these teams, they're currently at some of the top spots in the overall charts at this moment. And of course, what would be a chart without a mention of a Thai team, right? They have to be in there.
That's true. When it comes to Sanhok, used to be one of the Thais, always got it entire week instead for the last few days. When it comes to week #2, it feels like a bit of a mix and match for now. But team to focus this time, GIDS, FaZe Infinity, and Geek Fam. If you compare with elimination points, Geek Fam is one of the most aggressive when it comes to Sanhok this week. But when it comes to transition, they're not so well transitioned as they got caught in between. For today's match, we start off at Sanhok, Miramar, double Erangel, the usual, but the grouping will change by time.
Yeah, the grouping, as what you can see here on screen, is plus GMT +8. So if you're in a different time zone, GMT +7 maybe, or +6, whichever, just adjust accordingly to your own timing. As usual, we'll be playing 1 Sanhok, 2 Miramars back-to-back, 2 Erangels back-to-back, and then we'll wrap up the week and we will see who is #1 until #20 to take home those points. And we will determine what will happen, what will be the crucial points for next week after that.
But definitely for week #2, I call a week of judgment, where if teams are not performing last week and they still be in slumber this week, there's going to be a bit of a problem. They cannot sleep anymore, cannot relax, because if they lose their points in the second week, playing it only in third week is going to be a really hard grind. We're talking about the overall ranking points were really hard to catch up here. But we do have more for you guys watching at home. Don't forget to just log into PUBG Mobile and have the experience yourself with the latest news on map.
Yeah, this new sub-map, amazing map. I love it so much. It's actually really, really balanced. One of the smaller maps that is, it's so balanced. Like you can play with the high ground, you can play with the low ground compounds and everything else. And inside the new sub-map, there is this new tactical crossbow that you should try out as well. By using it, you can create a zip line, go from area to area, or even burn down the house if you want to as well. That's totally up to you how you play it. Now, the new sub map, it's about 5 to 8 minutes. If you choose to go around being really, really aggressive, try to take everyone out, it could take about 5 minutes to finish a round. But if you choose to play it kind of regularly or play a little bit safe and you really want to last towards the end, then it could probably be about 8 minutes per round. So it's about that range if you want to try it out.
Collectors, this is your time to shine. Don't forget to collect yourself with the RPM 15, also with the latest set, Clairvoyant Fox set, and the Midas Fortune set. Definitely one of yours to actually take crap away. But if you miss this, well, there's always a new RPM in the future, but you definitely don't want to miss every single one, because your account will be such a value if you got yourself the full collection of all the RPM Royal Pass sets. And also we have new sets coming in, which the only time we have a double ultimate set as well.
Yeah, which is called the Spectral Swan set, as well as the Cosmic Inquisitor set, currently available in game for your purchase. And this is the first double ultimate set that is available. Do try it out. A lot of sets for you to collect from the RP, from this ultimate set as well. I mean, in the past few months as well, we have other sets, but in coming months as well, we have a couple of collaborations, including the Ball Mobile collaboration. So a lot of sets for you guys to collect, and you don't want to miss out on that.
Yep, and for you guys who never want to miss a tournament, do sign up for PMCC 2022. Just scan the QR code. That's as simple as it can get for you to register these days. for the second qualifier already commencing for the PMCC 2022, where you have the chance, your last chance to book yourself in PMNC 2022 and might actually have a shot for the PMPL 2023, and maybe you can find yourself a good sponsor, and maybe you'll be casting your games as well in the future. Who knows? This is your path to be a professional player.
Yeah, and of course to earn the moolah there, as you can see on screen. But besides that as well, we have this new skin inside the game, and this is the first original PUBG Mobile sports car. What I really like about the skin is, if I get to pick one, I'd like the one on the far left, or the one with the black and gold. I think that's really, really nice, really shabby. But hey, maybe you can tell us which one you really like inside the comments. And if you have one of these right now, do show us. You can create some content around it. Hashtag be the one TikTok challenge, and you never know if you'll be featured on one of our PUBG Mobile social medias.
Or maybe take the idea of this true sports car, true speed reality sports car, and try to do it on your real car in real life to actually do the same wrapping and same, everything. It's really cool, by the way, if you actually drive these cars. But now, jokes aside, and back towards our official matches there, we're talking about how the teams want to perform when it comes to last week or week number 2 here. And definitely our prediction will be dropping off. Hopefully we're not jinxing any team today.
Well, again, disclaimer, I didn't predict this. So, another disclaimer. So, GIDS, but FaZe Clan's pretty solid, not gonna lie about that. They have gotten a chicken dinner inside sign up before. So, based on the gameplay as well, they're not really the healing game kind of team. I would also vouch for FaZe Clan.
Well, you said you didn't predict anything today. It's not credited to you. So, well, for me, it's going to be FaZe definitely. But back towards the games, we talked about Sunhawk before. We talked about how the team rotations and how they got caught in between. Now, we do know how the TIEs really are going to ramp it up when it comes to the last minute. They just a killing machine. They are bulldozing a lot of teams down there. Definitely, what can we do to take the TIEs down? Because right now, it feels like they are undefeatable.
Yeah, they are at this moment. I mean, regardless of whichever Thai team, right? They are still looking pretty solid. Whether it's the Infinity this week, last week was FaZe Clan. Next week, we don't know. Maybe it could be another one. But looking at overall, Thailand as a region, they are unstoppable. Their gameplay is really, how should I put it, up to date with the meta in advance. Against other teams, they're really, really aggressive. They really know how to play it tactically. And to me, coordination-wise, really solid as well. It's very hard to tell what their weakness is at this point.
So far, we're going to have to wait and see if there's any team that are dare enough to challenge the teams coming out from Thai, because they are just so strong. But I want to see the other teams rise up to the occasion and put it up a challenge, because definitely Bootcamp will be one of our hot spot here. Definitely also we saw yesterday how the circle comprises of all the 3 islands. But today, will the circle fare well for the players, or will it making it such a crucial challenge for them straight off the start of our final day in week number 2. We don't want to waste any more time, no more chit-chatting here, because we're going to straight drop into Sunhawk, our first match of the day.
It's the final Sunhawk! Yeah, we only have one Sunhawk anyway, so it's the final Sunhawk for the week, of course, before we wrap up all the other Sunhawks. But let's see, look at the flight path, Cam Alpha onto Dogs. The Infinity will find it a little bit difficult for them to get onto their regular draw spot around the area of the Cow, Tatmall, so it's a little bit of a travel for them. Cam Bravo is a little bit far as well, so some teams might find it a little bit difficult. So there is a little bit of a risk there if they drop somewhere in between, try to get maybe a vehicle, or maybe just running into their regular draw spot. They might run into other teams, so that's something to be aware of as we head onto this round.
I love how Alter Ego spread quite wide between themselves, taking the domination of Cam Alpha so far. Previously, there's a lot of teams dropping Cam Alpha. These days, only 2 teams now. Semna is still taking over hard team, but it's more towards the side of Alter Ego taking the majority of the Cam Alpha itself. But the circle, we might end up right on top of Ruins, yeah? We have no clue if the circle is going to heart shift or not, but definitely when it comes to certain compound, DBD Brew and Buriram are fighting each other quite early on.
Yeah, DBD have been changing their regular draw spot. Previously, they always drop inside of Paradise Resort, where they lost everything against D Xavier, but looks like this time they're not going to go there. They choose to go into this area where they happen to share the same compound with Buriram United. Now it's still a 50-50. They seem to be still looting up, and what I worry about DBD is that every time they have an early fight, their win rate is actually fairly low.
Cam Charlie, it is for them. I do know why they change it. Because Infinity always just backstabbing in Paradise Resort. Who want to fight Infinity at this stage? So might as well play a bit safe instead of trying to force up the challenge. And DB do know they are in the dire need of points. They need to, you know, change their tactical drop spot, having a bit more comfort zone. But right now, not too comfortable if you still have to share your compound with the Titans. So we're talking about Buriram here. They definitely are really good when it comes to their firepower and their tactical. When it comes to their organization and moving in unison, they just have it so well when things start to unfold. But DBD6 has no clue that Name has spotted him out. I'm not sure if they know where the position of Buriram players.
Yeah, seems like they don't. But now with My Name P, he moved a little bit. They would have heard the footsteps. Now they would have an idea where the Buriram players are at. Just depends on which player has a better weaponry. But looks like My Name P with the DBS. The door closed in onto him. The shots didn't connect, but that also signals towards DVD that they are going up against the DBS. The DVD has the DBS of themselves.
Who's the better DBS player? The player with DBD. Sounds like a DBS, but I'm not sure if they can actually outplay with a DBS. Nothing seems to fall onto its place yet as we wait for Buriram or DBD start to make a move. Kangzo taking the high grounds. Definitely will be the informant for the team, giving away the information and relay back to the entire roster. But here comes Name, giving a shot through the windows, but nothing seems to connect yet.
Not yet, because all of them know that, okay, there's a DVD, right? There's a DBS right in front of them. Well, the name's pretty similar, but there's a DBS right in front of them, so that's why they're not like going just straight head on. If they didn't hit the DBS, then maybe they might just go for it, but it is Sanhao, it's a current meta, everyone plays with the DBS. We can see Moody waiting behind, probably wanting to stop any flanks that tries to come in, but DBD looks like they're not interested to do that. They're interested to take it head on, but no big moves just yet. Anyway, they're in the circle, so they can kind of take their time.
Kangzo tried to out-corner them from the outskirts, but the thing is, they do have one more person of DBD also on the outsides. But back to it, so Infinity caught Rebel Boy running around. It's going to be Newsy, finish him off straight away again. The IGL of Yoodo Alliance seems like having a bit of a problem for his rotation recently.
Yeah, that's the thing about the flight path, right? The risk of them going down as they try to get into the draw spot is there. Now focusing onto Ziggs. Back again. He gets two back-to-back people from Ziggs with the QBZ. And he moves in. Tiger at the forefront. Tiger goes down as well. Looks like DBD. Looking sharp this time.
They are slamming it in front of Buriram with water spray coming up from DBD. It was doubled down and finished off by Jimmy OP with one casualty in the hands of DBD. They lost one man, but definitely can reset for the other one as they revive their teammate. What a nice shot calling coming up from Ziggs at first with an AKM or QBZ just now. But back to it, the other side of the team, we do have 4 rivals transitioning into their second checkpoint, possibly. And also try to get as close as possible towards the safe zone.
Yeah, so now DBD, they still maintain their full squad. And with that kind of area, it would be decent amount of loot. But next they might need to deal with whoever's dropping into the areas of Sahmi. But then again, there will be a healing game being played for sure. I would expect that to happen. We saw a lot of that happen yesterday as well. Now DBD is one of those teams who will also play the healing game. They have that potential, and being in that area, they can move towards cave if they want to loot a little bit more, and it should be okay for them. So I do see the potential of them moving towards the right side as we go throughout this stage.
Ego Esports rotating around just to build up their loot. As usual, it's going to be the game of PUBG Mobile. You drop, you loot, you build up your gears, you survive, and you shoot when it really matters. Now, a lot of teams want to avoid fights before the third circle. We do know the third circle, as I mentioned before, yesterday specifically. It's always about waiting for the third circle to pop, because that's where you know the exact location after that, where to go based on this current map. It's more towards the side of ruins, more towards the side of left or lower left of the island. But so far, a lot of teams still waiting for the right time to migrate. But we do have an airdrop coming up from SEM9. Now, SEM9, this is a team that have a lot of promises when it comes to the country finals, but now looks very gloomy when it comes to the PMPL South Asia.
Yeah, it's been a tough campaign for SEM9. Last week, week 1, it was okay, can be better, but it was okay. But if they do end up somewhere at the bottom this week, next week will be super hard for them. But it would also depend on some of the teams' performance as well, other teams' performance, because we also know that like for Rivals is also at the bottom. So naturally, these kind of teams would also take up the eliminated slot. So they could also be in a position where they can depend on other teams to be eliminated and they themselves can see the light onto the grand finals. But then again, we need to tabulate the scores. It is not as straightforward. We'll have a better idea as the day closes today.
Back to a side of Chem Charlie, GIDS. Seems like moving to it straight into the direction of DBD. But a bit hesitant because they do know when it comes to the high grounds, I mean, what kind of a map it is. If you talk about Sunhawk, Erangel, Miramar, when it comes to high grounds, there's always someone staying there for a bit just to make sure they can see a bit more, giving away the information of the movement. So whenever you are from the lower ground, try to get to the high ground, you have to think twice, especially if you don't have enough smoke. Now, Tony K yesterday have been quite not so flashy. I have to say he has been one of the few members of FaZe being eliminated quite early on, but in the last minute, he did triumph in the last few matches. But in this one, I'm not sure how FaZe gonna try to conduct their battle fighting against NFT. Ramon's definitely spotted outside of FaZe, still taking a bit of a trigger discipline and not trying to start the first move.
Yeah, I don't think FaZe will really run into NFT at this moment. It doesn't. Both teams seem to be kind of comfortable inside the circle. Even if FaZe wants to move, they'll probably take another type of compound or another type of area rather than this. But now with NFT giving those warning shots way towards FaZe Clan, they'll be like, okay, nope. So the area has somebody. It's not worthwhile for us to go at it just because of how the terrain is, and we'll look at somewhere else if we want to move.
The thing is, you're talking about FaZe Clan here. If they're being challenged, they don't like it. You know what? If they're being warning shots fired upon them, they were like, oh, you want to fight us? Let's have it a go. So they might actually try to challenge NFT, but maybe they will part ways. Depends on the circle as well, because we're still in the first phase anyway. It's too early to talk about these fights, especially unnecessary fights early on. Same goes for GIDS, who's lurking around inside of DBD for quite some time now. Not trying to make a first move yet, but Alan, oh, we do know Alan. You know Alan.
I know Alan. He's playing with GIDS.
Okay.
Okay.
Yoodo Alliance now rotating towards the sea area with a boat. It's still tugging a bit of a blue zone. Same goes for Infinity, who's happened to rotating very late though. So this is going to be the usual. Infinity, how are they so strong? So I didn't mention this. They are not too reckless when it comes to picking fights. They're not too, they're not too hungry for blood too early on. They do know when the time matters. They kind of put in mind rotation really matters. So they're taking a safe route instead of going straight head on. But GIDS is a different story. They bought and Boom especially cooking up the nade. Seconds to go and let it off. It's going to be first explosion, but it will not connect to the start of GIDS.
Yeah, so DBD move from that area. So it looks like they moved a little bit up north, and it happens so that the circle moves up north as well. So means that this fight is somewhat inevitable. That means they need to fight it off. They need to win this fight. Or they just need to disperse, either one. But looking at current condition, both teams seems to really want to take this fight with each other. And if they do so, they need to make it quick, and DBD has the upper hand now.
DBD, they have to take the fight. If not, they'll be backstabbed from behind because GIDS to have to cut across just to get inside of a circle. And not just them. There's going to be 3 teams later fighting each other, including TEM Entertainment maybe around the corner there. But GIDS, they have no other way if they want to get into the safe zone. This is the fastest route they can get. Ego Esports taking on 4 rivals quite from afar. I'm surprised I can shoot through that 3 and still connect the shots coming up to as a side of 4 rivals.
Yeah, that's like, what, 500 meters away, something like that. It's really, really far, but still able to connect those shots. But now, back onto April, counterfire onto Chua. That's going to have 50% of health left for Chua. Both these teams on the other side of the circle, and it's only 1 minute left till the circle closes in.
Alright, Poster going to spray over Eagle Esports. There's going to be over 100 meters away and still going to go for more. April at the same time have to think about rotations there. Definitely got himself a buggy and also maybe possibly a motorbike. And Ego Esports on the other hand, if they are not trying to disengage now and trying to get into the circle, they will get it very late. They have a bit of a problem there.
Yeah, but 4 rivals choose to like, okay, nope, we're just going to disengage. Looking at the time, it's not going to be worth it, and we're still on the outside of the circle, so let's just bail this. But now we're back to DBD and GIDS. Despite DBD having the upper hand because they got that first elimination, but still they're focused on to just playing it slowly with GIDS, really not letting their guard down. But they have to be aware that it's only 10 more seconds, and they're still on the outside of the zone.
Jimmy OP waiting for GIDS to cross over because they do know they're trying to gatekeep GIDS. They have to cut across, like it or not. Back to the side, 4 rivals. They got himself in the center of Bootcamp here, but it's not really in the center of the circle. Still comprises a bit of it. Xavier seems to be interesting to cut across Bootcamp at the same time with DBS already ready for the sort of 4 rivals. They possibly try to rotate and try to see if there's anybody trying to bypass them. But these Xaviers, Rabies and Duke, spot out at Dips, the first man to have to fight between these two, but it's going to be flank side. Putra take down on Duke without any whiff at all.
And so Duke happened to jump into the house. When he got knocked, then it's going to be a free elimination for Adib. Now the rest of Xavier, okay, now that they don't have the number advantage against 7-9 and 7-9 has a compound, they're definitely not going to go forward anymore. And plus they're in the circle, so they can kind of wait it out. But they might want to plan out their rotation, maybe just to avoid this compound.
Well, back to his side of Putra, he got 1. That's going to be 1 point in the back. Tossing out the first nade. Seems like clipping a bit of Rabies. But at the same time, do the Xaviers want to keep on challenging them or they want to go for disengagement? They lost 1 man along the process. Now, for the side of Harm, spotted out Frankie's head just now. All it needs is just 1 more pick coming from the Xaviers. You can shoot them down. For the side of the Xaviers, you can rotate around it. You want to avoid this fight. But the moment they rotate the other way, it might be another team waiting on the shoreline. In this case, it's going to be 4 rivals waiting on the other end. But still, Harm spotted out Rabies and the others started swimming. So they're having a bit of a problem to revive him.
Yeah, they don't really have a choice. They can't really like crash into this compound. Obviously, they don't have a vehicle, and if they try to run, there's a lot of open windows for them to get shot at. So I can understand why the Xavier, they choose to bail this and go to another location. But unfortunately, one of them had to be gunned down. Now, what's going to be important next is going to be the circle. And this is going to be a tough one, right? Because it still has like 2 islands and 1 small island in. And Camp Alpha Island, looking at this position, we've seen it time and time again. Alter Ego's position with the hilltop, they are in a prime position to get this going.
Infinity was one of the furthest away from Camp Alpha, but still yet, they predicted right this time. Look at how they're just on top of Camp Alpha, with Empire showing on the southern part, Alter Ego taking the right side. Now, all 3 angles, 3 direction, already comprises of a lot of teams there. Whoever's not inside of circle, especially coming up from the south part with Vampires waiting, gatekeeping that bridge. That's going to be a really tough cross for the other teams coming in late.
DVD, as what we expected, because of that stalemate together with GIDS, now they are taking out the blue. Doesn't look like DVD has a lot of first aids to play with, but at the same time, we can see the elimination feed running. Capone from BN United taken down by 7-9. 7-9, they're not done yet. They still have part of the circle to play that gatekeeping role of whoever wants to come through this area. And because it's BN United and not Xavier bailed it. BN United had no information. They had to lose 1 player.
Oh, close enough for Bevy, but Boy Chill already down on the ground, bleeding out. Another 1 nade being cooked up by Fafel just now. Ramones can actually revive, but they're not popping out any smoke yet. Bevy smoke up and push forward. Here comes another nade and a go. I'm not sure if it's going to clip or not. Boy Chill is really in the risk there. But at the same time, getting nothing on side of Bevy. Try to just flank them out. Reverse on the other side, but never mind. TEM Entertainment, they will not fool in this time because they're quite scattered between themselves. It's going to be a bit of a safe zone for the teams there and a bit of a stalemate for some of them. In GDGIDS case, they are taking it as slow as possible. They don't have that much first aid. We're only 6 of them and 4 on the side of Chuan. Like, they have to force a fight here.
Yeah, even if they combine their first aid, it doesn't look like they have more than 10 as a total. But for the Eagles to block them, to gatekeep them, or either way, it's going to be tough for these two teams. Looking at the first aids held by the Eagles, they're not much as well. Yoodo Alliance swimming. They took the boat right on the left, and now they're caught up. Vampires, they'll have a good time fishing.
Oh, Shreps. What a Thanksgiving day for you. Only you'll have to breathe up for, but there goes the spray. 2 meters apart and finish off by the side of Vampire. This is what I literally just mentioned. They will gatekeep this hard on the southern part for Vampires. They got it covered. And the one coming up from north, there's going to be Infinity. There's going to be Alter Ego the other end. How can they go in if they don't have enough smoke? Smoke is the only answer right now. If they go through a boat, they're still going to spot you out.
Yeah, it's tough, right? If you're caught by the boat rotation, especially in the water, there's nothing much that you can do. If you jump into the water, you can just swim. You can't even shoot back. So that's the toughest position to be in inside of this kind of map. But now we're going back to TBD. Looking at this current situation, Echo and Jimmy, the last 2 standing, and Echo only has 2 first aids, but Jimmy, nowhere to be found. He could be playing the healing game, and there you go. Jimmy's on the other side, but we don't have visual yet how many first aids he has, but hopefully we'll be able to see, and we'll evaluate whether they're actually playing the healing game or not.
There comes Daybot from the flank side. What a nice bait setting up by Alan. And finish off Echo straight away, left with Jimmy in the case of DBD right now. Still waiting if there's any, like how you mentioned before, first aid, how many he has in his possession. Back to the side of the circle. Well, Alter Ego got the best place there is. With Infinity coming up from left side. They were still fighting. It's going to be FaZe. The one that's actually on the bridge. This is going to be a death bridge with a lot of toll will be given here. We're talking about death toll will rise up on the southern side of a bridge of Chem Alpha.
Yeah, there are like, what, 2 or 3 teams at the southern side at the bridge, and FaZe Clan
4
will have a fun time. Yeah, excluding FaZe Clan. Because I was thinking, my thought process is that FaZe Clan is the one gatekeeping them, and they have that big advantage. But let's see how TEM Entertainment overcomes this. With about 5 more seconds on the clock, Lycan down to 40% of health. Daybot gets one for himself, but FaZe Clan still holding this bridge strong.
At the same time, Box Gaming also tried to cut across, which is quite further than what we're witnessing right now. TEM Entertainment Bavy got one. Kobe, but shot down from behind. It's going to be NFT Ramon shooting him. And this is what we worry for this, guys. Maybe all of teams will actually lose this one, but NFT Ramon's going to just put a bit of a band-aid as they trying to go around. At the same time, Onzen's will actually just build this one out. Box Gaming is still lurking around the corner. They're just swimming over instead of just crossing it. Quite smart coming up from Box Gaming, but Onzens can whip them out.
Okay, let's see here. Onzens, he knows. That's it for Trisme. Goes down. And now it's going to be the last man standing. Break for Box Gaming. Now that he has that information that someone's waiting for him at the corner, it's going to be tough for him to move forward. But at least he has an area where he can... Oh, looks like he can pick up his teammate. That's 1 second. He can still use his first aids, but he only has like, what, 4 first aids, and that's about it. But the vehicle drive by Onzen, that should give them a signal that the enemy has moved away.
Yep, and also, I don't know what happened to Alan. He fought himself just now for GIDS, now leaving with 1 man remaining. Tony K knocked down by the side of Max. Coming up from BN United, Vampire slowly being surrounded by the side of Sem9, creeping in towards their compound. At the same time, it was really smart coming up from Box Gaming just now, finding one particular spot to revive. This spring over Ravenclaw, knocked 1 down. He's trying to find 1 more while reloading his magazine, tossing out the Molotov to a side of Stone, and make sure that nobody can revive Ravenclaw while they will be baited towards where Ravenclaw being knocked down.
Oh, Sem9, they know this hill like the back of their hand. They always play here during even previous seasons, so they know the terrain very, very well. Now they're trying to take advantage against Vampires. Vampires, of course, they have the high ground against Sem9. That's their advantage at this moment. But what's going to be important as well is the circle moved away from this area. Both teams need to fight. We're talking about the 5th to the 6th circle. It's not that playable unless you have tons of first aids.
Yep, definitely true. More than 1 HP burn out by second. Ego Esport eliminated next. That's going to be the end of them. Same goes for Box just now, who's barely make it alive. Four Rivals taking almost the entirety of the team, taking the center. We're talking about Alter Ego spreading out quite thin between themselves. These Xavier left with Lamborghini on the northern side. Infinity will have the challenge against Four Rivals if they want to cut across, but they got the compound still inside of a circle, so it's going to be fine. 7-9, the furthest away team goes for BN United. Alter Ego on the other hand, fighting Vampires as well, try to show their domination on the high ground.
Oh, I really want to know how the Infinity and Four Rivals got onto the left side, because normally they are on the right side of the map as their regular drop spots. So, and they still maintain all four their members. That's amazing. And we didn't see much of the action on their side, so they evaded everyone. What a good rotation that is. I really want to review that again. But now Alter Ego, as what we talked about, they have a prime position on top of this hill. They're gatekeeping everyone who's trying to get in.
What a spray from Bombit is just beautiful. He didn't even whiff, and the recoil, he controlled it so well with that barrels plays. Back to the side of Renalre, tried to spot the rest of Empire. They already built that place already. He couldn't get the same spot players twice there. For the side of 7-9, slowly you're going to backstab Vampires. Vampires being hammed down quite hard here, with Alter Ego taking the high ground advantage. It really suits them. While BN United taking on Sam 9 as we speak at the foot of a mountain. This is going to be a really risky movement for the teams. BN United trying to creep in. Vampires taking most of the lower side south of part, but Alter Ego have spread the best one, and they getting more when it comes to eliminations too.
Yeah, because they were there at first, so they know how to park themselves in key positions, key entry points in this hill, and they still have the advantage at this moment. But now, look at this, the Infinity needs to fight against Four Rivals, but Alter Ego has a buddy from afar, from the high ground, and stopping the Infinity from moving forward.
And now Infinity got shot down by the side of Alter Ego is just having the best vintage point up here. And they're still taking it more. Fnatic making such a gateway for the team here. Taking down Infinity one by one. He can finish things off by himself as long as he got himself that resources enough to use with. But at the same time, he himself is such a invincible two teams down there.
Yeah.
Four Rivals couldn't even move out as well.
I know, right? Like Four Rivals, even if they want to come out, and they have to come out of the compound anyway because they don't have the circle. The moment they do that, Alter Ego will shoot them down. There's nowhere for the Infinity and Four Rivals to go. The Infinity, they can try to get elimination points out of Four Rivals, but look at this. The shots coming from Fnatic, stopping them at their tracks. Logan goes down. There's not much they can do.
Oh, Mela gonna force himself out. He almost got one, but he knocked down instead. Changed to FPP just now. But Vogue and the rest of Four Rivals, they don't have time to reset here. Definitely got the entire team of Infinity out right now. Only left with one member. Tony's just hugging around the corner. But Fnatic making it so hard for the players. They can't move forward. Fnatic is just having the best vantage point with a clear view, taking the entirety of also Four Rivals just now.
Yeah, there's no way they can outplay that. Gotuni, the best they can do is play the healing game. Not sure how many first aids he has, but probably that's not going to be much. He definitely can out-heal the Xavier Lamborghini at this moment. Lamborghini is currently in the circle, it's just that they don't know where he is. And if Lamborghini shows himself right now, it will be third place for him. So he'll definitely want to look at this. Players left in the game to go down at least one more before he maybe want to try his luck. But he's also on the outside of the circle. He'll be forced to move. And Lamborghini 1v4 in this kind of situation. Actually, we kind of think about it, right? It's kind of doable because the opponent is spread out. And Lamborghini, if you can take them out one by one, there could be a possibility of this enormous clutch.
That's a tall order for the side of Lamborghini since 4 men of Alter Ego is surrounding him at the same time. But Lamborghini, he spotted out Fnatic, while Fnatic definitely knows where he's at possibly, but I'm not sure. Right now, I don't think so. Here comes Lamborghini trying to take on Opa. That's going to be the last one. These Xavier's out for the third place, left with Infinity. Now it's down to the healing game of Tony. He's still got 17 first 8. Now this is going to be a really slow death.
Yeah, this will take a while, but Lamborghini's situation, if you kind of think about it, if we want that fight on top, he's on the clear. Like, he can reset himself. There's not much that the bottom people can do, but he still needs to move forward. But as he moves forward, maybe he can try to snipe them down from the top one by one and maybe able to pull off that crazy clutch. Although it's super, super tough, I totally understand that. But I just want to put out like a small percentage of a possibility there if he won that first fight.
Well, right now, Alter Ego still waiting for the last person of Infinity. Might have a dance for Fnatic. He's having fun right now, just waiting. I think he will be the MVP for this round. He scored himself quite a number of eliminations from the spot that he's been standing the longest time. It was a perfect view for him as well. I mean, like Alter Ego, he definitely has this in the back. But for a side of God Tunny, he can shoot if he wants to. It's a bit too far. But at the same time, the wall is making it so hard for him to actually land any shots there. It's just a matter of time for him to just playing the healing game. Still going to play second regardless, yeah.
Yeah, I mean his position early on, it was hard to challenge Fnatic at that kind of elevation with a kind of view, and he can anyhow if they try to shoot him down, he can just back off and play with the geography. And anyway, the Infinity, they were busy with 4 rivals as well, so there's no way he could have been challenged on top of there. I wouldn't be surprised if because of that he will be the MVP because of his positioning, because of all the eliminations that he took, and I'm sure he dished out a good amount of damage as well. Definitely his. But Godtuni, okay, he's done finally, and that is it. Ladies and gentlemen, Alter Ego with the King of the Hill win. This is their chicken dinner to open the day.
Well, a strong start for the Nation team this time with the chicken dinner that was flawless at the vintage point. It was blessed by the circle as well. Ended up on the highlands. We can call it highlands, high grounds as well. But back to it, how we talked about rotation of certain teams. I do know that, I'm reading chats, just saying. You guys did say, I mentioned about Infinity not taking fight. They take fight, but they take fight when times really matter. Example there, we saw Infinity, even though they lost a lot of men early on, and they rotated quite far, usually they drop around the Paradise Resort on the outskirts of it, but they still managed to secure a couple of eliminations during the process of transition, especially after the third circle. So the first 2 is always about surviving. In this case, a lot of team kind of being eliminated too early on. We're talking about DBD fighting previously with another team entirely. Vampire shooting at Yoodo Alliance. Whoever swims is just almost impossible to reach there because there's so many blockage coming up from the other teams.
Yeah, the moment you got caught out, that's it. Like, if you're in the water, there's nothing much that you can do. And that happened to be the case for Yoodo Alliance. I understand why they do that because the rotation on the circle is really, really far from them. And there's a lot of choke points that they choose to go through land. They took their chances to go through water. Wasn't that a bad decision? It's just that they were unlucky that they were still guarded by vampires at some point. But speaking about being guarded, just look at this position. How are you going to challenge Fnatic? There's almost no way. And he'll be happily farming all these eliminations.
I do want to know how much Fnatic they secure by themselves. Here, we saw Norway got 2. And overall, I think they might get the only team with a double-digit elimination because of how the background they have. For Lamborghini, it was a nice, valiant effort, but at the same time, it's just not going to be enough. Still, what a game for Alter Ego. It just went so perfectly well. Just everything, rotations, placement, everything is just on point for them. Even the throws are not being used that much because they have been having a clear line of sight to shoot down everybody that moved down there.
Yeah, and their positioning is also thanks to their regular drop spot together with Circle. It's a quick move for them to go up to that high ground. I mean, the moment you see this kind of circle and you get the advantage of going up on the Camp Alpha mountain, you definitely want to take that. It's easier always to, like, if you're on top and you try to go down, rather than if you're down and you try to go up and you need to challenge teams like Alter Ego is already up there. So it's pretty much like a no-brainer kind of move for Alter Ego based on their position as well.
And for Alter Ego closing up, they didn't get the double digit, but still 9 eliminations, securing 24 points. This is going to change when it comes to overall rankings later. Infinity still, even though they didn't get a lot of eliminations, but still because of their 12 points ranks, putting themselves in second place. But 4 rivals managed to survive as a third and got still the same elimination number as Infinity plays at third. The Xaviers, without any eliminations here, securing just ranking points, got them 10. There's a 3 10s in this round, TEM Entertainment and SEM9 as well. SEM9 and DBD have been really aggressive early on, but it's just not doing well when it comes to getting into the circle because it was a tough one. We saw how hard it is to get in.
Yeah, it was, especially for DBD, if you compare the both of them. They had to fight like GIDS at some point, the circle went up north and so on and so forth. But yeah, it was a tough one for them anyway. But I'm kind of surprised as well. I thought that Fnatic would have gotten it. I'm sure you would be thinking the same.
Definitely.
But 2 elimination points, 635 damage. I think it's because of the ratio of eliminations versus damage. In other words, he did a lot of work for his team.
Now make me wonder how much Fnatic actually dish out the damage. Because he's been shooting 4 rivals, Infinity, and other teams before that. Definitely, they got himself quite a number. But here comes the overall ranking. Still, Infinity stays at number 1. And when it comes to second, TEM Entertainment doing better than last week. Got himself 2 chickens here. Triple team, we're getting himself 2 chickens on top, including Geek Fam at 3rd place. It's nice to see a different flag sometimes. The Saviors, this time, they're doing it really strong when it comes to week number 2.
Well, a little bit too bad for Buriram United because of that early exit. They will still be stuck at page number 2, so it was too bad for them. Vampire, they're catching up. It's actually the difference not too big. So with the amount of games to play again today, there's still possibility for these Thai teams to be on page 1 at least. But I'm also excited, like what you said, is to see different teams as well being up there. Geek Fam, they didn't play in this round, but the Xavier moving up as well. And then GIDS, Alter Ego, they're also challenging for that top spot too. Still able to catch up to the Infinity depending on how the Infinity performs today.
Oh, but by the end of today, you still have to wait. Is it going to be majority of the ties in the first and 6th placement again? Because they still have a lot of games to go. And within one match, I'm not surprised they got themselves a new record to start with. So far, the highest elimination is still 16, taken by BN United and Geek Fam. But the others, I mean, like, we will finally get ourselves a 20 eliminations by today or not. But back to our recap here, Cloud, what's happening?
Yeah, so the flight path, because it was on the left, so it was tough for some of the teams that like to drop on the right. Now, I really wanted to see how the Infinity moved towards the left, unchallenged in fact, because just look at their starting drop spot. Khao, Tadmore on the outskirts of Paradise Resort, regular, nothing unusual for them. But it seems to be a slow move for the Infinity. Just keep an eye on where they move. Still playing at the top even though it's like the later stages of the game. So they got a vehicle, they zoom straight into Camp Alpha. That is how they do it. They avoided the areas where Alter Ego or where Sam Knight or where D Xavier was, and they parked themselves on the left. That's why they were unchallenged towards that later stage.
At the same time, you guys might have asked why is nobody coming up from the southern part, because there's FaZe Clan there, bridge camping for a bit, and more towards you know, being have a bit of a choke point down there. I think around 4 to 5, including Box Gaming, kind of eliminated down there, as well as NFT. But for the ones that survived, they didn't actually get into the circle late. Now that's really important because they won't be gatekeep like how the other teams coming up from the southern part. Back to the side of 4 rivals versus Infinity, the one winning here is going to be Fnatic, and he shouted out for Ronaldo and the rest of them, Potato and Pombe, actually join hands to take down the teams down there. It's really a tough hike for 4 rivals and Infinity. There's no way out at all. We're talking about Lamborghini playing out from the back line. There's no way for him to actually survive versus a 4 of Alter Ego, but Tunny, well, that's the max you can do when you're playing healing game. That's it. You can't get chicken regardless.
Yeah, looking back at that replay, right, I think the most that 4 rivals or the Infinity can do, even if they got out of the house safely, is to hug the high ground, just the lower part of the high ground, and that's about it. It's not like they can go up or anything, and that will also put them in a position that, oh, they will get shot from up. So it is a very tough position for them. There's no way Alter Ego can be challenged in that kind of circle. So it was very clear. It just depends on who gets what position and maybe extra eliminations from each other, and that's about it. But this kind of circle, it's always very tricky. But hey, at least the good news is that Sanhok is done, so we'll be focusing on Miramar next.
Yep, and just now, they can actually go through that, going around it with smokes, but the problem is they don't have enough utilities. This is what we mentioned way back there in the quarterfinals. They have to save up some of their utilities just for the sake of the last few circles, but in that case, really tough for them. But when it comes to Miramar, it's also back towards the high grounds. We watched just now how Alter Ego take away Sanhok with the high grounds advantage, and this one is going to be the same. But when it comes to Miramar, the teams for the summary this time is still on the first match just now. Alter Ego and Infinity. Well, Infinity, Tony played the healing game. I think the last time we saw him was with 17, the minimum. And I think he had more before, went maybe 20-ish before he started healing. And definitely he was his time in the blue because of his playing healing game, that's it.
Yeah, the time in the blue. I guess that plus during the early stage, I'm pretty sure they would have tanked out the blue because that's how the Infinity plays inside of Sanhok. If the circle is far away, they wouldn't mind taking out a little bit during the first phase, second phase of the circle. But that is Sanhok, and that's done for this week's Sanhok map. now next we will be going to 2 Miramas back-to-back. So again, what is a stat without a Thai team, right? We have to have FaZe Clan in there. We have to have Buriram United representing Thailand. But besides that as well, we have Alter Ego just with that chicken dinner and SLD that will be playing the next round.
Oh boy, SLD has not been shining that bright if we compare with last week, but they still maintain consistency in the middle bracket. But outside of Alter Ego, they have been really strong starting off today. They just got themselves in one chicken dinner that's going to contribute quite a lot when it comes to overall rankings. But here comes the group A, B, D, E. Like we mentioned before, group C is not playing. There's going to be Ego Esports, FaZe, NFT, and Sam9. Now, the others, on the other hand, when there's Group A, again, it's going to be 5 Thai teams instead of 4, because Group A have double of them. TEM Entertainment, when it comes to this week, really remarkable performance. But I'm loving how these Xaviers just change up their momentum this week as well.
Oh yeah, they fixed a lot of their mistakes from last week. Last week they always got caught out in between two teams, sandwich, always not checking their blind spots, tunnel vision, and all the what sounds pretty basic is actually what happened to them last week. But this week they seem to be fixing all of that, and just by fixing all the basics, we can see what sort of result it brings to T Xavier. Can you imagine that if they can continue on this sort of momentum, not making those same mistakes again, next week they'll be super scary, and especially into the grand finals if we do see them.
Yeah, that's true. Minor tweak change a lot when it comes to dynamics. We talked about these Aves and Geek Fam, but what we will be changing is still going to be for you guys, Bobo Boy. It's going to be the PUBG Mobile collaboration with the local animation of Bobo Boy, which is going to be soon. Right now it's already October, so you guys, all you need to do is just wait for it.
Yeah, just wait. To be fair, they didn't mention exactly when, but if you know what, if you look onto the of the social medias of PUBG Mobile today, you would have seen that there's another slight teaser of the Bobo Boy. So head on to that. Not going to spoil it for you guys. I also do check it out from time to time inside the game to see what's up with this. Could it be a bag? Could it be a weapon? Could it be a voice bag? Could it be skins? We don't know. I don't know as well. We here don't know as well. So you guys, just keep an eye on this. You don't want to miss out on this. Super stoked for this collaboration.
What a taunt. They don't even have any graphic for us to give any idea what's happening here. Still the PUBG, the usual one, the classics graphics. But here comes another one. Today is not Wednesday, today is Sunday, but 3 more days to go. You guys can actually get yourself a double point with Rabu Padu's second phase has begun. So don't forget to hashtag Rabu Padu Menang Selalu and get yourself a classic coupon crate. And maybe more than that, because you can get yourself weekly prizes and double up the points, especially if you log in and play during Wednesday. So don't forget, there's only a few numbers of Wednesdays left. This is gonna be ongoing until the 31st of October.
Yeah, so until this month, in other words, we only have a couple of Wednesdays left to play for you to get those double points to climb up the ladder, so you don't want to miss out on all the freebies inside the game. And that is, again, those reminders for all of you before we head on to our Miramar game. Now, Miramar game, yesterday we saw a southern circle that was really interesting. It was towards the high grounds of the southern side, just below of Chumacera, and it was an advantage for teams who have taken over those high ground spots, especially the Infinity yesterday. They were super duper strong. But will things change today? Of course, it depends on the circle and of course how they feel like they are performing today as well.
Speaking of circles, there's 2 different circles entirely yesterday. One is the one that's spotted out by Cloud, which gave me a southern part. The first one was actually on the outside of Crater Field, ended up in the very unique place, which is going to be the high ground of the mountains nearby the Crater Field. So yesterday's circle, I mean, like, not just yesterday, the entirety of PMPL South Asia Circle has been really unusual, unorthodox, outside the box. Whoever tried to read out the pattern still cannot pinpoint it out. But at least for the first few circles, it's really important for you not to be too far away. Definitely try to find vehicles. So we might have a bit of a vehicle brawl when it comes to Miramar because of how much they want to fight against each other early on. But this time we're going to have to wait and see if things going to go up really well for the Thais, because Vampires, they got caught red-handed or got down in the previous match. And they are right now with Buriram as well. in a sort of uncomfortable position. The only Thai team's not in the first page. So we're waiting for them to actually do something miraculous to actually push themselves upwards, because that's what happened last week.
Speaking about the Rico Brawl, it reminds me of yesterday's Irango game.
Bansu?
Yeah, the Bansu one. Yeah. So I wonder if it will happen again, if we'll see that again later on. We wouldn't mind. Please entertain us, in other words.
Not just that, Bansu outplayed with a punch. Time. That was a DBS he was fighting against.
Yeah, it was a shotgun versus a punch.
It wasn't a shotgun. It was DBS or shotgun.
It was a regular shotgun. But still, it's a shotgun, right? At that rate, you won't expect a shotgun to lose.
And he stole away the vehicle.
Yes, that is the cream de la creme.
I mean, like, that was definitely how you outplay your opponents. Even though you have nothing, but you have your witty part of it, it's enough. But we're gonna actually draw our prediction right now. I forgot what I predicted, but it's going to be Vampires and TEM
both Thai
Entertainment.
teams. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I mean, can't complain. If there's a Thai team there, it's like, yeah, okay. Duh.
Yeah, you can't deny. They are Titans for a reason.
Titans,
But I feel like Vampires is more desperate than TEM Entertainment this time.
Honestly, between these two, I would like to see Vampires get the chicken dinner.
Vampires are really down there. I mean, like, they are not in the spot where they used to be. And Vampires, remember how they just within one day, they start to change a lot of stuff and bulldoze people from behind.
Yeah.
We're waiting for that to happen again. But for TEM Entertainment, it has been a great week for them.
They're good. They're okay right now. So it's all about. I want to see again Vampire. Now Vampire is like the TEM Entertainment last.
Yeah. They didn't land in chicken yet today. I mean, like the whole week.
They did.
Okay, at least they got.
But they are like the last place among the Thais, and their last place is like have a gap between them and Buriram United. So it's like they're like, hey, you down there, in Thai language. Just imagine that.
How do you say it in Thai language?
ขอบคุณครับสวัสดีครับต้มยำกุ้ง
Oh, nice try.
Okay,
but we're gonna see. I mean, like, we do know that's gonna talk about food later with Grab delivery 50% off with PUBG and promo code. You guys don't forget about that. But for Miramar, it's all about high grounds, vehicles, circle, and flight path. It's always about that. And also, whoever tried to challenge the map, I do wish we get a bit of skirmishes of the vehicle brawl again, but that was, I think, a wrangle. So it's quite a rare sight when it comes to Miramar because, well, Miramar is a very dusty map anyways.
Yeah, for that to happen, we have to first hope that the flight path is like at one corner. If it's a flight path, it's like nicely sliced in the middle, then it's very unlikely for us to see that. But if it's like at the corner, then we'll see some desperate moves trying to grab vehicles or maybe even getting eliminated while they're still on the parachute. That has happened in PAL, by the way. So do check out the PAL as well. It's cool. But we'll check out Miramar Game 2.
First Miramar of week number 2. And we're back in the game. That was a slippery headscarf I have. But we're back into week number 2, first Miramar of the day. So we're going to have to wait and see if the flight path really going to contradict with the circle. We did have Valdemar yesterday. So today will it be the same since we have a north flight path? If it happens to be Valdemar, we do have Ego Esports playing, if I'm not mistaken, around Chumasura. That's going to be the advantage if that happens there.
Yeah. So, because of that kind of positioning, if the circle happened to be in Buriram, minus the valley, those high ground areas, they'll definitely have that advantage of like going up first, of course, if they choose to. Well, other than that, the Infinity, we know that they're very good at playing that kind of terrain. Even at the last couple of days where they didn't get that circle, or they didn't get the chicken dinner, but they still did fairly well because they know how to move and get advantage based on the geography. So they are really, really knowledgeable about that. But keep an eye on the northern side, around the areas of Campo Militar. I think there could be a small scuffle but between Boom and GIDS to get vehicles, but so far it seems to be alright. Okay, no big moves yet.
Yep, speaking of the group D not playing, Chumasura will be vacant since Ego Esport will not be here as well. But Circle is very generous as we speak. We do have a couple of teams actually going on the northern side. GIDS, Boom and 4 rivals. Now this is going to be interesting if they happen to be moving in the same direction towards the circle because they are pretty much sharing the same compound here.
Yeah, I know, right? So let's see. I think they have the information. I think Boom saw GIDS, and obviously right now GIDS sees Booms. Well, Booms and Boom, get it? But anyway, because they have the information that, okay, both of them are in the
versus
same area.
Booms.
I know, right? It's very confusing whenever we say that. We say
Which
Booms.
Booms? The player or the team?
Yeah, and then there's like Boom in front. It's like, yeah, I know,
Boom.
right? If you're just listening to this without watching, you'll be like, which Boom are we talking about? But never mind, it happens. But D Xavier, PN United. Now, earlier on was 2 Indonesian teams. Now we're talking about 2 Vietnamese teams in the same compound.
Both of them are looting up as fast as they can, but in the meantime, feels like they're respecting their own territory, not gonna cross over the red line of death, as we call it, between these territories, shared compound. Nobody being the first elimination, so nobody being the first blood yet. Quite a good start and a very generous circle. Just shows that the 4th and the 3rd circle will be so crucial. We might actually have half of the team just being eliminated during the 4th one. So keep your eyes out while we're waiting for them to loot up. Oh, they're testing out their scopes towards a Molotov too. Interesting. The bottles.
Yeah, I know, right? I wonder maybe they're trying to see what brand is it. But you guys out there, don't forget to join on to the PMCC 2022, which is also the last chance to play in the PMNC 2022 as well. And maybe create your path towards joining the PMPL of next season. 40,800 ringgit on the line. QR code on the left. If you just missed it, you can rewind it a bit, or we will show it to you again later.
Now, speaking of a team, we talked about 4 Rivals example. 4 Rivals, the DBD, they are really strong when it comes to team fight. Try to get eliminations. Yes, we never question that. But what they're lacking, in my perspective, this is just my 2 cents, take it or leave it. They're really kind of lacking when it comes to rotation-wise. Just having a bit of timing. The time is just a bit off. That's it. If you compare with Infinity and all the Thai teams, even FaZe in this case, they are so well balanced when it comes to individual skills, when it comes to how they control their barrels, when it comes to how they try to approach a fight. But they do have that side that the other teams are having a tough time to have a grasp on, which is going to be their tactical part. And they just work out so well when it comes to organize the team towards a movement, reaching to certain compound with a certain amount of time. Now, I did ask some of the Thai players back then, how do you always rotate and get yourself center of a circle and predict that right? They always mention about when there's 30 more seconds on the clock before the zone closes and shrinks even further, they will have to start the move, regardless how many teams they are, fighting against. Unless if the team is stopping them from moving forward or advancing towards the circle, then they only will take a fight. If not, they will get into the circle first. Why would you want to jeopardize yourself and put a huge responsibility and pressure on the entire team just for the sake of getting eliminations and being pushed in by the zone as well? So it's all about the clock and the timing for the time. So they're really disciplined when it comes to organize this with a team.
That absolutely makes sense. I would say a lot of teams try to do that, but in practical, you will see that teams who do well, they practice that. And teams who don't, well, we all know the end result of that. And what is the major thought process behind doing that is that they need to decide like where to go even before the circle closes. So it's like they need to like kind of simulate like, okay, if the circle goes up, where do we go? If the circle goes down, where do we go? So you kind of like have this idea in your head, and the moment like what you said, the timing is right, 30 more seconds, or maybe the moment circle pause, whichever it is they choose to play with, they make that move immediately without hesitation. Just like how Bacon Time right now, not hesitating to shoot against Geek Fam.
A lot of visitors on top of Picardo. A Geek Fam happened to pass by and Snipes got clipped just a bit here. Too far for Noise to have a straight-on shot with a very limited amount of scope having around him. Geek Fam managed to escape Picardo and pass it, survive unharmed. So Geek Fam definitely have themselves a bit of a space to just build their loot up. So Snipes tried to find whoever shot them before, which was Bacon Time from afar, but couldn't land any sight of them at all. SLD, like usual, after they loot themselves up, they get themselves in the high ground first, just to make sure everything is clear. Ransom Martin, and it seems like very vacant Ransom Martin. We don't know how the circle will progress later on. it might get really generous, it might get really tricky. So it all depends on how well the IGL call out the shots to move.
Yeah, so, and plus this kind of circle is actually kind of okay because it's somewhere in the middle, so you have a lot of room to play. Then it just depends on whether you want to play on the high ground, you want to play the compound, or you want to play in some of the slopes, or whichever that you choose to play with. But looking at this kind of circle, of course, options are still good. So you can see that a lot of these teams either choose the two prime places, which is either a compound or either a high ground. It's only these two. The slopes normally might come in towards like 4th or 5th circle when there's limited options to play with.
Alter Ego just got himself a last chicken dinner. Just on top of water treatment, compound hopping. Just to be sure if they need any extra equipment they can equip themselves with. Can find any. At the same time, trying to think about the rotations based on the circle as well. Buriram spotted out Vampires. It's going to be Kengzo again being the informant for the entirety of Buriram. Spotted out by Fluketh, who tried to take him down. But at the same time, not sure where are the rest of Buriram at, but it's going to be Vampires trying to lock down Kengzo, making sure they can't run away. But at the same time, the terrain is just too hot for him to spot on those bullets right into his Kengzo.
Buriram United got the warning shot, so that's why they're like, okay, nope, we're not going to have any of that. You spoke about 4 rivals and the way they're playing, so after really like zooming in onto some of their movements and their rotations, it feels like they, at some point, like they do a lot of YOLOing. They just go towards from point A to point B, and in obvious roads. Yeah, if we do look at like, there's some clips inside the community that shows that, okay, their movement inside Erangel as an example, when teams are really, really close by, and that's like the 4th, 5th phase of the circle, they move into the circle using open areas, like the road, for example, and that's an obvious spot for them to be gunned down. So that's a little bit of those samples of YOLO movements that's kind of questionable, and they have been doing that fairly often, and that puts them at a bigger risk. So I think that in terms of those kind of movements, maybe it's time for them to get a little bit creative in terms of how they move into the circle.
That's kind of true, especially when it comes to an open or main road. There's not much barriers between it. You can't take covers if you're being ambushed anyways. You have to be extra careful. Infinity Bay will be visited by a set of Geek Fam. It's on top of Picado. Alter Ego just rushing to 4 rivals, passing by April, and the rest of 4 rivals not happy with it. They're going to park themselves here. Potato and Pombit. Spot out Pamburo. April is in different compound entirely to take the biggest house for Alter Ego with Potato and Pombit. Fnatic on the other hand, spot out by Appy from the back line. And here comes Pombit coming on from flank. The way they approach for Alter Ego is just so well organized. They coordinated themselves quite fast in between them, but Renore on the ground with that nade just now. Pombit tried to pop the smoke and might actually help to revive, but at the same time, who's been shooting him from afar?
And it was Strong Z from SLD somehow nading Pombit down. Not too sure where that nade came from, probably off screen, but it definitely butted in onto the fight between Alter Ego and 4 rivals. So now we can see that Appy tries to go in for an off angle. They're trying to go in for the flank. One of them moving towards the high ground. That's going to be Volky trying to get the advantage. But he needs to do it quick because Alter Ego, they could close in after their teammate has reset it.
Oh, Fnatic still hesitant about making the decision here. Renore being revived, but Fnatic got shot down again by Gosu. Where the heck those shots coming out from? It's definitely 300 meters away because it's not even on the small map right now. With Trongzin, they got themselves a high ground for SLD. They're taking the third party here. What a nice view. With a Mini 14 M416 Gosu and also Trongzin just making it so hot. SLD taking on Appy bit by bit. The ones that are winning this is going to be SLD. That's not being under the radar for Alter and 4 rivals at all.
Yeah, it's the advantage that they're taking at this moment. To counterfire upon them, it's going to be tough. But now speaking about fights, Pombit goes in, Pamburu goes down. It's down to the 2-man of Alter Ego to pick up their teammate and also finish off the rest of 4 rivals. We can see that Appy as well as Volky, the last 2 members, still alive. And Volky, is he bailing his teammate? Oh no, he managed to pick him up and they need to move out quickly.
Oh, they need to build this one. It's just too far for him to spot SLD. Got himself a high ground. He got shot again. Here comes Gosu. Oh my god, let's go. Here comes the spray. Renari tried to build us as well. Who's the ghost been shooting us for sort of alter ego and also for rivals? Definitely, this is the usual spot for Ghost and the rest of SLD. Boom, Okta just trying to take down the 4 rivals who fire back onto them, and they just stop 4 rivals. Oh no!
I mean, they were shot at by GIDS as well, so they need to abandon ship to reset themselves. You know, they would get shot down anyway, and look at this. Because of the combination between GIDS as well as Booms, 4 rivals have nowhere to go, and they got eliminated at number 16.
So many vultures. They try to build, wherever they go, there'll be somebody else there. When you try to run, you can't hide. Here comes Geek Fam, trying to snipe out Infinity inside of a warehouse. Snipes again, try to spot out Tony. He knows where. Oh, he missed it. Oh, he missed the moment. He missed just a tiny bit of a moment there. Logan trying to go towards the side of Tony at the same time. Yuhai waiting the right time to ambush in. You know how crazy Yuhai can get. He can go solo if you want him to. He's just ready to just push forward by himself.
Yeah, that's always their play style. That's why you can see, like, in this kind of position, like Yuhai is at the front and he opens up fights. If he's able to get 1-2 knocks, the rest of Geek Fam will come in. But till then, Yuhai will be like, okay, I'll try to look at my own opportunities, not going to be micromanaged by his team. And if he doesn't see an opportunity, he knows when to fall back. So this is a good discipline shown by Yuhai. If we remember back in the day of like PMPL Season 1, Yuhai would have been all out in this kind of situation. But now he knows that if he's not in a good position, he'll just come back to his team.
I'm loving how Damroot just just really taking care of the entire team from their backside, giving Box Gaming's information. You saw the moment the information relayed. Snipes was trying to scope out on the ones behind. But GIDS, we just have a bit of a replay of these Xaviers and Buriram here just now. I think it's just really a good fight coming up from the Xaviers who've been really strong this time. But Buriram, they are really going it not so well for comes to performance. Kenzo finish off Duck. The Xaviers taking on TEM Entertainment. So they're taking 2 teams at a time. Both Thai team fighting the Xaviers.
Ooh, the Xavier, they have the high ground, but then again, they do not have the manpower. Duke as well as Rabbids is gone. But there's another team on the northern side they need to be aware of that's on the other side of the road. So Buriram kind of sandwiched between 2. But not in a tough position. Yeah, it's going to be TEM Entertainment on the other side. But TEM Entertainment, they need to be aware of another team on their right.
Well, so many teams happen to clash here. We talk about a third circle going into a 4th and a half a team left, definitely. Back to the side of GIDS climbing the hills with 1 vehicle of a pickup truck between Daybot and Snizzle in there. I'm not sure without the rest of them, the other 2, Booms and Allen for now. But they are definitely inside of the blue zone. We do have the only team in the blue zone right now, GIDS. SLD on the other hand, slowly creeping up to a sort of bacon time. Shirty on the high ground. Armstar feels like he spotted them out, but Truong Zin is just so sneaky. He knows exactly where to pick way early on until now.
Yeah, bacon time being forced back because of those warning shots. And plus, they don't have ice with them. The ice is on the lower ground, so it's as if they are playing as a trio. But now, Alter Ego and Booms! Alter Ego with the advantage of Potato, getting 1 knockdown against Booms, and that's Booms going boom away.
Hexas bleeding out really fast. It's going to be exchange of 1-2-1. The nade coming from Okta was huge. Entry point for Boom. Now Okta will pop the smoke as well, trying to revive one their mate. Hexas on the ground. Potato just going to cook up the nade once more. Renari being finished off instead of Boom. But 1 more knockdown from Allen. GIDS is there as well. But all teams of English nations are fighting each other. They're having a bit of a civil war here.
Oh, let's not forget the fight is happening on the outside of the circle. Bombay goes down, Potato moves in. Potato is racing. But the fight is over right now with Booms being eliminating Alter Ego and Booms with the fight. But then GDJ, yes, they could move in to be the 3rd party.
Oh, yummy. Needs to run. Yummy's missed.
Oh, it's
Allen's cooking up
Allen.
Will take down one around the Rosie. Allen.
To the left.
Yummy.
Oh.
Boom. Eliminator. And Box now from the high ground. What is happening? 1 more team going in. This is a graveyard for these guys.
Oh, it's 3rd party after 3rd party. I mean, it's not only in this situation. The entire round seems to be the case. Now Boss Gaming is trying to get advantage of this. Boss Gaming still on the outside of the circle. The circle shifts towards the southern side. And it's going to be on top of Lost Illness. Pretty much an open area, except the area of Geek Fam. That's the only high ground in this place.
But at the same time, Vampires happen to clash with DBD on the right side, upper right. At the same time, we do have a lot of team coming up from the northern part. And this is where things get really interesting. Whoever sees who's first, they're going to be shooting down. But if you miss it, you're going to dig in your own grave. And SLD being spotted out by Box, just going to go for this engagement and just change their direction. But Chuang Chi being spotted out from behind. DBD still fighting against Vampire. Flukev being chipped quite a lot of HP there. They toss a couple of Molotov and other utilities. Jimmy OP cooking up the net, tried to go for the high toss. But at the same time, they need to spread out more. But if they want to spread out, there's another team on their right side, on their other side of the circle, the northern side. There's one more team waiting there. Well, Bacon Time taking off for SLD. Vampires versus DBD having a bit of a stalemate. Mate.
Okay. Let's not cry over stale milk. But anyway, DBD. Wow, what a spray coming for Echo. Knocked down the stone. Vampire seems to be in a tough position. But Damon onto DBD for the flags. He gets one for himself. Could he get more? His teammate is down. But Flukev countered by a pawn by GIDS as well. 3 teams. 4 teams even in the same mirror fighting right now.
Oh no, who's winning? We have no clue. GIDS has lost 2 singles for DBD. Down to only 1 then possibly. Alan is still there for GIDS. Fires. Knocked out for the last one. Sheps. That's it. They're being eliminated quite early again at 34. Yes, going around.
Yes.
Oh no, Alan. Alan cooking up the nade. That's going to be the last member for DBD as well. Now back towards the side of GIDS. They need to have a reset. They lose a man quite fast with the blue zone coming in. There's also having one more team coming up from the front here. No time at all for them.
Oh, in the blink of an eye, like, what, 3 teams got eliminated just like that. Now we're down to 34 players and we're still, still the 4th to the 5th phase of the circle. Everything's running really, really fast. Gosu shoots down one for himself. Now the circle will be revealed to us, but now it's going to be Gosu 1v1 and Gosu is going to win the fight with a high ground advantage.
SLD seems like they're winning against Bacon Time. Ice, the last member, trying to go around the corner and just evade all the fights entirely. But the moment Ice just steps into the circle, Geek Fam waiting, Infinity waiting, and also Boss Gaming trying to take them down. How can Ice survive in this case? Infinity straight away taking the middle of the zone. Geek Fam on the other hand, still too busy to fight all left, right, and center. There's so many teams up there. Boss Gaming, the nearest one to them. But Infinity Miller being shot down by so far on the side of Geek Fam, but Ice still survived.
Oh, but nice. We shot down from afar by break from Boss Gaming. Boss Gaming coming in. They need to win the fight against Geek Fam. Time is not on their side. 10 more seconds on the clock. And break tosses a nade, but the counter nade coming from Geek Fam. And that's connected to Boss Gaming. Boss Gaming has Trisman at the forefront, but break needs to reset quickly.
Oh, right now, Trisman tried to heal himself up, but got only a couple of band-aids to work with. U-High spotted out SLD movement. BN United got himself inside of a circle already. SLD Chuanji taking on Break. Here comes Trisman taking on, trying to actually save Break, but it's just too late there. SLD, they've been fighting a lot of people. Now they have somebody else backstabbing them. It's going to be BN United. Shunots and the rest of BN United, one of them parked inside of a safe zone, but the other 3 will be playing the outer zone for a bit. At the same time, they are on the lower ground, so it's just so hard for them to pick over on Geek Fam's side. But the one coming up from north is not an easy path, even though they got themselves the high grounds. There's too many teams up there.
Oh, my name. What happened? My name, Buriram. Looks like they're in trouble. They're still on the outside of the circle. Baby goes down to Mika. Coming in from the northern side. TEM Entertainment seems to be in trouble as well. They're still on the outside of the circle. They have one player inside of it. Look what happened earlier on.
On 10, double, triple nade. What the heck was that nade just now? That was insane from them. Onza, what a play. Back to the side of Geek Fam, taking on TEM Entertainment. And it's going to be excellent. And Onza left, but there's also one more player on the flank side. Snipes. They have no clue where to go next because there's so many teams around them as well. Infinity still inside and not being challenged yet. But the moment they step into the safe zone, they will be gatekeeper and be choked by this side of Infinity. Under Smallman and Astro still going to survive for TEM Entertainment. PN United spotted out from Yoodo Alliance. Triple Boy coming from the left side of Circle, taking on ShineLikeDiamond. The rest of PN United will build this fight.
Oh, Damroot now coming from the other side. Tries to take down one from PN United. PN United seems to be in trouble, but Silas managed to eliminate rounds in. And that is it for SLD with 5 elimination points at number 7. Now Geek Fam, they managed to go into the circle. They managed to reach the rim of it. But there's one player behind them. They need to be careful of it. Backstab, but it's now going to be Geek Fam versus TEM Entertainment with Momo going down.
It's going to be Addict League taking down Yoodo Alliance, taking down from the back here. Mormon knocks on the ground. Snipes tries to spot Amaso Zip, but it's just not a clear view. But Yoodo Alliance coming up from flank possibly can take a peek on the side of TEM Entertainment. But Amaso Zip realized how risky they are staying at the same place for a long time. Decided to change a bit when it comes to their perspective. Geek Fam taking a high ground, but quite a flat plane in front of them. Olio playing around on the outside of the circle. Now they need to get in as fast as possible. They got only 15 seconds left. Yoodo Alliance, they spotted out BN United, in the same situation as they are. While Infinity still taking the best spot there as they got themselves to compound this sort of a circle.
It's going to be tough for BN United. 2 sets of eyes looking at them. The Infinity as well as Yoodo Alliance. But Geek Fam moving on to TEM Entertainment. SOC tries to take one down. SOC with the spray. It does not connect enough. And Stars trying to fire a port. But the invasion coming in from SOC. Stars now in trouble. Stars goes down first. Fightings are on set together with him. SOC takes 2. And looks like Geek Fam is down to Damroot and Yuhai behind.
SOC making a way for the team, but it's going to be Addict League next. And now he's cooking up the nade, tossing around Moment. 2 of them knocked down by TEM Entertainment. Finish off by the side of Geek Fam. Yuhai butting into the business. Geek Fam, Yuhai, last member or not, he doesn't care. He just takes every opportunity he can get. With 1 man knocked outside of Geek Fam, I'm not sure if he can reset his teammate or not. Never mind, there's no time. 1v1, v4, v3, v3.
Oh!
Mela taking out the last member of Geek Fam. That's it for Yuhai.
What a quick shot coming from Mela. That was beautiful indeed. But now the Infinity, the players in trio, they do not have Newsy. BN United is starting to move in the players in trio as well. But Yoodo Alliance in full squad coming in with full force.
BN United coming in from the low ground. Alan for GIDS. Not sure if he got himself no healing utilities, only band-aids. How can he work himself through? He got spotted out. He spotted out Shamil just now. Couldn't fire because of his HP is too low. You need to play by time. Infinity still got the warehouse, got the strongest compound, even got themselves a circle again. Shamil and the rest of Yoodo Alliance didn't spot out Alan. This is going to be a problematic situation for them because that might be the backstabber later when they start to charge into towards Infinity's compound. BN United have the same idea. They want to take down Infinity, who got himself the solid compound to work with 4 walls barricading them. And Tony got himself roofed up with a high view. Spotted up by only taking down the most important person of Infinity, the informant. Taking out straight away, and Alan, the last member of GIDS, also decimated. We're down to 3.
Almost got out the Red Bull boy. That was really, really close there. Red Bull boy with about 10% of health left. The circle moves towards the southern side where Yoodo Alliance is closest at. But it's still on the outside of the circle. BN United needs to find their way through as well. Looks like 3 of them from BN United in the same area. 1 nade could rule them all. They need to be careful. But speaking about nades, it's going to be Olio taking out the Infinity with one nade.
It's going to be Shamil trying to pin them down as well. Not even able to have space to move. For the South BN United, they are trapped in the corner. While Infinity down to 1 man. Yoodo Alliance, they have a shot of winning this chicken dinner. They have 4 men well in luck. Jamil slowly giving a slow down sort of BN United. While Infinity, they just like what 10 meters apart for Addict League and Infinity right now. Jamil and Olio taking different angle entirely. Now start to push forward.
Oh, it's looking good now for Yoodo Alliance. Now the Infinity, they are being challenged. They are being stomped at. Mela can't really move. Mela needs to move forward, but Mela wins that fight. But 10% health left with the zone coming in behind him. Can Mela survive this? There's still more from Yoodo Alliance waiting for him. At the same time, Olio takes down BN United. The Infinity goes up to at least in 2nd place, but Yoodo Alliance has something to say about it.
Oh, Mela and Logan, how to do this, how to go!
Red Bull boy!
Red Bull boy taking a 1, and Shamil finished things off! Yoodo Alliance with that chicken dinner! I mean, they might have lost it. They were so close of letting it slip by.
It was almost a clutch for the Infinity. Almost, it was a really, really close one. But Yoodo Alliance stood strong and won themselves this chicken dinner. It was a good game for Yoodo Alliance. Loving how they moved towards the final stages of this circle from the left to the right, clearing anyone that's in front of them. And what a well-deserved chicken dinner for Yoodo Alliance.
That was a really, really close enough. Yoodo Alliance, definitely that's they are playing at the edge of their seat. Even though they got 4 men just now, but the 2 members of Infinity, the moment they step out from that warehouse, there's definitely no barricade, no covers whatsoever. That's the downside of having a warehouse or a compound. And then you got yourself in circle. It's just the moment you stepped out and the circle not comprises of the building, you're gonna have a bit of a problem to defend yourself afterwards. But it has been very quiet at first because of a general circle. As we mentioned before, the third and fourth circle where things get really hectic. So a lot of teams being bowing out quite early. Alan been surviving quite long, man.
Yeah, I was surprised in fact because I saw him inside the blue like for the longest time, and somehow he managed to crawl himself into the circle, managing a 4th phase finish while everyone was fighting against each other. I mean, this level of survivability inside the blue was beyond me, especially in a map like Buriram, but he still managed to get his way through.
A lot of teams being eliminated on the northern side of the map because of the high ground, so a lot of teams are fighting for it. That's why most of the teams that are coming up from the north, only 1 or 2 teams start from. At start it was like what 6 to 8 teams at first. TEM Entertainment just got caught. So many teams got caught in the middle. And if you notice, there's so many teams coming up from the northern side. Nobody coming up from the southern part of the circle. It's all because one of the many reasons. It's an open street. It's a low ground and open street. Everybody wants to go for the high grounds. And Yoodo Alliance is just so unlucky. Infinity came out from that warehouse too late. One of the many reasons they're being surrounded by so many teams. If they got out quite early on, that might be a fair fight for them. But still, congratulations for Yoodo Alliance. That was a nice chicken dinner they just got themselves.
Yeah, looking at the replay, it was a really nice setup there by Shamil, playing as a support role, playing behind. So whatever happens, he wouldn't be in the crossfire of like whatever happens at the lower ground or at just in front of the warehouse. And when the moment the Infinity is forced to show up, even though he gets 2 knockdowns, he could have got a 3rd. I mean, we're talking about the Infinity here, but because Shamil was in an off position, he can shoot back a counterfire onto the Infinity, and that's how they secured that chicken dinner. If not, it could have been another amazing clutch for the Infinity.
I'm surprised just now how Mela didn't try to toss a couple of grenades first before they try to get out from there, so you might actually make space. Possibly they don't have that much grenade by the end of it. Double-digit elimination, the only team with 10 elimination, double-digit here. It's going to be Yoodo Alliance. Well, they grind their way towards the circle. I'm not surprised they got that much just now. Infinity this time being very quiet with 3 eliminations only. Well, we talked about another team with high kill volume. It's going to be Geek Fam. You saw how UI just obliterated some teams there, even though he's solo player for Geek Fam in the last minute. But Geek Fam Snipes has been sniping quite a number of teams. If I'm not mistaken, maybe picking fights against these Xaviers, also different teams at the same time. 2 or 3 teams at the same time.
Yeah, I would say it's a very good team effort if you ask me. Like everyone played their role, but you know what, this guy, because of his survivability, you gotta give it to him. Like he's the MVP for this round. 5 eliminations, 922 damage, 5 more MVP points. I believe a lot of that has been contributed to like maybe like how he actually survived or how long he actually survived for his team. But besides that, he did a lot of damage as well, so that's absolutely okay. But this guy is time and time again the MVP for GIDS, the standout player in fact.
I think he is one of the most incredible assets for Indonesian players. I mean, like as Indonesian as a whole, he's one of the best players in Indonesia right now for Alan. But back to our overall ranking, for our weekly ranking of week number 2, day number 5, which is going to be last day. Infinity still stands strong at number 1 and number 2 spot. Seems like the top 3 are not budging anytime soon. Well, we have GIDS climbing up to 4th place, only 4 points shy with these Xaviers who being pushed down to 5th place. Bacon Time pushed down as well, 154. Alter Ego have a 150. So far, we're having a bit of alternation between the flags. I'm loving this time. FaZe dropped themselves at 9, while Boom still stagnant at 13. Well, at least Vampires and Buriram slowly climb up here.
Yeah, it's nice to see that sort of diversity, right? Especially on page 1. So every country has a representative inside of page 1. And if we look at how close the points are as well, the Infinity, they're still not in a comfortable position. Geek Fam could probably do it. Maybe even GIDS if they come up with something big. And we have 3 more games to go. Anything can happen. Number 1, number 2, number 3, and all those premium spots are still up for grabs to all these teams. So my oh my, what this weekend's ending is an even more exciting endings compared to last week.
At least we don't have 50-point gap between the first and
I
second
know,
place.
right?
I'm loving this. At least everybody, it's within their reach still to get themselves a top 5 or top 3. But we're just going to recap back about our first Miramar of the day, which won by Yoodo Alliance. The flight path on the northern side since the start. Even I think it was really reachable for the players. Whoever wants to drop in north, whoever tried to drop in North Del Sur or Puerto Prieta is just a bit too far. As long as they got vehicles, it's okay. But this is where it was a bit feisty for the teams. The one that actually coming up from the high grounds to get towards the last few circles here. Because there's so many teams dropping on top of St. Martin and fighting on top of Picardo too. So it's just very few teams actually survive there.
Yeah, again, if I just want to highlight again the Infinity, if you look at how they play this game, it's like the way they play it is not linear. It's like, okay, this round we try to do it this way, next round we try to do it the other way, and so on and so forth. Like we look at Sanhok, right? The way they play it is like, okay, we play it slow, we come into the circle later on. But this time they play it faster. They go straight into the middle, they find a spot that's really good for them, which is this warehouse, and they stood there for the longest time, which of course they had the circle advantage to help them out as well. But the idea is that they played it faster in this round. So it just makes us and everyone else, or maybe even the other teams as well, wonder what will they do in the next round. This makes them unpredictable, and it's hard to counter against this sort of team play.
That's true. But for this round, we're looking over, the moment they want to step up for Infinity is just a bit too late because of the crossfire happening way too long. And Infinity couldn't pick out from that warehouse. I'm not sure if that's a nice spot for them for the time being. Up to a certain extent, it was a nice barricade. They got themselves a warehouse, but until the last minute, it kind of trapped themselves in a moment where they need to get out. It's just a bit too late. But before we get into more games for our final day of week number 2 here, we want to thank our sponsors. First, which is going to be Realme GT Neo 3.
Yeah, thank you so much to Realme for being our official smartphone partner. Realme with the GT Neo 3 comes together with a MediaTek Dimensity 8105G chipset as well as a dedicated display chipset. And we also like to thank our official livestream partner, that is TikTok, #BeTheOne TikTok Challenge. And don't forget to follow our official PUBG Mobile pages, PUBG Mobile My Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, as well as PUBG Mobile Official PH. And thank you to our official food delivery partner, GrabFood, with 50% off GrabFood order promo code PUBGM, only for new users. Terms and conditions apply. And speaking about GrabFood, we are also going to grab a little bit of food for ourselves as well.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see. I'm waiting because I'm looking at my food who just sent over by Grab. But I don't have the promo code because I'm not a new user. So hope you guys have a nice dinner. We're going to come back with more actions later on. I'll see you guys in a bit.
ต้นเกมที่กอตตันนี่ตายไปก่อนนี่ก็ไม่ใช่ต่อที่ทีมอื่นหรอกนะอ่อนเอครับก็เลยตายก็ไม่อยากจะโม้เรื่องนั้นนะครับแต่ทีมผมก็คว้าไก่แรกของทัวร์นี้มาได้และอีก3เกมที่เหลือก็ไม่ได้เอาเลยครับต้นเกมที่กอตตันนี่ตายไปก่อนนี่ก็ไม่ใช่ต่อที่ทีมอื่นหรอกนะอ่อนเอครับก็เลยตายฟินขอแต้มไปแบบฟินๆแล้วนะครับ
Memang sekarang kami lagi di bawah, tapi jangan lupa comeback PMPL ID kami kemarin. Buat tim-tim yang di atas, jangan senang dulu. Kami siap datang senggol posisi kalian.
Untuk kita, para tim Indonesia yang lagi berjuang, semangat dan jangan menyerah. Mari kita berjuang sama-sama untuk memberikan hasil yang terbaik bagi Indonesia.
Perjuangan kami masih panjang. Kami akan terus memberikan hasil yang terbaik. Support kalian semua masyarakat Indonesia akan terus bersama kami.
Buat para fans, tetap tenang. Liga masih panjang. Perubahan gaya bermain pasti akan kami lakukan. Kami pastikan kalian tidak akan kecewa dengan performa kami ke depannya. Dukung terus kami. #IndoPride.
Untuk tim yang main dekat week 2 nanti, korang hati-hati. Kita orang akan bantai semua. InsyaAllah kita akan buat yang terbaik untuk Malaysia.
Có vẻ như là các đội tuyển cũng như các fan hâm mộ của Thái Lan đang khá hài lòng với kết quả của họ ở tuần thi đấu vừa rồi. Nhưng mà đừng ngủ quên trên chiến thắng nhé. Bởi vì chắc chắn tuần thi đấu tiếp theo các team Việt Nam sẽ quay trở lại cực kỳ mạnh mẽ và sẽ đem đến chiến thuật cũng như lối chơi mà khiến các bạn bất ngờ ấy.
Dear PUBG mobile players, welcome to the new version. In this video, let's take a look at the game's new and improved social system. In the new version, we've fully upgraded the gifting system. An even greater array of awesome gifts are now available. First, we've added popularity rankings and clout value. This measures an individual's generosity by how many gifts they send to other players. As a player's clout ranking increases, they'll unlock prestigious rank perks. Go see which of your friends is the most generous. In this update, we've added Guardian Gifts. Guardian Gifts last for a period of time. Once sent, the players form a Guardian relationship to reflect the significant connection between the players. There will be a dedicated ranking for Guardian duration. The gift wall is another new feature. After players receive gifts, the gift wall will display the progress of gifts received. When a player gets all the gifts of a particular theme, this will unlock a themed medal. Furthermore, in the new version, the player who sends the most gifts becomes a gift sponsor. A ton of new gifts have been added to the shop, including those with special effects. Go and buy a gift for your best friend. In this update, we have revamped the Synergy system. We have created a new Synergy Anniversary gift. During special anniversaries, players that have built connections will receive rewards via in-game mail. What's more, players that have built connections can obtain Synergy ranking rewards. We have added a Synergy recruitment system to help players post recruitment information and add friends. Go and recruit some friends. In this update, the number of friends a player can add has increased from 200 to 300. Friends can now be pinned to the list. In order to make it easier for players to use team reservations, we have lowered the threshold for making a friend reservation. The Synergy requirement has dropped from 50 to 5 points. In the new version, reservation info will still be displayed in the chat window. Players can send more kinds of invite messages and view the real-time status of reservations. At the same time, the in-game display for reservation requests is now clearer. Don't miss a reservation invitation from a friend. For Team Up Reservation Chat, we have added a quick chat feature to send Team Up reservations. This will allow players teaming up in the lobby to quickly send common messages. Try it for yourself. These are all the major improvements to the social systems in this update. There is more content for players to explore in the game. If you want to learn more, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Have you gotten your hands on the new weapons in Noosa yet? Let's start with the tactical crossbow and firebolts. Firebolts are a new type of bolt that can only be used with the tactical crossbow. Ordinary crossbows can only be used to ambush one enemy at a time, while the tactical crossbow and firebolts can set certain buildings on fire for blazing tactics. This is especially useful against enemies who are hiding inside. Next up is our highlight, the NS2000 shotgun. It uses 12-gauge shells when hip firing and shoots single-round slugs when aiming down sights. If you encounter an enemy at close range, don't bother aiming down the sight. Just take them down with one shot. Even if you're fighting alone in an urban area, you can easily wipe out all enemies by yourself at the tap of a button. You can also aim down sights and use the single-shot mechanics to easily eliminate enemies at a distance. Noosa is a small map, so the play zone shrinks really quickly. Not only is it important to offer exhilarating gunfights, exploring the map has to be fun too. That's why we've prepared the quad for you. Climbing slopes is a piece of cake with the quad. Now, you don't have to avoid rocks anymore. Ignore the terrain and charge right up to enemies whenever you see them. They won't have the time to react after hearing you. The quad is fast and doesn't flip over easily. It doesn't matter even if it flips over, as it can recover quickly. Call your friends and try it now. Zip lines in the elevator can both be used to help move about. So what are the interesting ways to use them? Zip lines usually appear at places of high elevation, such as the roofs of buildings or at the top of a mountain, allowing players to quickly travel between them. Players can quickly search for supplies and escape the blue zone. When being pursued by enemies, a zipline can be used to quickly get away. It's even possible to drop from a zipline halfway through to catch enemies by surprise. Furthermore, ziplines can be destroyed. Players can use the zipline to quickly reach the other side, then destroy it to prevent enemies from giving chase. Damaged ziplines also make good locations for ambush, as enemies may try and repair them. The elevator can be found in the tallest building of Telepack Town. The elevator can be used to quickly go between different floors. In actual battle, Players can use the elevator to quickly get to the roof and to intercept enemies that come up from the lower levels. It's even possible to hide in the elevator and wait for unsuspecting enemies to enter to score a surprise elimination. Zip lines in the elevator are sure to help players out in battle and create all kinds of unexpected situations. So play PUBG Mobile and try it out.
Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka Military Base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops. during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erengel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erengel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
GT Neo 3, Neo Speed Awakens.
And welcome back after the break. This is the 2022 PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall, brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the beautiful Choo Choo right beside me, and I just learned a new word right before we begin. But we also need to thank our official smartphone partner, Realme, with the GT Neo 3 that comes together with the MediaTek Dimensity 8105G chipset, as well as a dedicated display chipset, and our official livestream partner, TikTok, #BeTheOne TikTok Challenge. Don't forget to follow PUBG Mobile, my official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, as well as PUBG Mobile official PH. And thank you to our official food delivery partner, GrabFood, with 50% off GrabFood order. Promo code PUBG app only for new users. Terms and conditions apply. And 3 more games to go before we see who will top the charts. Here's the head-to-head from the previous round.
Just going to recap what happened in match number 2, our first Miramar of the day between Alan and also Olio. Both of them having quite a number of eliminations and MVP points. It's more towards Alan if you compare it with Olio. We did, Alan is just doing Alan stuff, definitely. We're 45% of just Alan contribution towards the teams. Even healing is more to the side of Alan. I'm like, how many first aid he actually has? 1,800 just by himself.
Yeah, and he healed like what, during the 6th circle maybe, and we're talking about Miramar, right? Miramar is very, very hard to heal, but he still managed to survive up to that top finish. But the most damage as well, again, is going to be Alan, 929 damage, but also accompanying him, we have 2 members from Yoodo Alliance, Olio and Shamil.
I'm loving the fact that for Indonesian players, yes, they're also Yummy and Oktar, but there's also Alan. It's like Alan and everybody else. It feels like Alan and Friends show for today. But definitely, this is more that we expected from the side of Alan, and Yoodo Alliance performing quite alright for today. I'm looking at them last week. They have been one of the best Malaysian teams in the first chart or first page. But this week it's not performing that well. If you compare, Geek Fam is actually the one that's doing quite okay when it comes to week number 2. But back to it for today's match, we have Group A, C, D, E. Group B not playing. That's going to be Infinity, BN United, Alter Ego, and Yoodo Alliance for our last Miramar of week number 2.
Yeah, now with the Infinity not playing this round, there is a possibility that they might be overtaken after this, but we need to wait and see what happens to their closest contenders, of course. So keep an eye on the charts, especially for like teams like Geek Fam. Right? Finally, a different team that can, I wouldn't say a different team, a different region that can challenge for the number 1 spot. I would say they're still in the running at this point.
That's kind of true, but we're waiting if Vampire's going to do anything about it. Same goes for the side of Buriram, since they are playing for this round as well. The only 2 Thai teams are still placing themselves on second page. If you compare it with all the other Thai teams, already got himself on first page, and especially to talk to TEM Entertainment and also Infinity. Well, speaking of the Thais, well, we can never speak enough of them, but I do want to see a bit of highlight and spotlight of a Vietnamese team. And speaking of which, SLD performed quite well when it comes to last Miramar. But you guys watching at home, you can try a bit of new Sun map as well, as we wait for the real official map comments later.
Yeah, inside the new Sun map, well, we've repeated this a lot, and you would have seen the show match as well. It also has the new tactical crossbow that will allow you to create a zip line so that you can move from area to area. You can use this tactical crossbow to burn down some houses as well. If you haven't tried it, it's fun. You gotta try it. This map is very, very balanced as compared to the other small maps. Lots of high ground to play with as well, so be creative.
And speaking of map, we're always going to hop towards the side of the set, so you do know after this we'll have the ultimate set. But before that, we're going to just going to show you guys again the RPM 15 available for you guys to have a grab inside of your PUBG Mobile game right now to get yourself the Clairvoyant Fox set and the Midas Fortune set. Next one is going to be the ultimate set, which is limited time of you collectors to just take this away.
Yeah, for you collectors out there, you don't want to miss out on this limited time. That's going to be the keyword. Spectral Swan set together with the Cosmic Inquisitor set, and it's available right now. A lot of sets to be collected this month, so you got to be ready with your collection. And of course, not to forget as well, the Bomb Boy will be coming out later, so that's probably going to be another set. What exactly it's going to be, we don't know yet, but what we do know is going to be the PMCC coming soon.
Yep, if you want to try your path, your career path towards the pro players, especially if you are still studying, you're 16 years old and above, You can combine your team with other institutions or even your campus or even your schools. Be part of our PMCC 2022. You have a chance to actually get into PMNC. Then your pathway towards there, which is going to go towards PMPL 2023. So it's one of the most convenient way to be a professional player in the future.
Yeah, and of course, if you want to go there, you got to go in style. So do check out the first original PUBG mobile sports car currently available. Some of you might have had it, but there is a collection, so you might want to have all of it. And what I personally really like is the one on the left, the one with the black and gold. I think that's really, really sweet. For those of you who already have it, create a content for us because we want to see how it looks like inside the game. Don't forget to hashtag #BeTheOne and tag us as well in TikTok or wherever you post your content on.
Yeah, also have a bit of a race car. We actually all have all the collection of it because we want to know which one is the fastest. But this time I'm surprised. Yesterday we had the same when it comes to Xavier's. This time we both had it boom.
Well, a booming in this round. It's okay. It's they're like this team that's like, okay, we go really good one round and then after that they kind of go quiet. So if they were to go really good, maybe it's in this round since it's in our prediction. Of course, we will want something to take home, but their inconsistency has been quite a concern.
Yeah, that's kind of true. I think Boom is one of the team that's best perform when it's 1v3 or v4. Because both Ulfta and Yummy really does well when they've been cornered up to the point they have nothing else than to bite back. So in this case, is Boom really need to be one of the teams that's really down there for them to bounce back? Or they're just, you know, a bit complacent right now, just really struggling to make sort of a decision making coming out from the side of Boom. But they have been hot and cold. Definitely they have to make a change when it comes to the gameplay.
Yeah, they definitely need to change up their stuff. They need to find that level of consistency, considering that today's the last day to wrap up the week, and next week is their final chance to secure this spot into the grand finals. But speaking about the final, this will be the final Miramar map that will be played today. After this, it will be next week's story. Teams might change out their playstyle, so this is the day where they really need to grind it out for Miramar.
Yeah, and speaking of the teams that's not playing, definitely there are some teams trying to take advantage. Since we're not having Group B Infinity, we're not be playing TEM Entertainment. This is their time to snatch away the #1 spot. And the gap is not that too far either. So we want to see if there's any team doing something unorthodox, something that we never can be expecting to actually happen in our last Miramar when it comes to week #2. Let's not waste any more time. Head straight into Miramar.
Miramar! This is the final Miramar for this week. And Miramar, very exciting map indeed. It's very difficult to play. You really need to know the geography like the back of your hand. But aside from talking about the geography, we got to talk about the flight path first. Looks like it's going to be a bottom left-ish sort of flight path, meaning that teams who like to drop on the northern side might find it a little bit difficult to get there.
And that's kind of true, especially if the circle is actually on the northern side. I'm talking about 4 rivals here. Who's actually playing? So it's going to be a bit of a problem for them to drop on Christopher. Even around Heseda de Patron or St. Martin is quite a far-fetch, but it's doable for them. The one that actually dropping on south is going to be really a cruising day for them as we speak. Definitely it's going to be a good day for Ego Esports that love to drop to Masera. But the question is always the same. It doesn't matter the flight path towards your drop spot or not, but it matters most if the flight path is too far from the circle.
Oh, I'm keeping my eye on to, I believe that is Buriram United. They are having a nice big split on top of Puerto Paraiso. Probably trying to get into Impala, not too sure what their idea is, because one of the players is lurking around the areas of Lost Moon and very dangerous indeed. Maybe it's taking a bit of a risk to get a vehicle. But this circle, one of my favorite circles, and it's really tough to play. And we can see that Boom is on top of the circle together with Ego Esports, who drop into Chumacera.
Now back to the side of Impala, I'm not surprised if Buriram wants to drop there since Alti Ego's not playing. So it's a good time for them to get there because it's quite vacant. But the one that's quite worrying is going to be here, Boom and also Eagle Esports. There's still a bit of a distance between them. Since Eagle Esports actually do have their place on top of Chumacera. The other teams, on the other hand, especially the one dropping on North. I don't know if they want to make a big U-turn or not, since they plan to drop where they're supposed to be. But since the circle just happens to be on the southern part as well, right on top of flight path, now it's going to be a bit of a risky move if they got back into the circle too early. So might as well play the yo-yo here.
Yeah, definitely. We can expect them to do that. There's a lot of space to play with still. We are talking about the biggest map, that's Miramar. But besides that as well, what's interesting about this kind of circle, so the win rate for this sort of circle normally goes towards the Infinity because of their, they know how to play it. Firstly, they know the terrain. Secondly, they know the timing to get in. They move really, really fast with this kind of circle. But the good news for all other teams is that the Infinity isn't playing. So that will also mean the domino effect of like other teams taking those spots could happen. But who could it be? And what's their playstyle? How do they like to open? This will be question mark towards the teams that are playing this round.
And also, speaking of Boom and also Ego Esports, they land that third, so it's theirs to defend if they want to. But the problem with you playing the defenders is going to be how long you can sustain your resources if you try to defend on one spot and hold your ground. That's the biggest issue they might actually have. So that's why most of the team like to play a bit of a yo-yo. What we mentioned by yo-yo is just going out of the circle first and then going back in and maybe out again just to replenish the resources or maybe try to gain information as they try to send a scout on the outskirts. Now, Geek Fam, they have been really well this week.
Yeah, I mean, Geek Fam last week was very, very different for them as compared to this week. So far doing so well, and they still had a shot of taking over that #1 spot towards the end of the day. But of course, they need to start off strongly in this round. So far, it has been a decent round for them, but can't say the same for 4 rivals. We did talk about their issues within, whether it's this week or last week. It seems to be like the way they move, they put themselves in a very open position, very dangerous position as they try to get into the circle. So that's something they need to reflect on.
I personally think at 4 rivals and DB, they have the same issue here. We're talking about hot-blooded players. They really want to go for the fights. They are eager to go for the fights. But the problem with being too eager for fights, this game, PUBG Mobile itself, is all about survivability as well. So now that's where it gets really tricky, because how to survive and being aggressive at the same time so you're not attracting too much attention. In Battle Royale, the problem with you fighting too much is that the gunshots can be heard by the players in certain radius, and you will be the magnet of attention by all the other teams to go towards your direction and being part of it as a third party. So you have to finish and wrap things up really fast and make sure you will not be the center of attention. If not, you will have no time to reset, and there will be swarms of other players trying to take your place.
Yeah, but it's a little bit different for SEM9 though. SEM9, I think rotation-wise, they're kind of okay. Like, they know where to be and all that. But yeah, it feels like SEM9 is like, whenever fights happen, they tend to lose fights. That is probably their biggest issue with SEM9. If another team starts to crash into the compound, their win rate is not encouraging.
So they're the reverse of DBD and 4 rivals.
Pretty
in
much,
this case.
yeah.
If only those teams actually try to have a bit of a middle ground, you have a bit of this, you have a bit of that, you might actually as good as the Thai teams, because that's what they are right now. They know how to balance out when to fight, when to engage, and when to go all aggressive. In this case of Beacon Time, Style has been one of their star players, got himself the high ground first. The Xavius and the other teams, well, it's been a while that we haven't seen any sort of skirmishes of clashes quite early, because you know that only happens within the first week. The first week is so important for them to actually mark their territories, and if they lost their drop spot during that time, they have to find a different one. In this case, that's why the second week has been a bit quiet when it comes to first, second circle especially. The third phase is a different story, because that's where a lot of teams try to get close to the circle, because that's going to be definitely easier for them to predict for the next circle if you compare it with the first and second. FaZe have been very quiet the past few days, but you know what? I'm not surprised if FaZe still gonna come back when it comes to next week, especially.
Yeah, I guess at this moment, we'll definitely see FaZe in the Grand Finals. It's a matter of like what kind of starting point will they have in the Grand Finals later on. But speaking about FaZe as well, what's going to be interesting today is for us to see whether finally Newsy will be able to overtake Tony K as the MVP, or at least in the running to be the MVP, because Tony K has been there since the start, and now Newsy has closed the gap to a 0.1 point MVP point. So do keep an eye on that. So far, we haven't seen big moves from either of these players, but with 3 more games to go, I have a hunch that Newsy can overtake Tony K.
Possibly. Because last time we saw them, it was 0.1 point difference between the MVPs. Now, Mela is going to be quite a stretch, because last time we saw him, it's like 0.5 of a difference. So if you compare between these two, especially how FaZe performs today, and Tony K has not been performing for a recent time of week number 2, always one of the first few to be eliminated inside of FaZe Clan, actually have a shot for the side of Newsy. But back to us, I'm not sure if there's another new player coming and squeezing for the MVP race by the end of the day too, especially coming up from the Xaviers. And even Geek Fam, Yuhan might actually on the run. GIDS taking the rotations towards the shoreline. Now, how many players are actually coming up from south here?
So GIDS, sorry.
Bless you. GIDS, there's also already Puck in their boom. There's also Ego Esports. So not many of them actually coming out of Los Higos. So I assume that's around 5 teams possibly coming out on top of a Minas Desert or on the southern part in a bit of quiet way so far. Nothing happened. A lot of teams taking the blue zone. I think that's around 5 of them. 4.
Yeah, so with this kind of circle, of course, it's on the southern side. So not too much of a surprise that some of the teams would play a little bit slower. Also because of the flight path. The flight path was on the south as well. So for them to go up and come back down will take time because they need to loot and so on and so forth. The first phase of the circle, second phase is still kind of okay. So it's common for us to see some of these teams, they like to tag it out. 4 rivals, they always do that. Buriram United is common move for them. NFT as well is a common move for them. So right now we can see they are still on the outside. So that's absolutely okay. And it's okay for them to come in a little bit later, because if they come in faster, right now, like we can see a lot of teams are in the middle of the circle, taking prime positions, high ground. So if they try to contest it, not only they will face the wrath of the team that's already there, but the third party is something to be concerned as well.
I agree, especially the terrain though. The terrain is so uneven, so easy to be the third party in this case. But back to the side of DBD, we mentioned about them earlier. I really love one of the teams that love early skirmishes. We're not surprised for them to start fighting on the second phase, even though they got 30 more seconds to get into the next one. TEM Entertainment will be the challengers here. ExoZip coming up from the flank side, try to reposition himself to spot those actually on the high grounds, since they are having a bit of a problem with the low ground advantage to actually see through because of this uneven terrain.
Jimmy, Ziggs on the high ground against TEM Entertainment. TEM Entertainment still below them. But then again, because the circle is still big and there's still a lot of time to play and everyone's in the circle, so I don't think there'll be big moves coming from either side at this moment. At most, it's just DBD just stamping their authority in this area. But this area is also kind of interesting. We got the Eagles with a high ground against Sam9 and Dap. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
He heard it.
He heard it.
Yeah, but that was going to give it another try. But I have a feeling for DBD just now, might drop a couple of nades. But for the side of Ego Esports, they had the buggy coming up. So how do they respond to this? Well, the rest of Sam9 will actually follow up. And never mind, that actually made a big U-turn and realized that, there's too much at risk too early on. No team being eliminated yet. We don't want to go a bit too soon with 0 elimination points. So it's just too risky for the side of Sam9. But also, the moment he tried to scout on the other side for Putra, spotted out on Boss Gaming. So Sam9 have to pick their poison really wisely enough here. So go on the high grounds or fighting against Box.
Yeah, I think Putra is just gathering information. Don't think they're really planning to go either side for now, because right now they are kind of comfortable inside the circle. This is, of course, in the areas of Chumasera. And based on Sam9's timing as well, because they normally loot around the areas of Power Grid, by them to come in at this moment, for sure, they will be the Eagles taking the prime position, the highest spot possible around this area, so they know that someone's there. So that kind of like gave me that thought, like, okay, Putra is just there to like just gather information, just get an idea of like the number of people that's around certain corners, so they'll make better decisions if they need to move away from the circle.
Well, the problem is not where Sem9 want to fight or not. The problem is what if Box want to force it, because feels like they're very aggressive, might actually charge forward with Bamsu on the vehicle just now, and they start to move towards this compound. Putra and the rest of Sem9. This is what I worry for Sem9, because might be the third party Ego Esports will butt into their business here. Putra cooking up the nade, saw the drop right across them. It's so near, but it's just so dangerous for them to pick over. And the circle hard shift towards the Chumasira side. It's going to be Chumasira circle all along. Definitely Eagle Esports knows this place best. But at the same time, if they fight too early, it might be a chance of risky everything. They know loss around the corner. GIDS taking fight against DBD finally. And this is where Yen tried to push forward, but it's a whole team of GIDS being cornered by DBD.
Oh, Jimmy at the front. Yen coming in for the other side. The nade will be cut down by Yen, tossing it on onto Booms. Will it land nicely? But Allen will be the first one to go out for the side of GIDS. Going to be first blood for DBD Yen. Booms goes down as well to Jamie. Looks like GIDS falling apart.
TEM Entertainment might actually take this an advantage as Mormon tried to push forward with the rest of the team here. The whole cavalry of TEM Entertainment taking advantage towards the side of DBD. Now they're being cornered. GIDS on the other side. And TEM Entertainment Mormon slowly crouching in, cooking up the nade. Seems like a perfect angle to a Ziggs. And there goes the nade tossing over. And it's going to be a big problem if one knocked down, because it's going to be entry point for TEM Entertainment.
Oh!
Badly taking down Ziggs. They will rush into it for TEM Entertainment.
Yeah, they're taking advantage of this at this moment. DBD, they need to fend them off, but currently they're on the outside of the circle. 1 minute, 40 seconds on the clock. Mormon will be naded out by Jimmy, and Jimmy has the advantage right now. Tossing another nade, hopefully to secure that elimination point. Will that nade land nicely on the Mormon? Looks like the answer will be no. Mormon can be picked up by his teammates.
Jimmy tossing another one, hoping it will clip and connect to the side of TEM Entertainment. Lucky enough, GIDS already built this fight. If not, be more trouble for both of these teams. We do have one more team just passing by. Now jumping over to the side of Eagle Esports. This is their compound. This is their lair. They know it like every single thing they know in this life. Not just the back of hand, it's like literally where they born in for Eagle Esports. Chuma series that place. It's so hard to take them over from this side. But for the sort of Geek Fam taking fight against Sem9. Again, a bit of a civil war for the Malaysians.
Well, it had to be Tony K that went out. So again, it's going to be tough for FaZe Clan. And Tony K could be overtaken because of this kind of performance. But then again, there's still a couple of rounds to go. Let's see what happens as Echo tries to secure the knockdown onto Rabis. Rabis down to 30% of health. And Rabis tries to find refuge, resets himself. If Rabis gets knocked down, his teammates will have a tough time to come pick him up.
Oh, same goes if they're being knocked down. He cannot even save him. Rabis, hopefully nobody trying to charge him from behind, but he's trying to hold the ground for the rest of the team to make sure they got himself inside of a circle for now. Octa being actually clipped off a bit by the side of Lamborghini with a Mini 14, shoot it from afar, stop over the Scar L in between just in case if there's somebody on his left side. But Jimmy OP now, where could it run? There's so many teams surrounding DBD. They have to actually get into the blue zone just to get into the safe zone as well. But look at all the side, the left side of the map is just too over-occupied.
Yeah, that's where all the low ground is at. And for them to climb out at this moment, it's going to be tough because high grounds, we have Geek Fam there, and then we have the Eagles. The mid grounds, we have Sem9 as well. So a lot of entry points have been blocked off at the left side even. Now the southern side, of course, has an easier entry. It's a little bit more loose, but then again, the terrain is tough to play. How the geography is, it is just wonky down there.
For me, southern part is actually harder. 4 rivals now getting into Eagle Esports. Getting this compound. Chua taken down for 4 rivals. Just arrived with the whole cover. We have another team coming in. It's going to be Box. Eagle Esports fighting against 2 teams at the same time. On a different angle entirely. They start to fall apart here. F1 with nobody else to back him up. The entirety of Box Gaming coming in full force. Taking them one by one. And then there's another team coming up as well. We're talking about 2 teams trying to challenge Eagle Esports at the same time.
Ooh, F1 all alone. Looks like he's trying to bail this. The teammates still behind, giving cover fire for F1. Namshin sprays away to the other side. Box Gaming can't proceed forward. The good news is that they're currently in the circle. The Eagles, they're fending off their fellow Vietnamese.
Oh, here comes a spray. Namshin hoping it to clip amongst the smokes. Kangzo managed to take down on DBD. I'm not sure how is DBD doing right now. As we look over 4 rivals, there's going to be 5 teams fighting each other. Ego Esports being surrounded by Box, being surrounded by 4 rivals. SLD coming in. I think that's possibly NFT as well coming out from the northern side. Maybe I'm wrong, but maybe in this time, it's just Ego Esports slowly losing men. GIDS actually there. And now Daybot just having a go 1v1 versus Chuangzin coming up from SLD.
Oh, the best part is 1v1 on the outside of the circle, but now Daybot has the opportunity to spray onto Tron. And Tron managed to get away using the turret to his advantage and getting back to his teammates.
Now, Moody, knocked down, bleeding out, being sprayed. TEM Entertainment, Associate, spotted our Buriram name right across. What a nade, another one. A big explosion, booming down one by one of Buriram left with name. Kangzo is just too far.
Oh my god! Oh!
A bit late reaction of response came from Buriram side.
I mean, from our visual, to be fair, we're able to see it, but for the players, it's really all white. But it's down to really the mechanical skill of the players. But now we focus on the 4 rivals against SLD. One of them went down. It's going to be happy, but it's going to be a shot from afar. Boke is currently critical. He needs to reset himself. Buru picking up Happy. At the same time, Gosu being gunned down. Quan Ji's in trouble as well, and he starts to move in. But the moment he comes in, it's going to be 1v3.
Oh, Break and the rest of Box is quite in the center, while we have Buriram still playing on the outskirts. They're quite far south. Eliminated first phase this time with 0 elimination points. Tiger, Axe, finish off. That's going to be last one back to back. Coming up from ties, Buriram and also FaZe being eliminated too early.
Oh, Boke managed to win that fight, and now he's picking up his teammate. They need to reset quickly before the team start to come in. Now we can see on the northern side, there are teams starting to approach them, and their area is kind of nice as well, together with some cover. So a lot of teams might want to take this away from them, but we move forward to TEM Entertainment on the southern side. 2 of them currently down. They're still fighting against Jamie from DBD. Jamie secures the elimination onto 1 from TEM Entertainment.
Currently, the circle ended up where Bacon Time and Eagle Esports as well of Box Gaming taking this. But the rest of them still on the outskirts. Asso Zip with the last member of TEM Entertainment have to fight through. Not really, there's 3 of them. Onzen still fighting against DBD. Jimmy OP, the last member for DBD, fighting against the 2 members of TEM Entertainment. But there's just no way. He can't go this way. He have to go rotation, but he doesn't have vehicles. You have to go by foot, but the problem is the circle is just too far off.
Yeah, the circle shifted up to the northern side. Now Moment needs to win the fight against Jimmy. If not, the moment he moves, he'll be backstab. The nade toss up by Moment. Will it land? But now we move to Geek Fam against Sem9. Sem9 having a high guard advantage, and he gets 1. Dabru goes down. Harm is the one to take down Dabru. Geek Fam is falling apart. Sem9 moving in.
Oh, here comes the rush, and Mika OP being finished off by the hands of Dap and Snipes and all the entirety of Geek Fam. Work wonderful as Unison unfolding. They're winning just now, but it's not done and dusted for Sem9 though. Boom, taking the domination where the elimination is right now the highest by far. 5 in their pocket, they want for more. They might add more 4 into it, but the problem is Sem9 just having a bit of a pit there. They don't have the high ground. They don't have the elevation to see things too. And at the same time, they're not that too far off from the safe zone.
But they don't have the advantage of the geography. Looks like 2 of them went down. It's now down to only Deb as Putra. Deb goes down. Putra, the last man standing. Sem9 seems to be in trouble. Can Putra do it as the final player for Sem9? He's still alive, but he's still on the outside of the circle. 1v4 if he chooses to fight against Boom. And now Putra still has an active vehicle, and the circle is just next to him.
This is the slowest healing that we can witness. Nothing else than just band-aids for the side of Putra. No first aids, but Box taking on 4 rivals. A lot of team going down quite fast, just within a second. We're talking about 10 teams remaining. GIDS taking on Vafel of NFT. While we're looking over Vampire, spotted out TEM Entertainment. Asso Zip and Nonsense left on that side. I'm not sure where's the 3rd person coming out from side of TEM Entertainment. I definitely feels like they have a 3. Never mind, down to 2. Fluketh and Ravenclaw try to push forward with Bacon Time watching on the sidelines.
Oh, Asso Zip goes down. Advantage taken by Vampires. Vampires, but he can't take another one. Fluketh is the next one to go down through the counter fire by Onzen. Finally taken down by Ravenclaw. That means TEM Entertainment is out. Number 1 still goes to the Infinity.
Now on the side of Boom, they're taking the high grounds. They're wanting themselves not in a tough spot when the circle matters here. NFT trying to spot down Daybot. Definitely saw him behind the haystack here, or even behind the rock. But Daybot finished off by the play zone. That's going to be Drone realize that, and that's possibly Daybot that's going to be on the kill field anyways. But now, how can NFT push forward? We're talking about Ego Esports right in the middle of everything. While they have Box Gaming on the other side, NFT, they're just having it tough because two teams eyeing out for them.
Yeah, NFT needs to deal with Box Gaming, but unfortunately, both of them are on the outside of the circle with only 20 seconds to play. Volky will be gunned down by Yumi from Boom. That means it's out for 4 rivals with 2 elimination points at number 8. And now Boom, they have the high ground advantage, but then again, they do not have the circle. They need to fight their way through still. Box Gaming and the Eagles next to each other.
And cooking up the Nate Namshin. Namshin knows the perfect timing, yeah? Feels like a perfect angle as well. Bansu cooking up another one. Feels like they're tossing over to the other side, and just 2 teams going on the side of Ego Esports. And there's Boom on the other end as well. Chris May tried to revive his mate. Bacon time taking on Fluker, but Bansu almost been chipped down by that explosion just now.
Oh, the Molly coming from Ice takes out Shrevs, and Fluker will be nailed down as well. Shrevs finished off by Ice. Looks like somewhere is falling apart for the Vampires, but now focusing on the Eagles versus Box Gaming. And now break will be taken up by Twazi. Twazi moves in, Twazi sprays on the cross, but can't connect those shots just yet. Trisman still alive together with Bensu. Bensu 10% of health, needs to reset quickly.
Oh, here comes Fancy on the ground. Now she's spraying over with an eye inside as well. And Trisman just going to retaliate, hoping he's just going to connect somehow. Trisman taking on 2 down. Eagle Esports eliminated in the hands of Box Gaming.
Ah, that is it. The fight goes to Box Gaming, but looks like they're not done yet. Where did the shot come from? It's going to be Boysil and NFT. NFT moving in. Boysil still alive. Together with Ramones on the left. Ramones give cover towards NFT, and now they want to take down this compound for themselves.
And now Boom as well, dominating with 8 eliminations in their hands. The only team with 8 eliminations so far. Ramones taking down on Booms from the sideline. Just going to toss over with a Molotov, but here comes Razy trying to just jump down, helping to open up some space. Trisman taking down Ramones with that explosion or the grenade just now, tossing another one to the side of Bacon Time, but it's not going to be enough. Boom, at least they're being safe for it because NFT just going to deviate the attention to the side of Bacon Time here.
Oh, Trisman, the last man standing for Box Gaming. He's not going to move a muscle for this moment. Boom, they're coming in as well. Looks like a little bit of a sandwich situation for him. Nine Noise tosses a nade onto NFT. Will it land nicely on the drawn? The nade, it will not connect. Nine Noise will need to try again.
Octa got the entry point towards the side of NFT. Shot down on Dron, who is the flanker on the side of NFT. That was crucial for the side of Boom. But Putra can shoot it. He was actually just looting over. The entire team is looting. Putra is not shooting. He's the last member. He's waiting for the right time. Now Shadi is fighting the rest of Boom. Nobody spotted out Putra. He's going to be the bane for these 2 teams.
Oh, Putra might shoot anytime soon now that the commotion has happened between Bomb as well as Bacon Time. The nade onto Hexa. Hexa is currently down. Rexy needs to pick him up. Bacon Time may want to move in. Shadi is currently down. Yummy has a nade on his own, but coming from the left. Takes down Rexy.
Now, Putra, you have to open fire now. This is a perfect time to steal it away. And Boom left with only 1 player out of 4 just now. And slowly finish off by Boychil on NFT. And he's spotted out on the containers. And where is Putra? Why is not opening fire? He got a clear view just now.
Oh, he's waiting for the right moment still. He doesn't want to create a commotion because he knows there's other teams around him. The cover fire coming in from Almstad for his teammates, trying to buy time until they reset. The nade might be tossed up by Almstad on the side of NFT. Will it land? NFT, they still have a beacon. They still have Drawn, trying to get information for his team. NFT coming from the left, and Putra finally shoots.
Finally finish off Boom in the last person just now. Yummy eliminated with 8 eliminations at 5th place for the side of Boom just now. Putra reveal himself to place at 4 and Bacon Time finishing off straight away.
Super duper close there. If only Putra got it on the Shirley, then it will be a different story. But Bacon Time now they managed to reset until as a 4. NFT they have the high ground advantage, but Trisman for Box Gaming is playing a healing game somehow. He could probably heal up. Well, only 1 more. That won't make much of a difference for him. It's going to be our top 2, Bacon Time and NFT.
Trisman, this is not Sunhawk, just to remind you. That's going to be Box at the 3rd place anytime soon. Armstar, on the other hand, losing his HP while waiting for his friends to just revive him back. Noise on the other side. Ramon spot out Noise. It's so important for them to actually take down on Noise, but Noise still got himself a drone just now. Trisman still got himself extra first aid. Where's those first aid coming out from? He left with one just now. He might just backstab NFT here.
Oh, can he go one more up at least? Let's see what happens. Okay, Tristan is getting closer and closer. Can he do it? Can he actually make it? Can he actually backstab that one last thing? Oh, too bad. It was super close. If not, he could have been the bane for NFT.
Brisbane, no! Back to the side of NFT. It's going to be 2v3 here. But Bacon Time got their sweet spot to just get themselves revived with the smokes. Nobody actually got that. Nice! Take it on one. It's going to be one left. And Bacon Time very close to getting one more person and get this chicken with a clean pass. It's still got one more. Equal last 1v2.
The second one.
Oh! Bacon Time taking the chicken dinner.
No clutch there for Boys Hill. There was such a close one. He almost got the third knockdown. If only he got that, that could be his opening to reset and maybe getting the chicken dinner for his team. But anyway, it's going to be Bacon Time representing Thailand to take home the chicken dinner in this round.
Oh, so close yet so far. I was hoping for our predictions to get right. We got Boom just now, but it's just too much attention attracted towards them because they got themselves quite a number of eliminations. But still, congratulations for Bacon Time. Almost every day they got themselves a chicken here.
I know, right? They're like super consistent. Nine Noise, Shirty, they all can play at a strong level. So Bacon Time, actually one of the teams that needs to be given attention. It's just because they come from the same region as FaZe Clan and the Infinity. That's why people don't really talk about them. But if you kind of like have an open mind, you kind of just think of it like, okay, as a team, Bacon Time is one of those teams that definitely has a lot of potential.
That's kind of true. Well, Bacon Time, they have the potential. That's right. But it's always being shadowed by the side of Infinity and FaZe for now. But on this side, if they keep this going, this consistency starting off next week, definitely they will be one of the team under the spotlight. But for the other teams though, DBD, like we mentioned before, is one of the few teams that love to have early skirmishes, always having a bit of a problem to get themselves the rotation into the circle. Ego Esports, this is theirs to take actually for this sort of circle. It's just unfortunate they have to focus on so many teams at the same time.
Yeah, it was a tough one for them. I mean, it was kind of like a sandwich situation, and they were in a position where a lot of teams would want to take away their place, and that became a prime position at some points. I totally get it, like why everyone was onto them. But yep, it was just a matter of whether they were able to defend that place or not. But at the end of the day, it was Box Gaming who was able to take over their location, and we see how far Box Gaming went.
That's kind of true, but at least Box Gaming doing well this time. I mean, like, they have their ups and downs, but at the same time, for the other teams though, some of them are going empty-handed, but Box Gaming, just a tiny bit of a tweak that's more than enough for them to actually making it better for the next couple of rounds. It has been really close for Putra to clutch it quite a number, but it's just Bacon Time ready to see him through. If not, he might actually backstab the other teams if no, he's a solo player. This is where things get really close now. It was 1v3.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Boys Hill actually getting the third one and see what he comes up with the fourth one. But it is what it is. They managed to take down Boys Hill. He only had 10% of health, and that was the best that he can do anyway. So Bacon Time with the chicken dinner. Only 4 seconds in the blue as compared to the others. 258, 125, and 28 seconds in the blue for NFT Box Gaming as well as Sem9. NFT traveled a lot as compared to the others. The rest of them is about 8,000-ish, but NFT almost, well, sort of, almost 50% that amount.
Yep, when it comes to the smokes, not too much this time. I think maybe they have a bit of a problem to get themselves their hands with the smokes. But we did saw how Trisman managed to loot himself from a death box last minute, got himself extra first aid just now. With a number of eliminations, it's going to be the highest again. We haven't cracked over 16 so far. That's the highest elimination by BN United and Geek Fam. Bacon Time got himself 10 elimination with total points of 25. But NFT Follow Pursuit is going to be 15 points, just 1 point different against Box Gaming on the third spot. It's actually tied with Boom at 4th place here. Boom got himself just 2 point different between the set of Bacon and the only team. There's only 2 teams that are getting themselves quite a number of eliminations. Just 3 teams with no points. We're talking about Buriram and FaZe here.
Yeah, and also Xavier as well, a team that's supposed to be hot this week. But again, welcome back Octa as the MVP. Of course, his real highlight moment was the 1v4 against the Infinity inside of Sandhawk back in week 1. But he's back finally on the MVP charts. Nice to see him there. And I believe this also because of the amount of damage dished out versus the eliminations. Definitely did a lot of work for his team. And he has the longest elimination distance so far, even way above the average data.
I think we got someone a bit more than that. Not too far, so 300-ish, but I don't know if that was PMRC4 or this one. Get confused sometimes. Well, first top spot is still going to be the same team, but the one being pushed down is going to be Geek Fam. Now, this is where we talked about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 might be tired teams, because why? Now the third place taken up by Bacon Time. 5-point difference with Geek Fam. Now there's different flag this time. Geek Fam GIDS at 5th with 169. 161 for Xavier's Alter Ego at 157 place. But the ones that are actually swapping quite a number is on the second page. 4 rivals being pushed down to the 20th here.
Yeah, 4 rivals at number 20. Even if they want to come up, with the amount of games that is still possible, at least don't be the number 20, right? They can still push like the Eagles down, or Box Gaming down, or maybe even DVD down. Like the points are really close to each other. But for the number 1 spot as well, the Infinity, TEM Entertainment, maybe even Bacon Time, they're close, but it does feel like whoever it is at the number 1 spot, it still will be a Thai region team.
But at the same time, I'm a bit surprised how Ego Esports has been a bit decreasing when it comes to performance this time. Really different when it comes to the first week. But we're going to recap a bit what happened really in Marama, Cloud.
Yeah, so the flight path is on it's more towards the bottom side, and you happen to be that circle is in the bottom as well. So it's a little bit more challenging for teams that like to drop on the northern side. So we can see that some of these teams, they had to do a rebound. Like what you mentioned, the yo-yo. Yeah, so there you have it for Box Gaming. They had to do it, and NFT had to do it as well. That's why they spent some time inside the blue. And if you look at where the prime position is at, it's always around those areas of where the high ground is at. So Bacon Time had the advantage, Sem9 as well, not too shabby. NFT, because they had to come in a little bit late, they don't have a choice. That's why their only option is in this compound at the lowest ground possible.
Yep. I mean, like, you saw how many teams just on the high ground. So, I mean, like, Boom was dead. All those. Except for Eagles. Well, Eagles, the thing is, they have to fight against 4 rivals and one more team. What was it again? Was it Sem9, I think, that lost until they got only Putra left. It's just, it was 4 rivals and also Box Gaming. Eagles being separated into 2 parts. Boom, on the other hand, they squeeze in the center of everything because of the hills where they climb up, not really being spotted by most of the players. In this case, like NFT, yes, they do have the high ground, but in this case, this is not the best scenario for you to have the high ground when the circle is just making it so hard for you when you're being outnumbered at the same time. It's easy to play the slope of a hill at this point, because if somebody tried to toss you nade from that point, like the high ground, if you're playing on the slope of a hill, the nade would just keep rolling down. So you have to time it perfectly for it to just, when exploded right on top of the enemy's head. So that's really tough for the side of, almost got it for the side of the Indonesian team.
Yeah, it was close. But anyway, I mean, if another Thai team gets it, it'll be like, yeah.
We're not surprised.
Yeah, it feels like a routine, It feels like, oh, another Thai team gets it. And now it's Bacon Time. I would have wished it was Vampires at some point.
We wish it's Vampires or Buriram between those.
Yeah, because now they're on the second page, right? So for them to join their brethren on page 1, they gotta do something big. Because we're only 2 more games to go, 2 Irangos back-to-back?
Yeah. That's true. But I do want to know how much of a big of a gap just now. I forgot how much. But it's at least a fair second, not too much this time. For the most damage, we have Bacon and Noise, 8-1. This time it's not too far if you compare all the top 3 here. It's just a couple of points different between Yummy and Noise as well. And Octa, well, these are the 2-star players for Boom anyway. Yummy and Octa.
Yeah, it's like Yummy, Octa, and friends. Like, at least they have 2 of them to be there. But, oh! The Thais dominate. Irangle, it seems. TEM Entertainment, Bacon Time, The Infinity, and FaZe Clan. They are topping the stats for Irangle map. This is looking very scary for the other teams.
That's true. I mean, like, when do they not? I mean, like, first week, they taken a lot of Sunhawk and Buriram. For second week, maybe they're focused to its more Erangel here. Feels like it, because all the ties are taking a lot of Erangels this time. We are hopping over to our fourth match of the day, which is going to be Group A, B, C, E, where Group D is not playing. That's going to be GD, GIDS, DBD, Box Gaming, and Vampire. You didn't mention about Vampire being left behind from the rest of the ties. They are not playing now.
Yeah, so they have only one more chance for them to somehow get into the page 1, but it feels it's going to be tough for them considering that they're not playing this round, and we have to calculate the points for other teams as well, so there could be a gap there, but we need to visit the scores again later on. But anyway, focusing on this round, all the top teams that we mentioned earlier on, they are playing, so it's going to be an interesting round to see whether the ties can take home 2 chicken dinners back-to-back, irregardless of which team, but as long as for the same region, and keep the stats true.
That's true. And also, speaking of chickens, do we have any team that never have a taste of chickens this week 1 here?
Oh, we need to look at the overall chart.
Yeah.
There are some.
And one of it, BN United, they score a couple, right? Once, I think. We're going to have to check that later. I mean, like, if they still haven't scored any chicken when it comes to week number 2, they really need to work everything that they have when it comes to the upcoming week. I mean, like, we are almost at the end of the league. When it comes to even week number 2 here, definitely it will affect when it comes to the initial points coming up from the grand finals. Not just that, they got only 16 slots out of 20 teams coming up for grand finals too. But for you guys, don't worry, because there's always a gift for you guys where we have the collaboration with the local animation.
Yeah, so this is PUBG Mobile X Boy that's happening somewhere this month. No date mentioned, so you gotta keep your eye on either inside the game, that'll be the best. If not, you can keep your eye on the social medias of PUBG Mobile as well. If you are, if you're aware, you probably would have seen another teaser that was dropped recently too. So I'm not gonna spoil it for you guys. Head on over to PUBG Mobile social media, whether it's in Instagram, Facebook, or even TikTok, and you probably see something there, and that could maybe be a clue towards what item might be coming up with this collaboration, but this is still running.
Yep, it has been a while since the countries until now. We still have a Rabu Padu, but this time it's going to be quite different as the second phase already started for quite some time. Yeah, you guys should have known by this and by now. And just log in during Wednesdays. You can get yourself a double the point if you play PUBG Mobile on Wednesdays. You can get your weekly prizes easily. I mean, like, you guys love freebies. This is one you have to just put a tiny effort into it, okay? And you get yourself some free stuff.
Yeah, and if you happen to create content, hashtag Rabu Padu Menang Selalu, and also hashtag Be The One. And who knows, you could be featured on one of PUBG Mobile social media. So give it a go, try it out, and let us know whatever prizes that you get through the lobby point system and whatnot. You only have like a couple more Wednesdays to play. And speaking about limited time and limited edition or limited moments for the teams, because there's only 2 more rounds to go.
I think there's also two more Wednesdays left. That's it.
Let me count.
Next
okay, I need
week?
to look at my calendar.
I think so. But speaking of 2 more, also 2 more games. Only Erangel left, by the way. And we do know there's a lot of teams that's really strong when it comes to Erangel. Now, the teams that haven't landed themselves any sort of improvement, we're talking about week 1. If they didn't score a double digit for their league bonus point, they need to get it this week. If they don't get it by end of today, it's going to be a big problem for them to start off their week number 3, because it's going to be only 16 teams that I mentioned before to get into the grand finals. And if you've been relegated early on, it's just so close. Just one step closer to PMGC here.
Yeah, it is. I mean, if you get relegated at this point, it's going to be like what, 3-4 month holiday until the next season. So I'm very sure teams don't want to have that kind of holiday. They want to play it through, and they just want to be part of everything because, well, of course, as a player, you always want to play. You want to go for the best. You want to get everything possible to you. And unfortunately, it is what it is. There will be 4 teams will be eliminated after the end of next week. But this week's result will also sort of determine or sort of give us an idea if there are some of these teams who might not have any chance anymore. But we'll need to leave that for later on once we wrap up the day.
Not just that, even the grand finals, if you make it through for the top 16, the initial points will be a big advantage for the team that actually performing brilliantly when it comes to the first 3 weeks of the league. So it will reflect when it comes to grand finals too, and it's really tough to take the teams down if they already have a head start when it comes to grand finals. So a lot of teams really have to grind it. They have to put everything on the table now.
Yeah, but I think by now we can sort of like see like some of the teams that for sure we will see them in the grand finals, right? Based on their performance as well. I think we'll see all 6 Thai teams there, considering how they performed this week and last week as well. Even if we want to say that, oh, Vampires, but they're on page 2 somewhere. But week 1, they were not too bad. So I think if you balance it all off, I think we will see them there. And if we see them, technically we'll be seeing all of the Thai teams in the next round.
You know what? I have this talk with the production side. If this keeps on going for the Thai teams, all 6 teams are going to a PMGC slot because they have 5 slots left from Southeast Asia. Only the top 5 get into PMGC. Definitely from Thai, they already booked themselves for the qualified teams, the Infinity and Bacon time. Now there's only like what? That means there's 4 more teams to go for the times, and FaZe is not even qualified yet for the PMGC year. So they are high chances we might actually see them in PMGC. And for the other Thai teams, all depends on the stamina here, if they can actually catch up. But what about the teams like example, the Vietnam team? I was really rooting for Ego Esports to get into PMGC though.
Oh, I was thinking of SLD because it's like that new name inside there, right? Like something new. So that was something that I was looking forward to. But seems like Xavier, they're starting to rise up again. So they could be a serious contender for that next stage slot. But here is our next prediction. Geek Fam, FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, well, it hasn't been their round previously, but Geek Fam as well, actually.
Yeah,
they're kind of like in the same right now.
FaZe is just always Tony K good being shot down first. I mean, like, they try to rotate. That's always the case here. And for Geek Fam, it's always you high surviving the last. It's like the reverse of between these 2 guys. But they're both Terminators. But you know what? This is where Tony K can try to have a last push. Let's see if the next one, we do have Group A not playing, but both teams are still playing for Geek Fam and also FaZe. So they might want to have the 2 push like back to back if they want to.
Yeah, they definitely can still go up a couple more placements in terms of the overall stats for them to wrap up the week. Looking forward to their performance. Definitely FaZe Clan has been FaZe Clan has been missing a bit in the past few rounds, and it's always like what you mentioned, Tony K going out early for some reason, and I think that will also affect his run for the FMVP as well. Newsy likely to be taken over his place by the end of the day.
Feels like when we cast, FaZe is not performing now. They were quite okay the first 3 days. When it comes to the weekend, they just kind of slow down for a bit for FaZe. That's what I noticed the past few days there. But maybe they're just having a bit of exhaustion. That's maybe one of the case, since it's already 2 weeks in a row, 5 days in a week they've been playing. It's like 6 to 7 hours they have to prepare every single day. So you know what, no matter how the team performs, how they are at, they've been giving all they can and they have been performing as well as they can be. Let's head into Wrangle.
Wrangle it is! Let's go! This will be the first Wrangle for today, and it will be very, very interesting considering the stats do favor the Thai teams. All 5 teams dominating the team to watch stats inside of Wrangle. Will they continue their reign inside of this green map? Let's check it out as the flight path is shown to us. Saverni down to Novo.
Feels like a generous circle possibly in the center of the map. Well, we've seen a lot of guard count. We're not surprised if that happens. We never have any Pochinki right on top of it, but it's going to be an urban war. Nobody's seen, and we never seen Sonovs coming through base. Wonder if that might happen one day. It's like once in a lifetime thing now for the southern side of the circle. But back to it, so when you come to the drop, definitely we do have Ego Esports dropping on the northern side on top of Saverni. Well, we might have Visitor for Stalber as NFT plays himself there. And boom, a lot of Jogo Pool and Hospital for the teams on the left side here. Definitely Bacon, FaZe is going to share that sort of a compound as well.
Keeping my eye on the southern side as well. So the Infinity onto Milta, that's okay. Alter Ego, Military Base, and Novo will be another team. So that's okay. That's going to be a good spread. So far, because of the flight path is nice, we see that everyone's okay. But this has circle, okay. Likely it's going to be on the main peninsula, but of course I have that little bit of a wish list to be like, if it does pull all the way down to the bridge, that'll be pretty nice.
I have a feeling it might end up on top of Prison or the Medusa intersection. Having a bridge fight, it's more interesting. It would be really beneficial, but a problem is the one, if it comprises like the third circle, if you're still having two lanes in between the bridge, then it's a good news for those coming out from Sonoscal military base. But if its second phase of the circle already covers main peninsula mainly, now they need to get out of Sonoscal as soon as possible. If they get out late, there might be a bit of problem there.
Yeah, but I think looking at the current condition, I think they will just rotate like as per normal. Even if it's a little bit later, it's okay because they still have a little bit of a percentage down there. So that's kind of all right for them. Whether they choose to move in a little bit later or a little bit faster, I don't think that will be a big determinator for now. And unless if the Infinity choose to bridge camp, then there will be a different story. But if they don't, then I guess it's just free for all, however they would like to move.
That's true. That's what we worry about. A lot of choking points for the past few days, especially today. A lot of players waiting to bridge camp in any map that have bridges on it. On the side of Geek Fam, now Geek Fam have been performing quite a lot when it comes to week number 2 here. But they're just having a bit of a problem to have the last push when it comes to weekends. We talked to Yuhai before, they changed their strategy and it works wonderful for the side of Geek Fam. It just shows that Geek Fam really have a bit of a revision that they had done against the Thai teams there. They start to adapt the moment they are in the week number 2. They didn't make the same mistake as they did in week number 1 if you compare with all the rest of the other Malaysian teams.
Yeah, but at least this time they're doing fairly well. If you look at the overall charts, like on the right, like how much difference is Geek Fam with the rest? It's like 5 points with Bacon Time, okay. And then with TEM Entertainment is like 17 points. That is still with 2 games to go. That could still change. With the Infinity, it's a little bit far-fetched. But at least if they can finish like a top 3 finish by the other day, a podium finish in other words, I think that'll be pretty nice for Geek Fam.
Yeah, but I'm surprised how FaZe been falling off the grace. We're talking about first week, 50 points of a difference between the first and second place. That's just between the 2 tiers. First and second place, that's just how powerful FaZe can get. But this week, it feels like they're running out their breath already. They're falling off the chart towards the 9th place. Still on the first page, but it's sort of not too far of a compare like last week. This week is like reachable for everybody to turn things around when it comes to the last minute. Even the 4th place can get into number 1 spot if they got themselves a number of eliminations. That's always the condition. We never crack more than 16 eliminations by far.
Yeah, not yet. And that's a surprise though. Previously, we'd see a lot of like what, I wouldn't say a lot, but we see like what, 20 or even 20-ish. But now 16 to me is like kind of average, kind of okay. But it's funny that we haven't seen that number being broken in the PMPL SEA Championship so far. Of course, we're still like the middle of the season. There's still a lot more games to go. But it just surprises me that the bar is still like only 16. I thought it could have been more.
How much you want it to be there?
I would say that if I see it like a 20, then I'll go like wow, okay, and that can stay there for a while. But 16 is like, come on, the bar is still not to my expectation.
We're gonna wait and see because there's still 1 more week to go for this, guys. Hopefully, there's a lot of, I want to see something extraordinary. But this week number 2 is always about experiment for these guys. Still the experimenting mode when it comes to second week, where some teams trying to test out new stuff, or they're just trying to bring back old stuff that they used to play back then to see if it still works with the current meta. So that's why a lot of teams are playing it quite low when it comes to second week, especially the teams that actually performed the first week, because they already secured themselves quite a number of points when it compared to the, the other teams down there. We're talking about FaZe, yes, definitely. But when it comes to the third week, where things get really spicy, because everybody is just so desperate to push their points when it comes to overall.
Yeah, and if you kind of think about it, of course, the number 1 desperado will be teams at the bottom. But if you kind of think about it as well, like teams at the top, they want to start very, very well. They want to start. They want to have that strong starting point inside of the grand final. So they'll be pushing for that too. So this kind of format is just like, okay, even towards the last game, everyone will be giving their best and everyone will be putting out their best performance. Unlike like what 2-3 seasons ago, when it reaches that final few games, you can see that some of the teams just not putting in the effort anymore. But because of this kind of format, all the teams will fight until the final game.
True. And also, speaking of last week's, if you compare it back to back for the points, right? We compared it until the 20th point, the 20th place. The gap, I feel like there's a big improvement for the overall across the board here. We're talking about all teams, 20 teams have been improving. One of the many reasons why, because even at the bottom, their point is not that far off. That's not far off. And we might ended up like, but we still had like nobody. They still have a couple of teams last time that didn't have a triple digit. So this time it feels like almost the same case, but at least it's not too far. It's like less than 20 points maybe, around there somewhere, but I think the last one was like 70-ish. Maybe they will bump it up in the last minute today.
It is a lot more closer as compared to last week. Like last week, the gap was like too huge. Like there will be some teams like not able to go up anymore, even if it's like the last 1-2 games. But this week is a little bit different, even across the board as well. It's not only talking about like the bottom, but it's also we're also talking about like at the top. Even at this point, like it's like what 11 points difference between Infinity and TEM Entertainment. It could still change between these two teams. TEM Entertainment super hot this week, a lot better than last week. Last week no chicken dinner, but this week no disappointment. I think they are doing really, really well.
Yeah, true. But back to it, and while reading out chat, Spike saying that it's not top 6 Thai teams, it's only top 3. Last week was a different story. It was top 6 for last week. So we are expecting. Are they doing the same thing here for the side of Thai teams? But I have a feeling this time we weren't looking over top 6 of Thais. Feels like a bit of far-fetched for the side of FaZe and Buriram and also Vampires. So Vampires not playing this round, so they have only one round to catch up to top 6, but I don't think they can do it in the last minute here. So definitely the top 3 will most probably going to stay there. Maybe it's going to be swapped between Geek Fam or not. But the rest of the Thai teams, the best they can do for the one that been left behind, in this case, is going to be Buriram and also Vampires. Later they will be playing. They can just push towards the first page.
Okay. Oh, come on, Observer. I want to see the map.
That was like, what, 1 second?
Yeah, it didn't even close yet. But looking at the minimap, looks like it went onto the main peninsula, and that's going to be where maybe where mansion is, where prison is at the moment.
Was it the Medusa intersection?
I think it's moved away from there. Looking at the minimap, it moved towards the right. So I would guess it's around the areas of mansion and so on and so forth. But looking at the teams as well, a lot of them starting to go in, and I can totally understand because of that high ground. Okay, so there you go.
It is a Medusa intersection.
Thank you. Thank you. So we can stop guessing now.
So the Medusa intersection is a very popular place back then, but we are back in there. Chances are, I have a feeling we might be dragged down after this towards the southern part when the circle shifts again. So high chances might end up on top of far more shelter. But those coming up from Military Power, Infinity crossing over towards the other side, already clashed themselves with 4 teams in total. We're talking about the right side. Bottom right of circle is very close towards each other, including NFT being chased down less than 200 meters away behind. There's one more team. I think that's Eagles, maybe?
Yeah, everyone's just like moving in a parallel way at some point until they meet up each other and they're like, okay, nope, we don't want to have any of this. Boom. Wow, okay, just look at their health. Everyone's like 50%. I wonder what happened early on. Okay, they were tanking out the blue. All right, that kind of makes sense. They came from the other side, and they finally landed themselves into the circle. Very happy to reset themselves in this area where nobody's at.
That's true. But quite a number of time, if they actually tank down to 50% HP, it just shows that they are being in the blue zone for a longest time. We're talking about a second or first phase, which only deduct like 0.4 or 0.6% of HP per second for these guys. It just shows that they take them quite a long time just to be in the blue zone. Maybe try to loot things out, maybe try to find some grenades, example, in this case, because we do know there's not much healing going on in the case of Erangel. Back to the side of school, we do have some pupils here, students, bacon time, taking a bit of a stroll in the garden, maybe around the area. Well, we do have FaZe taking their own place here It's just going to them reunite and just move towards a different compound entirely, possibly. So no team has been facing each other yet until the third phase, possibly. Nobody actually being the first blood yet. This is the longest time we're actually waiting for first blood.
Well, yeah, it's because of the circle, right? So there's a lot of areas to play with, and there's still a lot of pretty nice checkpoints as well. So hence we don't see teams really challenging each other for those prime positions at this moment. Like what we can see here, it stretches out onto the potato hill, like where Alter Ego is at, and they're playing by the edge of the circle at this moment, which is kind of okay. But looking at what's happening between the Xavier and the Geek Fam, a fight is happening. I'm guessing it could be still somewhere at the rim of the circle. And yes, we have visual here. But it's a long-range shot, so it's going to be okay. No big moves yet from either side.
That's going to be like 120 meters away. Ray be shooting from the side, from the bunker side. Going against Geek Fam, but there's vegetations in between. It's quite hard for him to just spot them out on top of that small hill. But there's one more team behind them. I think that's TEM Entertainment, yep. Bavy, just going to eye out. Well, these Xavier's giving themselves their positions there. Oh, I did mention about farm. There's definitely going to be farm, a circle in between the shelter. You're going to just shrink down a bit further after this. BN United coming out from the southern part all the way. We do have Eagles, NFT, Boom. Seems to like moving in some sort of direction. Same one. Bacon Tom, the only one coming out late from cutting across school, so they might be okay for a bit. But those coming out from the right side and already on the northern part of the circle, we're talking about maybe FaZe, 4 Rivals, SLD, and TEM Entertainment, even Buriram might have a bit of a clash here.
Geek Fam playing it differently. Normally they will play a little bit slow, coming in from the left or from the north, depending on where the drop spot is. But it seems like this time they switch it up to play in the middle. But FaZe Clan going up against 4 Rivals. 4 Rivals, one of them seems to be called out, and it's going to be Appy. Needs to reset quickly, but FaZe Clan not seem to be interested to go in all out. But Boom and the Eagles gonna clash.
Oh, Razy already parked down. He just jumped down from the vehicle. But you know what? Eagle Esports not being entertained, but never mind. F1 being shot down in the hands of Boom. And they got one. Eagles, how do they respond to this? Razy finished off straight away, taking on F1. And the rest of Eagles nowhere to be seen. They flew away as fast as they can.
Yeah, and Boom managed to steal away their elimination point. And this area where they're at is one of the prime positions around the prison area. Is really on top of the hill, and they just need to take out their backs. The front is pretty much covered by the geography, so that's why they kind of picked that area. Unfortunately for their opponent, the Eagles, probably they wanted that area too, but because Boom won that mini skirmish, and hence it became the area of Boom.
Yeah. Boom. Which Boom?
Not the GIDS Boom.
It's so confusing to have a player and a team entirely same name here. Vectors, Boom, Yummy, right on top of a shelter, fighting against some nice spot out Putra. Putra cooking up the nade, trying to actually toss it over, but he cancelled it out in the last minute, swap it over to Scar L. Spot out Harm with the DP in the Harm's hand, but Yummy got taken down instead of Putra alongside with Harm, taking on one down. One more for Boom. It's going to be them trying to trade it off, and Putra finish it with a clean execution of that nade.
He didn't know that Putra was there. Unfortunately, Putra was ready to counterfire a point, and Putra did the right move against Yummy. And we always talk about like it's either Yummy or Octa being the key players for Boom. And unfortunately, they had to lose one of them, so that's not a good start for Boom. But now FaZe Clan, at least, talking about key players, Tony K is still in this.
Well, it's a rare sight these days to have Tony K survive this long. Always the one to be taken down quite early for this week. Lycan spotted out the rest of Buriram, maybe with alongside of Venturas. But we have 4 teams around here. TEM Entertainment is there as well, and 4 Rivals, if I'm not mistaken, is just behind of FaZe. So they have to be extra careful about open fire, because the moment they open fire of FaZe, there's going to be a lot of team going to shoot them back. We're talking about Buriram, TEM Entertainment, and Boom happen to be passing by. And it's going to be also Geek Fam coming up from the south. Geek Fam always got themselves airdrop, if you realize today.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like they are, they have like the airdrop shaman or something, calling it down just on top of them. Whether they go for it or not, that well, that's up to them. But at least they have the option. Not gonna complain about that.
That's true, but for the side of FaZe, they bunkered themselves up in the tunnel. I'm not sure, is this a walking trap for themselves? Feels like they're setting this trap by themselves. The moment I said they open fire, they will attract too much attention, yeah. Now, the first net being tossed out, and boom, just gonna, you know, trade bombs and utilities. Alter Ego taking a fight against Yoodo Alliance at the same time, trying to hike on this small hill. But Rapo Boy, again, one of the first few to go down for this IGL.
Oh, but speaking about Geek Fam earlier on, he managed to get knocked down to Fnatic. And now FaZe Clan just next to TEM Entertainment, but Sobel seems to be in trouble. Could be finished off by the Eagles, and yes, they will take him out. It's another point in the bag for the Eagles. The Eagles stopping teams from making their rotation, but they themselves need to move, and 7-9 is waiting for NFT.
NFT, bye! But there's Infinity right in front. Where to go? Drawn, you should not stop. Don't stop now, NFT. Just drive it through. Assume they are ghosts. You never see them through. Just make sure you pretend you don't know them, because there's so many teams. NFT to have to cut across. Now they walk into another war zone. What is the luck for NFT right now?
Oh, look at the minimap. There's like, what, 5-6 teams in the same area? Like, everyone's just so close to each other at this moment. Now, NFT managed to swerve their way right into the middle of everyone. At least they have a smoke. At least they have a vehicle to cover them. And now we move on to the Infinity. Now, such a good position against D-Xavier, but at least these two teams that are in the circle. D-Xavier won't make those big moves, but they need to be prepared in case they need to. 7-9 is on top of the Infinity, looking over two teams instead.
It's going to be the watchtower, famous enough in this area. Whoever got it, either you're going to dig your own grave in there, but you can excel. 20K taking down an Asshole Zip. Now, it's been a while we're looking over 20K on the kill field, but never mind. He's been taken down back from the side of TEM Entertainment, but not being finished off yet. Mormon, what happened to Mormon? He self-named himself. That is quite a side of accident. My God, at the worst timing possible.
Okay, not too sure what happened at the moment. Hopefully we get an explanation later on, but Chua looks like he will go down. Finish off by Putra from 7-9. Look at the movement coming in from the Eagles. Unfortunately, they have to lose for their players, their OG player Chua. Buriram United waiting right below them, and on top of this hill, Alter Ego has the advantage against Bacon Time.
Bacon Time tossing a smoke, try to build the bridge. Noise shooting on one on Alter Ego. Rinalre on the ground, bleeding up. Almstar is nowhere to be seen. He's one of the first few to be lost quite early on. Here comes one more Nate. Almost clip onto that lucky vehicle they just drive forward. And now Noise and the rest of Bacon Time have to push him out. Potato tried to defend himself. They're randomly just gonna spray it over, but nothing seems to connect. We do have one more team coming up from behind. It's gonna be Geek Fam.
Oh, Alter Ego waiting for the nade. Nade onto Alter Ego, who will land onto Shirty. Looks like we'll be counter fire point down to 60% health. Fnatic has been holding the nade for the longest time, but doesn't have a good angle for him to toss it out. Cartoony at the same time takes out remotes on NFT. Potato tries to find a good angle, but looks like Bacon Time is bailing this.
Out Potato, just trying to make up his mind, but he's being shot down by SLD, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, they couldn't get into the circle. There's no entry point that is safe enough for them. Look how well guarded by the side of SLD on the left side. Yoodo Alliance waiting on the south side. 4 rivals parting into 2-2 formation. Look at how crowded on the right. All the tight teams coming up from the right side here.
I know, right? The Infinity as well, but the Xavier's right beside them. Buriram United, on the other hand, they're currently on the outside of the circle, but they have to be careful. Right behind them is the Eagles, and they have the high ground advantage. If they choose to move, they could be shot down from behind, but the Eagles could face the round for 7-9 as they're making their rotation towards their side. The Infinity, on the other hand, NFT right in front of them. They need to fight their way through.
Infinity Mela, he got himself quite a vintage point here. Got a wide perspective. Got a lot of animation just being behind the rock. But the problem is, it's too far from the circle. 7-9 being ambushed by Ego Esports, but they won this skirmish. This is so crucial for them. They don't have time to reset. Just hop into the vehicle and get themselves out of there, but it's not enough. As it's gonna be one more taken down. Infinity, and also maybe in the side of the NFT shot them down just now. As too many teams fighting against each other with a play zone finish of 7-9. These Xavier's gatekeeping BN United. Yoodo Alliance as well trying to push over. but it's just almost impossible for them to get into safe zone here.
The Xavier will be pressured by the zone. They need to move right now. Just look at the amount of damage onto the NFT. It's out at number 14, 0 elimination points. Are they looking at the long range? Onto the Xavier. Gets a knockdown. Beautiful coming from Leo as well as Ade Luke. But now they need to still move into circles. Nice closes in on the Yoodo Alliance, but he'll be taken out instead.
Adik Luke tried to blow. No, big choke. Oh, Adik Luke, last member of Yoodo Alliance. Debra coming in with Yuhai. They try to finish off Yoodo Alliance. Here comes the crush. Yuhai going in. But Adik Luke trying to fight it.
Yuhai! Oh!
They failed to do the rush here. Yoodo Alliance won that fight.
Oh, Geek Fam is out right now. Looks like Boom is in trouble as well. They're FaZe Clan to deal with, but Alter Ego, the Yoodo Alliance taking advantage of the third party. Ade Luke, the last place standing. 20% health level against the entire Alter Ego. They try to spot it out, but at the same time, PA United on the right. The long range tapping coming from Potato. Secures a couple of elimination points. Yoodo Alliance is out.
Oh, PN United being scoped down by 2 teams here. But with not enough Infinity picking the fight with every single team that actually moves here. Buriram, there's also Alter Ego on the other end. There's also BN United on the other end. Tony and Logan be taken down. Lucky enough, they still have men to revive them back up. Lycan on the other side, FaZe trying to take it on Buriram at the same time, stealing away the elimination points. While actually Infinity got Tony and the rest of them need to have a bit of a reset. Buriram in a bit of a dire spot here.
Oh, 4 rivals. They're on the outside of the circle. Pamburu on the other side of the road. He needs to fight his way through. But at the same time, we can see the King Zone dated down Logan from the Infinity. Looks like the Infinity is down to Gartuni as well as Mela, the last 2 standing. But at the same time, Boom is out at number 8 with 2 elimination points.
Oh, SLD got himself a circle. Same goes for 4 rivals. SLD would gatekeep Alter Ego, but at the same time, it's just the whole full force of Alter Ego's outside. SLD got himself a shack, but they one need to rule them all. TEM Entertainment and also Infinity fighting against each other. Buriram, like I mentioned before, in the dire spot, they already eliminated next. We have TEM Entertainment dominating right now, and Alter Ego as well at 7 eliminations. Infinity and TEM with 5 for each of them. But right now, it's not done and dusted. They need to get in the circle, especially TEM Entertainment, just lightly touching the rim of it.
Oh, like it for FaZe Clan as well, still on the outside of the circle, but right outside of his compound, or right outside of his shelter, it's going to be 4 rivals. He needs to fight their way through. But now, Renaure from the long range, from the high ground, putting pressure on the team, trying to get into the circle, and that's going to be SLD. SLD looks like one of them being picked up, but Renaure can't find a good shot, can't find a good angle. He needs to pick up his teammate. That will be the next focus, but FaZe Clan is out as well.
We're down to only 5 there. Infinity got shot from afar. Potatoes fought out Mela. Oh, he didn't think that was a blind spot. There was a straight line of sight for Alter Ego. They can finish off Infinity slowly but surely. Left with only Got Tunny here, the last member of Infinity. TEM Entertainment still have a 4. Alter Ego 4. All the rest of them 4 except for Infinity. They are against the odds right now, and they've been taken down indefinitely.
Oh, on the other side, TEM Entertainment is still in this. SLD putting pressure on the 4 rivals. 4 rivals. They're playing by the rim of the circle. Happy now down to 60% health. And the name from Pombet onto Coastal. They need to pick up class.
It's going to be 1-2-1 break between Alter Ego and SLD now. Chuangji also got himself quite shredded when it comes to helmet and the vest. 4 rivals start to move forward, taking advantage as third party coming up from behind. Bambura and the rest of 4 rivals straight away throwing down the moment they walked in there. Mormon spotting them out, cooking up the nade. Bambura just going to trade out the nade as well. And spotted out 2 of them. Is if it's a Kobe. It's a mountain one. Double down from Bambura, opening up the space for the rest of 4 rivals.
Double down for Bambura, 1 stage to get through. But then again, TEM Entertainment, they have an answer for that. They want 4 of eliminations in the bag. They're starting to come in. Mormon naded out happy. Strong save been naded out as well. Renaure gun down. Spam, gun down by Pombet. Looks like it's going to be SLD out at number 4.
That nade coming up for 4 rivals, finishing off for the side of SLD, giving Alter Ego opportunity to have a bit of a breather. Alter Ego, on the other hand, with pressure by the side of TEM Entertainment. 1 knockdown, Astro trying to spot out. 1 Fnatic.
It's on
it's going to be double down. TEM Entertainment taking 1 by 1. Alter Ego shredding them off like just chips. I don't know how to say chips. Potato chips. Yeah, there you go.
Sounds very yummy. And of course, yummy for the teams as they try to get each other. TEM Entertainment starting to move in. Now they're currently in the circle. SOC move shot in from behind. Potato tries to get Bevy. Bevy manages to survive this. Bevy's still alive. 50% health. Bevy behind the tree. Managed to get away, but no! The explosion on the vehicle takes down Bevy.
Oh, it's going to be 3 on the side of TEM Entertainment. 4 rivals taking advantage, and they had the gunfires, taking their own sets. Down to 2, TEM Entertainment, slowly, they are dying down there. Esport, the rest of 4 rivals, they might actually have a shot at this. They might actually win this one, but he whipped it so much on Potato. He's just going to explode the vehicle. Pamburu still going to spray randomly. Alter Ego, trying to prone down as much as possible. Potato trying to cook up the nade. Axos are doing the same thing as well. Pamburu didn't spot him out, but Potato just double nade down, but didn't hit any of it on Pamburu.
Oh, he can find a good angle, but Bevy at the same time managed to finish off Renare. Potato tossing a nail to the side of Pamburu. Pamburu right behind his ball. SO Zip right from him. It's Potato. Shots to connect. And then a trial from SO Zip. It does not connect, but this time looks like Potato is still lucky, but Moment is closing in. Moment getting closer and closer. Bevy moving the vehicle. And now right from them, but never mind that. SO Zip finishes off Potato with the nade.
It's going to be 3v3 between 4 rivals and TEM Entertainment. Do they have enough time to Entertainment to actually reset themselves? Same goes for 4 rivals. 2 of them being quite low when it comes to the HP. For Pamburu and Bevy, can they actually reset? But the nade! Taking off Pamburu! Zip make an entry for the rest of TEM Entertainment to push forward.
All cover fire onto Voki. Voki might go down. Voki now 20% health left. Bevy still onto Voki. A-Pool is still alive as well. SOC starting to move and going for the flags. But the name for SOC onto Voki. A-Pool is the last man standing. And winner chicken dinner to TEM Entertainment from Thailand. Again, the stats don't lie. Thailand takes home chicken dinner number 4.
What a nice nade from TEM Entertainment. They didn't have this sort of, how do I say this, drive if you compare it with last week. But the nades were remarkable. They opened up so much space in the last minute. Even though they got taken down by Alter Ego, quite a number of it on the damage side. But you know what? They still can fight for rivals even though being pressured at the same time. There was really their composure is on a different level. How they actually just being calmly handle up the situation towards them.
It just tells us how much they want that number 1 spot. They know that the points are close with the Infinity. And the Infinity obviously went out earlier than them, and the Infinity wasn't even like top 5. So there is a possibility that the Infinity might be number 2 after this. We need to tabulate the scores later on, but TEM Entertainment, they are hot this week.
It's just really hot. We're talking about how they were at the... You know what? They are trying to prove us. Last week you said we don't have chicken, we are outlanders. This time we have too much. Like we are superior this time for TEM Entertainment. But this is where things get really messy for those actually playing inside of the bunkers around the shelter area. They got trapped themselves inside there. It's just really hard to get out. Whoever tried to cross over, it's just too late now because there's so many teams already taken up the good spot. And like we mentioned before, it's just one by one taken out, like, you know, from the flank side. In this case, Pamburu, the entry point towards the side of Alter Ego, he knocked down 2 of SLD at first. They managed to fight against SLD. This was one of the best nade coming up from 4 rivals, but it's just they couldn't fight the last one against TEM Entertainment. They just didn't have the information.
Yeah, the terrain wasn't on their side, and TEM Entertainment, they were even more active as compared to 4 Hours. 4 Hours kind of like stood there waiting for them to come, but TEM Entertainment kind of pushed in, and the way they push is like they're ready with the nades. They get 1 nade Pamburu, 1 nade Voki, and then by the time they already knew that there's only 1 person standing, and all they needed to do is just rush in and all out onto 1 person, and that's how they close off the game with a chicken dinner. TEM Entertainment didn't spend a single second inside the blue, and they still get the chicken dinner. And I think this is one of the most utilities used that
By
we've seen.
Alter Ego?
Yeah, Alter Ego.
That's
it's like, I'm trying to count it. I think this is the most.
84.
Yeah, the last time was like, what, 60 something?
60-ish. 63.
Yeah.
63 was the highest number. There's quite a number of
I know, right?
Even as grenade, this is the most.
Wow, I am impressed. Where did they gather all those utilities? That's crazy.
But back to the points there, 27 points. Still nobody breaking up the record for 16 eliminations and above. 4 rivals got quite a number of eliminations. Like I mentioned before, 4 rivals, all they need to do is just tweak a bit when it comes to rotation. Because when it comes to firepower, they have what it takes. Same goes for Alter Ego, got himself 11 eliminations, one of the high. This is going to be 3 towers if we have the damage output towers, right? NFT in the Bacon time didn't land anything for them.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like from 0 to 0, obviously, like literally 0. But it's a bit unfortunate for Bacon time. Anyway, they're not too bad this week still. But SO Zip, I think this is the first time that we see him as the MVP. Normally we see someone like Mormon or even Bevy, but now it's going to be SO Zip. 7 elimination points, 872 damage, 5.6 MVP points, and 89 longest elimination.
I think that's more towards a Nate side, possibly. That's why
Probably.
the 89 meters. We saw how his Nate is just on point just now. And also, the fight earlier for Exozip, he really clutched quite a number when it comes to before getting to the last circle. He actually won over. I think most of the time, you can't actually pinpoint like one star player, but TEM Entertainment only 5 points in lead if you compare with Infinity. But Infinity didn't play just now.
They did. They did play.
Did they?
They did. And they have been dethroned by TEM Entertainment. The Infinity only managed to get like, what, 10 or 11 points thereabouts. And obviously TEM Entertainment got a chicken dinner. And now they have dethroned the Infinity. One more round to go. I would say the number one spot is between these two teams. This week, it's insane. It's crazy. Like, two teams could eye that number one spot.
And also, we talked about swap. For 5th place, it's not too far-fetched either. Up to the 6th place, everybody can swap over. But the bottom ones, well, we mentioned, I think this is the first time if we ended up DVD Box and Ego Esports managed to secure a triple digit. That's already good enough for me. Like, it don't really matter if they place themselves at the last, but definitely there's a huge improvement if we compare with the last week's week 1 overall ranking board.
Yeah, because last week we saw a couple of them not achieving like the 100-point mark.
A lot of them actually.
Yeah, because last week it was like FaZe Clan like taking a lot of points at the top. That naturally makes other teams, like especially at the bottom, like having lesser points, and yeah, it's just a domino effect of things. But let's have a little bit of a recap on whatever happened earlier on. The flight path was nice, it was okay. The circle on the right.
Yep, but the circle just now, like the Meridius intersection, if you see this kind of pattern, it's easily attracted to a side of farm. Lucky enough, Ego not taking the right side or the Nova Noy operation, instead taking out towards Pachinki, cutting across school and just going into the circle after that. But the one all survive here, actually coming up from the north, because there's so many teams actually put themselves right on the south side of farm that they're being finished off quite early. And a lot of teams taking the longest rotation. We're talking about a lot of them having skirmishes outside of the circle. Too much.
Yeah, I think what made this round really, really messy is because of like the terrain. Like everyone was trying to go for that little bit of elevation, and the moment that happens, that's where you see a lot of fights happening. Look, I would disregard like some of the fights happening at some of the smaller compounds. That's like very minimal. A lot of them has been like at the slopes, at the high ground, and you can see that that's where the point that everyone wants to go, and everyone happens to have the same thought process, and that's how we saw a lot of fights happen at the same time. It was really, really messy, and for teams like TEM Entertainment or even like for Rivals to survive all of that, that is amazing.
You know, for Alter Ego, I'm surprised they're not going full out aggressive. TEM Entertainment, I'm surprised they survived because they got a very small shack and everybody can toss out utilities, nades or Molotov just to flush them out. But nobody actually managed to do so because of how crowded, how saturated the pool is in the last minute. It's just hard for them to actually peek out. The moment they peek out, somebody will shoot them down. So the nearest case scenario is going to be Alter Ego just flash down to a side of TEM Entertainment. But I think they're kind of running short of resources. But before that, we're getting into our last game of the day. We're going to mention none other than our sponsors here. Who is it, Cloud?
Oh, that is our official smartphone partner. That is Realme, that comes together with a MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset, as well as a dedicated display chipset, and our official livestream partner is our TikTok. Hashtag Be The One TikTok Challenge. Don't forget to follow our official PUBG Mobile pages on PUBG Mobile My Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, as well as PUBG Mobile Official PH. And thank you so much to our official food delivery partner, GrabFood, with 50% off GrabFood order, promo code PUBGM. Only for new users, terms and conditions apply.
Yep, and right now, speaking of you guys who want to buy yourself some supper, this is the perfect time because we're going to head into our very short commercial break, which is going to be just a couple of minutes. I hope to see you guys in our last match later. It's going to be the end of week number 2. See you guys after this.
Hey there, Fellow PUBG mobile players, along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious when the player is aiming down sights. The markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
GT Neo 3, Neo Speed Awakens.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. You guys are tuning into 2022 PMPL South Asia Championship Fall season, which is brought to you by TEM Entertainment, PUBG Corporation, Livestream, and Quantum Studios.
there,
I'm
fellow
Chu, and
PUBG
this is the
mobile
main
players.
circle, as
Along
always, really hipster these days. But also, I want to shout out for all the Muslims out there. Happy Maulid al-Rasul for you guys. And tomorrow is going to be a public holiday for Malaysia, so yay! You guys can stay late and watch the last game with us today.
Yeah, and also, who else is going to be with us today? And of course, throughout, right?
Yeah.
It's our official smartphone partner, Realme, official livestream partner, TikTok, as well as our official food delivery partner, Grab. We've got to shout out to you guys. They've been with us for the longest time throughout the league, and even some of them throughout the PMPL as well. So thank you so much for being with us. And thank you all of you watching at home as well. Yes, we know we know who are watching this, okay? It's just that we want to shout out everyone we can. Yeah, it's impossible, but we know a lot of you are watching, especially from India. We see you there.
Yeah, they're too busy talking about football still. It's like you guys are having a wrong game entirely, guys. This is not football, this is PUBG Mobile. But I'm having a fun time watching the chat. Just, quarreling about football. If it's not the play of PUBG, it's going to be football. But speaking of which, Cloud, we're going to head over for our wrapping up when it comes to week number 2. Before that, I'm going to recap a bit what really happened in the last match.
Yeah, so TEM Entertainment, well, the stats don't lie, right? Like, Erangel is, according to the stats, a Thailand team map, and TEM Entertainment representing Thailand got the chicken dinner. Alter Ego, despite not getting the chicken dinner, their elimination points not too far away, only 1 point different than them. But Alter Ego played a very different strat. They had to take out the blue, TEM Entertainment went straight in, and who else? Of course, MVP, SOZip have to be at the front.
Oh wow, Yuhai is actually squeezing on second place here for damage output. I'm surprised actually Geek Fam dished out quite a number of damage since they are quite in the middle of the crossfire, so they can't get out from there. Potato, hot potato. SOZip again getting the not just the MVP but also for the most damage. Well, he got himself quite a number of eliminations too. But this one, if you compare it with the last match, the difference between the first second place this time is a bit of a gap here.
Yeah, I don't know why when I look at Potato's picture, it reminds me of Sly DD without specs, but yeah, it is what it is, maybe. Maybe it's just me. But anyway, it's going to be Group B, C, D, and E is going to be playing in the next round. Group A is going to be taking a break, and they're done for the week, basically. D Xavier, 4 Rivals, Buriram United, TEM Entertainment. Now, TEM Entertainment, because they're not playing next round, they have to depend on whatever happens to the Infinity. And it's not far for them to catch up. But if the Infinity goes out without any points, then TEM Entertainment will be the crown king of the week.
Time to pray. For Group A. Time to pray for Group A. Now the Buriram side, they cannot get into the first page anymore now. They already lost that match in the last round. That's their last chance. For Buriram, well, we'll have to wait and see. For Rivals, also have no more shot. The Xaviers, on the other hand, though they have been performing quite okay when it comes to this week. They are in the middle bracket or in the top sometimes. But they have to put it a hold for now and have to wait if there's any team overtake them, because the gap between the teams here is just too small.
Yeah, but speaking about what else is small,
yeah.
It's our next map here. This is the Nusa map, ladies and gentlemen. It is one of the smaller maps within the game that you can play right now. Do try it out. The time range is about 5 to 8 minutes, depending on your playstyle. But what else you should try inside the game is going to be the new tactical crossbow that's currently available inside Nusa. If you look at the graphic right in front of you, this is what it can be used for. You can create a zip line. You can get from location A to location B. You can use it to burn down houses. Yes, I'm not kidding. You can burn down houses inside of Nusa. You can try it out. And it's a very balanced map. It's like playing an Erangel, but very, very small. It has the high grounds, it has water, it has compounds, everything inside this map. I love this map so much as one of the smaller maps that you can play as a quick game inside of PUBG Mobile.
I just wish they have the tactical crossbow in the tournament in all the maps. Regardless of what map it is, because it will change the dynamic of the game really a lot. But for you guys that love to be collecting your skins and cosmetics, it's going to be your time to shine as well. Do tell us if you already collect yourself the Clairvoyant Fox set and the Midas Fortune set for the RPM 15 already available right now for you guys to just, click numbers and buy it and, spend more a bit on PUBG and get yourself a bit of flashy flag sap just to show off.
Yeah, just like showing off this one. Showing off the Spectral Swan set and the Cosmic Inquisitor set. one of the new ultimate sets that's currently available now inside the game, and this is a first double ultimate set that's available back to back. So a lot of skins for you to collect for all you skin hunters out there. And I know Topcast is one of those guys who like to collect them as well. So he's currently casting on the other side, shouting out to our PM colleagues as well. And the PMCC is coming up.
Yep, but don't forget your last chance to be one of the best out there and be, you know, be famous. One of their motivation of the players. I actually did interview them. It's actually to be famous. It's so funny at the same time. But also, if you want to go for pro, really seriously want to get into the pro scene as your career. If you're 16 years old and above, you are still studying in college or high school still in Malaysia, just register right now. You can mix and match when it comes to institutions, and I think you can mix and match for college and high school players too. There's a lot of good players coming up from very young ones.
Yeah, and speaking about good, this is good. This is amazing. I'm really liking the design of this, and this is an original design. It is not like, you know, a collaboration with any other brands. It is by PUBG Mobile itself, and you can get this set within the game, whether you like the green color, the red color, or whether you like the gold or the black or the blue or the purple. Up to you guys. Just head on into the game and you'll be able to see options of how to get it, and feel free. Let us know, share it out, create some content, hashtag be the one, and maybe you'll be featured in one of our social medias in any time soon.
Yep. And also, the ones that are actually asking, I love to give away information if you actually ask in the comment section, especially on YouTube. I'm looking over there. Christopher Putham asks how many slots they are when it comes to PMGC from South Asia. I'm going to answer that very shortly. But for a prediction, just roll it, director. And it's going to be Ego Esports for me, Bacon Time for you. Well, Bacon Time already got it earlier on the third match. A bit too late now.
Yeah, a little bit too late, but it's not my prediction.
But maybe you got double bacon.
Double bacon. And of course, statistics don't lie that that Thailand has the better chance of getting a chicken dinner inside Erangel. So, Bacon Time, okay, take that.
Okay, for the answer coming up from Christopher Putham. So basically, from the PMPL South Asia, to be 5 slots. And only 5 teams can actually advance. And the one that actually qualified already is going to be 2 from Indonesia, 2 from Thailand, 2 from MYSGPH, and 2 from Vietnam. So in total for South Asia, there will be 13 teams in total, including the 5 slot after the PMPL South Asia.
Yeah, so that's information. In case that you want to get more information about this, of course, you can head on to the social medias of PUBG Mobile. The graphics are there as well, so you can refer to that in case you want to have like a visual understanding of how the journey goes for these players. But speaking about the journey, the Erangel, again, statistics-wise, just going to point out again, Thailand has a good stat inside of Erangel. Even before this, the one that got the chicken dinner, TEM Entertainment, again from Thailand. The top 5 teams to watch out for as well, also Thailand. So keep your eye, could they make it perfect to wrap up the week? Let's go Erangel!
Are you guys ready for last match of week number 2? Hey, things gonna wrap up really soon enough. Is it still gonna be Thai teams? I think the one that's really desperate for a chicken right now is gonna be Vampire. So.
Yeah, definitely. But even if they get a chicken dinner, I'm not sure they can get on to page 1. But anyway, just go for it, right? If they can get lots of eliminations, that could change. Why not? But this flight path, okay, earlier it was like top to bottom. This time the other side is bottom to top. So we're gonna start off from military base up onto Severny, and it's pretty much gonna be, I think it's gonna be a routine drop for now. Only look at Geek Fam because they are the ones that's playing the nomad role inside of Erangel. Let's see where they change.
I mean, like, this is reachable still, except for Infinity. It's a bit far-fetched to get into military power, but as long as they know where to find vehicles, I think it's gonna be okay for them. Those are actually dropping. It's not really in the center, but it's still very much almost in the center, so everybody can drop wherever they fancy for now. We have no clue about the circle yet. While we're waiting, definitely a lot of teams dropping on their usual drop spot, like how you mentioned before, but I do want to see GDGIDS. Are they playing, right?
Yes, GDGIDS is playing.
So they always like sometimes change a drop spot randomly, so we have to keep an eye out because sometimes they'll be a bit of a troublemaker in the early game.
And speaking about Geek Fam's change, looks like they're going to take over Pachinki, that because the Xavier's not playing. And we're going to see almost a similar, well, not really, almost maybe like some part of it. Like there's still like Mansion, there's still like the Medusa intersection in the circle. So I expect to see maybe of a repeat.
I have a feeling we might ended up right on the north side of the mansion between Yasna and Poliana, and in between there, because we've seen this sort of circle before. We've seen it once. And that's what happened for that pattern. I'm not sure if that's going to change, but maybe the rotation going to be different because it's quite up the north, if you ask me. So a lot of players will actually have a bit of a skirmish on top of Rosshawk, possibly.
Yeah, that is a possibility. So it really depends on how these teams play. Okay, so of course, a previous round, there was that kind of circle. We kind of like have an idea of like how other teams play. But also, what is the difference between in this round is that it's a different grouping. So that also means that the type of gameplay of these teams will change the course of how other teams need to adapt. But speaking about adaptation, Adibs onto Logan, the Infinity might lose one. There's no confirmation yet. We just saw a knockdown. But look at Logan's position. Looks like he's gone.
Oh, this is not great. Tony almost being beaten up and down as well. We're talking about this going to be right on top of the Medusa intersection where some now always drop around shelter. Panning out! Take it! And that's going to be Logan finished off straight away. Lucky enough, Tony managed to survive. Not they lost 2 men. That's going to be a heavy casualty on side of Infinity. This is what I mentioned earlier. If they want to cross over to its Milta for the side of Infinity, because the flight path a bit more to its left, it's a bit of far-fetched unless they did get themselves vehicle. But did they manage to land any vehicles for Infinity yet?
Well, looks like the answer is obviously no. But I guess what's going to be the other side answer, or not really answer, but the side point is that the happiest team looking at this will be TEM Entertainment. They'll be hoping for the Infinity to go out early. Then they will be able to take the #1 throne and secure the 20 points for the week.
Hey, as long as Nuzi and Mila in there, I mean, like, there's still kind of full team there.
Of course, of course. That's why I'm not like, oh no, the Infinity, they're gone. No, there's still Nuzi Mela there, so we'll chill for now.
I mean, not taking the credit away from Logan and Tony, but it's just Nuzi when it comes to DBS, Mela when it comes to Grenade. They're just really remarkable and monsters. And always, if they have a fort, it would be really easy for them. A bit challenging for Infinity to push forward after this. But those two, if you can take them down first, same goes for Geek Fam. You take down Yuhai, they are playmaker. And in the side of FaZe, we saw a lot coming up from Tony K. And there's a bit of slight chance to win over them.
Yeah, it's like their power level goes down like, what, 60% if you take down
60% is too much. I don't give credit for the other teammates. So.
Okay, give me a number then.
30-ish.
Okay, 30%. There you go. Just to make it sound nicer. Yeah, but if like I totally agree. Even if you take down one from the Infinity, their power level is still like what? They're still at 90% at least. So it's like yeah, you took down one. Yeah, that's okay. But if you took down Tony K, and they'll be like, oh no, Tony K, TEM Entertainment super happy. Now TEM Entertainment like, yeah, we're happy, but it's the Infinity.
True. So their total score for Infinity is like, what, 200%?
Yeah, I guess if you want to theorize that, every individual player inside Infinity feels like an entire squad.
90% for each of them, then?
Yeah. then that sounds like it, if you want to count it that way.
It's 360% for that.
Well, they're at the top spot, so I can't deny the numbers, right?
I mean, kind of true. Even PMRC, they took the reign over fighting against the China team. That's just how strong they are right now. And definitely the Thai country finals. If you really want to be strong, you can try to get into the Thai country finals or the PMPL. If you can actually fight against them, I mean, like, you're definitely going to be one of the best right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they will have their own PMCC/PMNC or whichever league, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I want to see that.
I can always head over to PUBG Mobile Esports Thailand.
Oh, they have it.
Yeah.
Can we actually access that for Facebook though? Something's locked.
Yeah, you can just change the region.
Or maybe just look over on YouTube where it's actually easier to find them if you can actually understand them.
Yeah, thank you for answering.
I mean, like, I have problems to know which region sometimes or what game was it. But We can just ask Zephyr. Zephyr?
Yeah, so
buddy,
he's going to cast in English just because we're watching, right?
at least translate for us.
Oh, okay. That works as well.
But I'm really intrigued to know how their PMCC actually works on the sort of ties, because imagine how competitive they are there. But the others, though, this is interesting prospect about how Trisman drive his car. A bit abnormal, but he's having fun. It's okay.
Yeah, well, it happens. But you know what? It's been like, if I kind of think about it, right? It's been a long time since I saw like a car flip and you cannot flip it back. That sort of thing.
Oh,
yeah,
think
it's been a
kind of
long
fixed.
time. Yeah, I think they sort of like tweak that sort of thing. So when you see a car like slide like that, it would still go back on its wheels.
I think the last time we saw that, like the worst flip ever, is usually the car kind of stuck on the stone, and then they take another car to push it out.
Yeah, we haven't seen that for a long time.
The flip is like, it's sort of fixed by PUBG Mobile, I guess, where whenever you flip a car, they just automatically flip over again. It's like this. I don't know. What kind of sorcery is that?
I know, right? PUBG Mobile physics. I would have liked it to be like realistic in the sense like if it flips, it flips. That's it. And if you want to flip it back, you need to like push it or something.
It feels like the tires have sort of magnetic towards the gravity that it will flip over again.
It reminds me of one of those the dolls where like you push it over and it still stands up.
Yeah, the creepy ones.
Yeah, I forgot. I don't know what's it called. Yeah.
I forgot that, but they usually use it for boxing too.
Oh yeah, that one as well.
Yeah, the boxing one.
That one too.
Yeah, the boxing one. It's not that heavy if you lift it up. It's really having sort of a magnetic feel towards something. I don't know.
I think they put the center of gravity at the bottom. That's why.
Oh, it's just so hard to trip it over.
Yeah.
Just almost impossible.
I mean, I gotta ask my science teacher again, but I think it's the center of gravity at the bottom that they put all the weight there, that it makes them like,
But when you lift
bounce
it, it's
back.
not that heavy, though.
Yeah, because all the weight is at the bottom. It doesn't need to be heavy per se, but if you have majority of the weight there, you get it. Just like how majority of the eliminations for GIDS is by Alan.
Alan just doing Alan.
Yeah, Alan and friends.
Alan and friends. And there's also Yummy and... imagine if we have Alan, Yummy, Octa in the same team.
Wow.
I think that's really, really incredible. But this time we do have a lot of Stalber these days. And also Yasnaya Poliana. Now, Boom gather themselves straight into Stalber. Ego Esports chasing out from Yasnaya Poliana, which will be visited over by FaZe and NFT. Now, whoever stopped in Yasnaya Poliana will caught themselves in a trap of crossfire here.
So fun fact, the last time we saw Boom getting a chicken dinner was this sort of like this circle, and the way they played is exactly how they're playing right now. Go straight up to Stalber, be up there, hold that position, and come down later on if the circle moves down. So they're doing the same thing again. Assuming that the circle is the same, they could stand a good chance of getting a chicken dinner for themselves.
Oh, as long as nobody snatched their viewpoint from up there. But Snipes, the one that's really in the dire need of help here. Almost finished off by Alan and the rest of GIDS, but lucky enough, Damn Root take the attention away, and that makes sure that Snipes will survive. Almost exploded his vehicle as well. So close for GIDS. They're having a bit of a reset and reassess the situation for Geek Fam here, and also giving a bit of a space for Snipes to reset. Lucky enough, he's still got a lot of first aid, so they're going to be okay for now for Geek Fam. They do have visitor from the back. I think that's Box Gaming, possibly.
Yeah, possibly, because maybe they want to take advantage of that. But we also spoke about how important like some of these players to their team. So Geek Fam happened to lose Yuhai again, and by losing Yuhai, I think their power level would decrease significantly. It's a bit unfortunate that it's the second phase of the circle and Yuhai went out. So yeah, they need to deal with not having Yuhai. I think they need to find a way to do that. But now with Damn Root out, super hard for Geek Fam.
Yep, that's going to be also their main support. What I call them, it's always nowhere to look at for Damn Root. That's really unfortunate. A hard start for Geek Fam. That's leaving out Snipes. And just one more player. Who is it playing today?
Mika.
But at least Snipes and Mika are still going to do okay sometimes. Depends on how they place themselves there. Infinity just start to move over towards this side. So they're trying to come in a bit later than the usual. They lost one man early on, which was Logan. And after taking the compounds on the lower ground, Snipes running over the other side. hoping not being spotted out. Now, where can Geek Fam hide for a bit?
Yeah, now they need to play the passive game, unfortunately, in the current situation for Geek Fam. That also means for them to kind of like move up and chase over Bacon Time. It's going to be hard to go up at least to a podium finish.
Oh, they might actually give away the position towards Alter Ego, who's just 5 points different though. Same goes for GIDS and SLD. They can catch up here and push down Geek Fam to a 6th place in the last minute. That's a big point of difference when it comes to overall ranking and the league bonus point.
Oh yeah.
They push down that much.
Yeah, it will matter a lot for Geek Fam, considering last week it wasn't really their week.
Yeah.
So every point really matters this week for them, and then we'll tabulate the scores to see how important or how good or how okay their position is in the overall charts later on. But now focusing on this round, it's going to be the next phase of the circle. Stauber again, you reckon?
Yeah, just on the outskirts. Oh, there you go. Pollyanna, yeah, outskirts of Stauber. It's just so hard to get Stauber. But still inside of where Boom's standing. But as long as Bacon Time didn't dethrone them from the high grounds, that's going to be a bit of a good day for Boom. But at the same time, 7-9 taking them center. We do have Infinity moving towards where BN United is staying. GIDS is there as well. They might clash here as they happen to be moving in the same direction. But Box Gaming feels like they want to stay in a bit for Yasnaya and also Yoodo Alliance. Bacon Time spot out Ego Esports. It's the reverse. Ego Esports gunning down on Bacon Time.
Tuanzi, Ego Esports have eyes over Bacon Time. Bacon Time, are they going to be shot down? Nope. The geography is going to assist them. So the Eagles will be a little bit disappointed, but at least they have information. They know that someone's just right below them.
This is going to be the left side of circle. We do have like 4 to 5 teams around here. The furthest is going to be Ego Esports for now. We'll have to cut across FaZe if they move downward. If they move on the northern side, it's going to be okay for a bit. But they do have Boom on the other end. GIDS taking the center fight against Yoodo Alliance, where Yoodo Alliance don't have that much coverage. But Alan been taken down and they got one exchange to none. GIDS has been out-cornered by the side of Yoodo Alliance this time.
Booms. Looks like he's currently grounded. Yoodo Alliance has a little bit of high ground advantage, but the Infinity from afar. Now this team, if they can collect these elimination points, they could overtake TEM Entertainment, but they're going to start off with Repo Boy. And that's why we talked about Newsy. As long as you still have him, you have Mela in the team, that's what they can do. They can still collect points for you.
That was 300 meters apart. I still can see through and shoot it down. What the heck is going on for Newsy? Make sure you guys keep an eye out for Newsy. He can just steal away your eliminations while surviving as a trio. Yoodo Alliance exchanging it with GIDS. Alter Ego visited SLD, but they made a big U-turn. Potato tried to hit high ground, but Pombit a bit too late now. He's been taken down by the side of SLD.
Fnatic will be gunned down. Now Trong Zin looking across, scoping, seeing if anyone else is around, but at the end of the day, it's going to be the Vampire Stone. It's going to steal it away. Oh, it's going to be a long-range shot from Stone onto Quan Ji somehow. Fnatic will be finished off by Smep. He's going towards there to finish him off to secure that elimination point, but they need to be aware that Vampires looking over them somewhere else.
But at the same time, I'm looking at Alter Ego make a big rotation. Renalre just realized that he can't do, well, like, he can't stay with the rest of the teams. All 3 of them being knocked down, finish off. I think maybe only 2 of them for now. The other 2 just going to make a big U-turn and just squeeze into as much as they can get into the center of the circle. And speaking of which, we do have Boom start to fight against the side of Ego Esports there.
Oh!
That's going to be a huge Nate tossing out. But the circle hard shift on the southern part, Infinity got themselves in.
I know, right? TEM Entertainment will be looking at this and like, what? That round that we hope for the Infinity not to do well, they have the circle? Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness, TEM Entertainment being the team that's taking a break in this round, there's nothing much they can do but like what you said, to pray that the Infinity goes out early on. But looking at the current case, it's going to be the Alter Ego going out first.
I don't know how Infinity always know how to read the circle every single time. It's just so good at this, reading out circles. But for Ego Esport, eyeing out towards Bacon Time with transition. Oh, now there's a bit of a car flip there. Geek Fam taking on NFT. Dap and the rest of Bacon Time want to have it a go, but they cancel it out the moment they're friends from the vehicle accident managed to get himself back up. Now, Geek Fam only have 2 players left, but they still can challenge the entirety of NFT here.
Oh, can Mika do it? Can Mika secure 2 points for Geek Fam at least? His name will be tossed onto the other side. It will not connect, but looks like a move is happening for the side of NFT. It looks like the flank is happening onto Mika. Mika has to be aware that Ramones is coming in from the other side.
Now, this is going to be a long journey for Ramones. He got himself an upgrade on airdrop as well. Mika feels like he spotted him out. He got smokes ready. Ramones with a UMP now try to shoot him down, but never mind. Go for the lit first. It's more luxurious and more, how do I say, rewarding. But here comes Mika shooting on Ramones. I didn't see that through. Oh, Mika, such a hindrance to the side of NFT.
Wow, beautiful movement there by Mika, reading it back onto NFT, securing that elimination point. But unfortunately, his happiness was short-lived as Geek Fam goes out. Number 15, 1 elimination point. No podium finish for Geek Fam as we close out the week.
Now, they are the ones that's sitting out and at the bench and pray for Alter Ego and Geek. Hopefully that GIDS and SLD don't cut them across when it comes to overall ranking. But SLD definitely having a go. Might actually take the challenge against Vampires. Boom! Take it down, taking Sem9 down for lot harm. Ravenclaw spraying over the side of Eagle Esport. 3 teams of 4, making it with Bacon time as well. Happens to be in the same place. SLD repositioned himself a bit towards the center.
Oh, F1 with a long range. F1 almost getting his target in F1. Beautiful spray on the Guanji. And that's a point there for the Eagles. But we move over to Sem9 versus Boom. As Boom Who goes down. Boom, the last man standing. Sem9 closes in on the Boom.
One last player, and that's it. Boom, eliminated with only 1 point here. We're down to only 13 teams in the 4th circle. 30 more seconds to actually shrink down. Sem9 losing a lot, man! The nade from Ice is just too cold. And Noise as well.
And he's not done yet though. Another nade by Buriram Sem9. And Putra is still alive though. 1v3. Putra gets one, but Putra too much for him to handle. He'll be finished off. He's going to be making time securing the elimination points out of Sem9. But they do not go out. And he had 8 elimination points for Sem9 in this round.
Vampires try to push in and flush out Bacon times 1. They double down. Star and Ice on the ground. This is the time Vampires can just flush them out. This is the time for them to do the rush. Nobody else for the contenders there. Here comes another nade dropping out by Stone. He's cooking it up. It's going to be Noise, the last player for Bacon time. And that's it. Almost slowly. Here comes the spray. Vampires. They are desperate for this round.
Oh, now we move forward to the Eagles versus DBD. Bacon time number 12. 3 elimination points. DBD tosses a nade. Yen. He's nade. Can he connect enough? Looks like the answer is no. Namshi at the same time will be shot down from afar, but the circle still favors the Infinity. TEM Entertainment looking at this and saying, what on earth? The Infinity is still in it.
And also FaZe taking the center stage here. Will fight against NFT and Yoodo Alliance, but the one just finished off is going to be DBD fighting over the side of those actually on the outskirts of a circle, leaving more team. Just only 11 of them survive here. GIDS Daybot spotted out. What a nice peak view here. This is a perfect place for Sniper. Get it on 1 to Chua. Finish it off straight away. Ego Esport, they have no clue where the shot coming out from.
Oh, but the fight's not stopping just yet. Tuanzi sees from afar, but there's nothing much that he can do. At the same time, we can see that Suave taking on Shamil. Tuanzi will be gunned down. Stone from afar tries to take down NFT. Suave is still alive, 50% health. His teammate drawn this down. Straps starting to close in. They're on the other side of the road. Straps can't seem to find a good angle, but he has a nade in hand. He's going to toss a nade out to the other side. Will he stay that nicely? But at the same time, Suave tries to counter fire to Yoodo Alliance, but Suave taken up at the nade from across downtown.
Straps make a wonderful nade just now, but he couldn't see through. Yoodo Alliance had to look the advantage to a side of Vampires. Now the Vampires keep it a go. FaZe indicating on Eagle Esport with F1s already done in dusted. They're only left with nobody else, I think, for Eagle Esports here. But at the same time, back to a side of Infinity, taking the fight against BN United. And also Box Gaming at the same time. 2 teams fighting Infinity at a time.
Oh, Fluke tapping out the Yoodo Alliance. Olio will be knocked down by Fluke with a long-range weapon. And now Ade Luke, Shamil is still alive, but Box Gaming is on number 10. He's going to be at United Capone with one nade to rule them all. But the Infinity, 5 elimination points in the bag.
They are dominating. Same goes for Vampires, who got himself secure 8 eliminations. Yeah, and Fluke, keep it going. He just shoots through the smoke, getting one more. 11 eliminations by now. They might just break the record for Vampires. Just on the right side a bit, they might just secure one team to be decimated. Yoodo Alliance left with Shamil. How can he just respond to the situation?
Oh, they're definitely running now to break the record. 16 is the number to beat. The Infinity, on the other hand, tapping away from a 4. It's going to be 5 elimination points right now, but Yoodo Alliance is out. Number 8, 2 elimination points. So the points will not go to Vampires, but the Infinity gets them in hand.
No, it's actually the Vampires secure it. Fluke have managed to secure more.
But they stole it
the
away.
They got 13 eliminations by now. What the heck is going on?
Wow.
GIDS at the same time trying to keep the blow afloat. They are just at the rim of a circle, but look at Daybot cooking up the nade, hoping to land towards the side of Infinity on the other end. But the problem is, if they do that, they'll expose themselves, and definitely Infinity will not sit quietly to leave that happen. Vampires, they are just sucking the blood out of all the other players. They just bulldoze all the teams that gone through it.
Oh, even Capone right now is having trouble trying to get into the circle 20 meters away, but seems like a far travel for the Shrubs. They're not done yet now on the FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, 2 of them just right below Shrubs. Another spray coming for Shrubs. Can he explode the vehicle? It could be an elimination there for Shrubs. And yes, he will get 2 knockdowns, but FaZe Clan's not done yet. But what can FaZe Clan do? How are they going to counter to a Shrubs?
Oh, cooking up the nade. This is going to be a perfect toss. He knows exactly where MR5 and 30K. The nade will
boom!
Half HP down. Both of them coming out from behind Ravenclaw. Backstab. What the heck is this? Coming out from Vampires. What a nice teamwork. FaZe can breathe. This isn't crazy. This is just new record number Vampires, a new elimination record here.
Yes, let's see how far they can go. Right now, number 17 is the number to beat. They could still extend the number, but putting focus on the GIDS. They have the compound, they have the higher advantage. The Infinity is still in this. Now the Infinity, they are top 5, meaning that they will be king of week number 2.
At the same time, Capone cooking up a couple of nade and just Mooks bridging it up to move forward. Max spotted out Vampires. This might be stopping the streak of Vampires. And for BN United, down to only 2 pairs, and Capone is on top of Max as well. They can't move forward because there's too many teams in between. And GIDS spotted out Max because of the warning shot coming out from BN United before Lucas just tilted away at the same time. Vampires wanted to have a go as well. 3 teams looking at all towards BN United now.
Oh, Newsy tapping away, wanting to secure those elimination points. At the same time, we can see that Shrubs wants some for himself as well. The Vampires, they're still a full squad. The only team with a full squad at this moment, and they're playing within the circle.
They spotted out the last member of BN United. Now they're taking the fight again. Here comes from Smap. A perfect one. A Kobe on Stone. Now they still can revive because the smoke is still there. But can they do so? As Smap might just toss another nade towards that side.
Oh, Smap is waiting for the right timing. Smap, the good news for them is that Smap only has a Molly. And a Molly, you can't toss it that far. Molly will be used by Smap. That will stop Vampires from coming in for the forward. The nade coming from Doom Flow Cap. And the nade from Flow Cap takes on Smap. That is the nade to rule them all. SLD is out.
Oh, this is just breaking the record entirely. Can they hit the 20 marker? 18 eliminations, already making a new record for Vampires throughout the entire PMPL South Asia. Now they spotted out Max, and it was like a power butter spray. Not towards the left side, it's supposed to be the right. It's going to hit the 20th mark if they hit on BNU.
Oh, Bulls with an 8 onto the Infinity. Right now, they're still on the outside of the circle. Boom, spots out BN United on the right, so they know exactly where their target is at. 50 seconds on the clock. They bomb with the 8 onto the Infinity. Now the Infinity might need to move, but the Vampires sees all of them. They see it from afar. They can take them down, but Max wants to take on Ravenclaw to counter fire onto Max. Max will need to retreat.
Capone take down Ravenclaw, but at the same time, GIDS taking a fight against Infinity. They're running in. Boom! Taking a fight head on. Straight in the face of Infinity. Taking on the Mela. Down to 1 more. Where would he run? Newsy, where are you going? There's also Tony there. At the same time, Snizzle and GIDS already invaded where Newsy and Tony is. The Vampires coming up from the other side. They are winning. They have the most man. While GIDS just focus on Infinity. We do have BN United, one troublemaker left there.
Oh, Daybot tries to secure the elimination point, but look at this! In the circle, it's only the Vampires with a full squad, but put focus onto this. Legendary! That's breaking there for the Vampires, but now focus onto the Infinity and GIDS. 3v3, let's go!
We got our 20 mark left, finally on week number 2. Vampires now pushing in, trying to flush out GIDS and Infinity. Both are fighting each other, but the one winning is the third party of Vampires. But Nuzi will not leave the buy, and Nuzi tries to jump out into the
Nuzi!
It's just too painful. The last member of Infinity, where is Tony? Playing the healing, get Nuzi to be finished off, but the sweeping team, the housekeeper, Vampires! Taking the legendary domination streak. This is 20, more than 20 eliminations there.
I'm looking if they can make it 23 at this moment, but Gatuni not going to be making it easy for them. But finally, he'll be taken out, but looks like Gatuni is taken out on his own. So 22 is the new record number right now inside the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship held by the Vampires.
Holy smoke, what a game. Like I mentioned earlier, the Thai team that desperate is going to be Vampires. Vampires is one scary team because if they feel like it, they can just bulldoze it. And they bulldoze over 1/3 of the population of PUBG Mobile this time.
Yeah, that was like what, 22
or 23.
Okay, we get the final number soon, but it's still like it's the first time that we see the legendary sort of like an icon pop up. So yeah, and we were just talking about it today, like right, 16 is the bar for 16 to me is like that okay, right?
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, like today, it's like, oh, okay, we got a more than 20, we got 22. That will be the number that is going to be hard to beat, I can say that.
I mean, like, even I feel like every highlight, every single phase, especially the third phase onwards, like I mentioned, usually where the fight happens, Vampires have been starting shooting since third phase until the end. They didn't stop. That's how they secured the 20-ish. And they got caught in the trap before, but they managed to survive. How they navigate themselves and outplay the other opponents is a different story. But a lot of like it feels like like almost similar circle, but it's so different when it comes to rotation this time if you compare with the last wrangle.
Yeah, the grouping is one of the factors. Second, of course, is teams that choose to play it differently. Just like the Vampires, they're coming in a little bit later and they choose to play the bulldozing style. And it worked out for them. Their bulldozing style was fast, was hard. Even FaZe Clan had no way to counter against the way they play in this round.
But at the same time, I feel like, I don't know who's the MVP because we saw all the highlights. Every single player of Vampires actually played their role well. Especially, I think it's between Flukath and also maybe possibly Shrub. Possibly these two players. But maybe also this one more player have a shot. It's going to be Ravenclaw. But between these three, I'm not surprised any of them getting that MVP. But just Tony, Infinity managed to survive being flushed out by GIDS before, but they managed to survive that long. Still, one of the most respectful performance coming out Infinity again.
Yeah, we got two highlights here. One is, of course, the new record set by Vampires. Second is like what you mentioned, the Infinity. With this kind of performance, of course, the Infinity, for sure, they will overtake TEM Entertainment to take home that #1 spot, which is their throne. And TEM Entertainment will be looking at this as like, oh, well, what to do? And we talked about this like when the round started, right? Like the Infinity, although they're only like as a trio, it doesn't matter. If it's like maybe another team, they'll be like, oh, it's super big. But the Infinity trio, nah, it doesn't matter. They still got a second place finish.
No Nuzi, no Mela. The best survivor always Tunny. And he survived. It always the same case. For BN United, it's always left with Capone usually.
Yeah, okay, so 22 now. So 22 is the official number.
This is the highest point in one round, 37 points.
Yeah.
And look at how much of difference, 20 points different. To be precise, 19 point difference between first, second place. Vampires was really one of the teams on second page before. Now I have a feeling they might just jump straight into the first page here after this last performance.
To my vague memory, I think it's going to be a bit tough, but maybe it's close. But I think, I don't know, because we have to consider that some of the other teams are collecting points as well. So if we add that into the equation, I think that they're still on page #2, but, well, at least somewhere closer, obviously.
We're gonna have to wait and see. Are you guys still asking about the PMGC? Yes, Alter Ego kind of secured themselves in the grand finals for PMGC, but not the league. So some of the teams that qualified straight into the playoffs still have to fight their spot here, including Alter Ego, for the league. But Shrubs, well, I did mention between Shrubs, Ravenclaw, and also Stone.
That's the entire team.
Yeah, I mean, like the only one that left is gonna be not Stone, Shrubs, Vampire. Shrubs. What was it again? I forgot.
Fluke.
Fluke, yeah. I was expecting Flukers between Flukers and Shrubs.
Oh well, I guess even if you put anyone out there, it's like, yeah, it doesn't matter. It's like, yeah, you all deserve it anyway. So Shrub, congratulations to you. Out of all your other friends who also played very, very well, you managed to stand out as the MVP. And with 7 elimination points, 913 damage. Good job.
Back to our basic eliminators. It's still the same. Infinity, Newsy, Tony K. Now, Tony K was first before yesterday, right? Yeah, for our FMVP. So we're going to have to wait by end of today. But Newsy definitely have more points for Tony K. He got eliminated quite early on. But Shirty squeezed in. But look at the difference between the third and the second place. So
Yeah, I know, right? It's like now Newsy, Tony K, and everyone else. Like Shirley to catch up is a bit difficult.
Oh, he's still number one.
It's tie? Really? I thought like Newsy would have taken over. But well, okay. I mean, Newsy catching up. That's the whole point.
I feel like it's just 0.0001 difference between Newsy and Tony K right now. Possibly. But Mela still stay where he's at. Shrubs now push up to 4th. We still have Gosu. Oh, this guy is just so witty. I just love him. That was one of the best highlights yesterday for Gosu when he got outwit with no weapons. But for Tony K, not performing today doesn't mean that he's been pushed down. It shows that how much of an impact he had earlier. Just really tough to take him down out of the first number 1 placer.
Yeah, but Newsy's catching up, so keep your eye on that. Maybe by next week the swap will happen, but of course a lot more games to go. Hold your horses. But here is the official weekly ranking. So the Infinity number 1 is what we expected. TEM Entertainment dropped down to number 2. Bacon Time number 3. So we still have 1, 2, 3 Thailand. And oh wow, Vampire actually got up to page 1. But Buriram United, because they didn't play, so they can't change anything. Too bad. Yeah.
This one, the one that really in pain right now, one of it is going to be Geek Fam, where they earlier had like number 4, number 3 spot. Lucky enough, they didn't be pushed down quite far because based on the calculation just now, if they being eliminated way early on without any, eliminations, it might get pushed down to 8th place, honestly. But for FaZe and Vampire not performing quite well, but definitely when it comes to weekly bonus rankings, here it is. 20 points for Infinity. Well, nobody gonna question this. Box, on the other hand, not doing great as well. So they need to grind up really a lot of stuff next week.
Yeah, Box Gaming, a lot of work to do. DBD as well, 4 rivals. Even 7-9, I would say, has a lot of work to do next week. We need to look at the overall weekly scores for us to see like how far are they from actually getting into the top 16. Because next week will be the finale. Like, if you're out, bottom 4, that's it. See you next season. But we have the graphic for this.
I love this. Thank you, production.
4 rivals, BN United, Box Gaming, DBD at the bottom 4.
Top 5. Number 1 Thailand. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, Thailand coming up from 36 Thai at the 1st to 3rd place. But the one that actually at the last place, DBD, two weeks in a row with 2 points only. At least Box got himself 5 in the last week. That's kind of true. Box performed way better than the others. But for Buriram, because of this week, it pulled them down quite a lot when it comes to, it used to be in the top 6, now down to 10th place.
Yeah, I wish it was as straightforward to calculate this, but because there's the league bonus points, of course, the main thing will be the week 3 bonus points. So we need to really see how it goes next week for teams to kind of to see whether they survive the drop or not. But looking at the current stats, DBD, Box Gaming, BN United, not even 10 points. But hey, I mean, if you can catch up in the weekly bonus points, it also depends on how 4 rivals does, Boom does, 7-9 does, and so on and so forth. They could still go up to number 16 at least. So not all hope is lost for the bottom 4 teams.
Yeah, especially for the Xavier's, Ego Esports, 7-9 and Boom. That's going to be one risky place to be at because they can be taken over if all the other bottom 4 start to perform quite right. There's only like, 4 points different between the 16 and 17 spot. so they cannot afford to even lose a single standing when it comes to the weekly ranking later on. They have to give all their best when it comes to week number 3. But let's head into our interview straight into this.
Hello, we got Mr. Snipes, aka Sneepes, on the line. How are you?
Hello, sir. Hello, Chichu.
All right. So this week, a lot better week than last week for Geek Fam. How are you feeling about your team's performance this week? Apa perasaan tentang performance Geek Fam minggu ni?
Of course, untuk performance minggu ni berpuas hati tapi tak cukup.
Tak cukup? Oh, kenapa tak cukup?
Tak cukup lagi.
Apa yang kurang? Apa yang kurang lagi?
Kita orang rasa lag lagi dekat kita orang punya combat. And banyak lagi kita orang lag sebenarnya. And kita pun sekarang tengah study gameplay orang, tengah nak adaptkan gameplay. And Alhamdulillah dapat 2 chicken. Okay lah tu.
Alhamdulillah.
Alright, so just to translate it over. So Snipes says that he's happy with the performance, but he wants more. He's not enough. So what can be improved further? He says that combat, when it comes to combat, when it comes to studying other teams. So that is his comment for his performance this week.
That's true. And now, Snipes, I have a question regarding the overall ranking board, including the bonus point. Do you think, what is the Geek Fam aim when it comes to getting into the grand final, especially? What spot are you guys aiming for? Untuk Snipes dengan team Geek Fam sekarang kita nampak bonus point juga tadi overall ranking board kan. Jadi untuk korang satu team, sebenarnya korang punya placement tu korang nak aim yang mana? Kedudukan keberapa setidak-tidaknya?
Dekat leaderboard? Kalau dekat Liga ni, actually kita orang target nak buat macam PMPL SEA tapi macam susah sikit, and kita just chose to study the hard way and actually tak letak target apa-apa pun dekat Liga. Kita orang main untuk lepas ke final, dan dekat final barulah kita orang akan keluarkan produk study kita orang tu.
Can I follow up a question first?
Please.
Now, based on the current performance of Geek Fam, do you think you guys are ready to fight against a team, especially the ties, when it comes to the grand final in one more week after you're done with the league? Untuk korang punya performance sekarang, daripada Snipe punya pendapat sendiri, Geek Fam ni dah ready ke tak untuk masuk grand final, lawan semula dengan tim-tim tie untuk masuk ke masuk ke PMGC punya kemudian nanti? Nak masuk dah, tapi untuk berlawan kat grand final.
Well, the biggest goal untuk kita orang is PMGC, and kalau untuk C ni sebenarnya saya rasa kita orang confident je, sebab kita orang tahu kita orang punya power, tahu kita orang punya potential, and tahu jenis play apa yang kita orang nak. And just hari ni cuma hari ni tak ni lah, dia unfortunate sikit.
Okay, you want to translate
we
that?
translate after this.
Okay,
yeah.
all right. So I guess we'll need to let you go, take a break, get ready for next week, and all the best for Geek Fam for week number 3. See you, Snipes.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Now, basically what I asked just now, whether their performance, like, do they have any target for the league, and also when it comes to the grand finals? Right now, they're targeting for the league is going to be like how they did for the country finals of PMPL GPH, right? But they couldn't reach that target because things happen to be more challenging than they expected to. And also when it comes to the grand finals, they are confident. It's just that it feels like it's still going to be a tough opponents when it comes to facing all the teams that are going to advance to the top 16 in the future. Their aim is still PMGC. So I hope they still have enough time to prepare themselves here.
Yeah, and this, of course, even though if their aim is just that, this is still a very good testing ground for them to really show or really try out what they want to do against these kind of top, big teams, right? And I must say, they are doing fairly well.
Yeah,
because
that's true.
as compared to week 1 and week 2, there's a big improvement for Geek Fam. But before we talk a little bit more about other stuff, let's do a little bit of a recap of whatever happened earlier on. And yes, if you just joined us, the number isn't wrong. 22 is the highest eliminations in a single round for now.
Yeah, they broke the game for Vampires just now. The only team with a double digit, if you compare to second, third place and fourth, is just single digit there. They wiped the entirety of the population, of 1/3 of it. The way they rotate wasn't the easiest if you compare with all the other 3 teams. They had a long rotation, fought so many teams, including Eagles, I think on top of Savanias, more than one team just now. They squeeze on to the northern side because they're coming up from around Starber. Not much contest, and this is where a lot of teams stuck in between here. We're surprised how Infinity always inside of center of the circle every single phase.
Yeah, I'm even more impressed, to be honest, with Vampires. The fact that they didn't get the circle majority of the time, but yet they can still fight their way through, and all their fights they win, and they still maintain all 4 of their players towards the final circle. And that's how they also got their 22 elimination points in the process as well. I would say that this is the best Vampires gameplay we have seen this season.
I mean, that's true. If you realize that they're fighting different teams, one of the players are being given a responsibility to handle one team. That's just how good they are when it comes to individual skills. And this is what's scary about these teams. Even though they didn't perform that much when it comes to overalls of week number 2, but they can come back anytime as they please. They just know when to do so and when not to do so, you know? And that's what's scary about these guys, because they know how to control the game when they need to.
Yeah. Last week as well, they kind of like a little bit of a late bloomer. Hopefully it won't affect their week 3. But of course, speaking about week 3, that will be happening next week. Week 2 is done. You've seen the scores. Now go do some math and see what the possibilities of some of these teams actually getting onto the grand finals. But before we wrap up the show, we also like to thank our official smartphone partner, that is Realme. Thank you so much for being with us. This is the GT Neo 3 that comes together with a MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset and also a dedicated display chipset. And thank you to our official livestream partner TikTok. #BeTheOne TikTok Challenge, join away, and also don't forget to follow our official PUBG Mobile page, which is PUBG Mobile My Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, as well as PUBG Mobile Official PH. And thank you to our official food delivery partner, GrabFood. 50% off GrabFood order, promo code PUBGM, only for new users, terms and conditions apply. And that will be all from us for this week. We'll be seeing you next weekend. Of course, Contra will be back at the desk during the weekday. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the beautiful, wonderful, amazing Choo Choo right beside me. We'll be seeing you next week. Bye!